One of the first people I met when I arrived in Kabul in November 2001 was Sultan Khan. I had spent 6 weeks with the commandos of the Northern Alliance, following their offensive against the Taliban. I'd slept on stone floors, in mud huts, and at the front, travelled on the back of lorries, in military vehicles, on horseback and on foot. When the Taliban fell, I made for Kabul with the Northern Alliance. In a bookshop, I happened upon an elegant, grey-haired man. Having spent weeks amongst gunpowder and rubble, where conversation centred on the tactics of war and military advance, it was refreshing to leaf through books and talk about literature and history. Sultan Khan's shelves were weighed down by books in many languages, collections of poems, Afghan legends, history books, novels. When I left the shop after my first visit, I was carrying 7 books. I would often pop in when I had some spare time to look at books and talk to the interesting bookseller, an Afghan patriot who felt let down by his country time and again. First, the communists burnt my books, he told me. Then the Mujahideen looted and pillaged. Finally, the Taliban burnt them all over again. I spent hours listening to the bookseller's stories about his battles against the different regimes and their censors, how he launched his personal fight, hiding books from the police, lending them out to others, and finally going to prison for it. He was a man who had tried to save the art and literature of his country, while a string of dictators did their best to destroy them. I realized that he was a living piece of Afghan cultural history. A history book on 2 feet. One day he invited me home for an evening meal. His family, one of his wives, his sons, sisters, brother, mother, a few cousins, was seated on the floor around a sumptuous feast. Sultan recounted stories. The sons laughed and joked. The atmosphere was unrestrained and a huge contrast to the simple meals with the commandos in the mountains. But I soon noticed that the women said little. Sultan's beautiful teenage wife sat quietly by the door with a baby in her arms. His first wife was not present that evening. The other women answered questions put to them, accepted praise about the meal, but never initiated any conversation. When I left, I said to myself, "This is Afghanistan. How interesting it would be to write a book about this family." The next day I called on Sultan and told him my idea. "Thank you," was all he said. "But this means that I would have to come and live with you." "You are welcome." "I would have to go around with you, live the way you live, with you, your wives, sisters, sons." "You are welcome," he repeated. On a foggy day in February, I moved in with the family. My only possessions were my computer, some notebooks and pens, a mobile phone, and what I was wearing. Everything else had disappeared somewhere in Uzbekistan. I was welcomed with open arms and given a mattress on the floor next to Layla, Sultan's younger sister, who had been assigned the task of looking after my well-being. "You are my little baby," the 19-year-old said the first evening. "I will look after you," she assured me. Sultan had ordered the family to supply me with whatever I wanted. I was later told that whoever did not comply would be punished. All day long I was served food and tea. Slowly I was introduced into family life. They were not necessarily in the mood to talk when my notebook was at hand, but rather during a trip to the bazaar, on a bus, or late at night on the mattress. Most of the answers came about spontaneously, answers to questions I would never have had the imagination to ask. I have written this book in a literary form, but it is based on real events or what was told me by people who took part in those events. When I describe thoughts and feelings, the point of departure is what people told me they thought or felt in any given situation. Readers have asked me, How do you know what goes on inside the heads of the various family members? I'm not, of course, an omniscient author. Internal dialogue and feelings are based entirely on what family members describe to me. I never mastered Dari, the Persian dialect spoken by the Khan family, but several family members spoke English. Unusual? Yes. But then my tale from Kabul is the tale of a most unusual Afghan family. A bookseller's family is unusual in a country where 3/4 of the population can neither read nor write. Sultan had picked up a colourful and verbose form of English while teaching a diplomat his own Dari dialect. His young sister Layla spoke excellent English, having attended Pakistani schools when she was a refugee, and evening classes in Afghanistan. Mansour, Sultan's oldest son, also spoke fluent English after several years of schooling in Pakistan. He was able to tell me about his fears, loves, and his discussions with God. He described how he wanted to immerse himself in a religious cleansing process, and he allowed me to accompany him on his pilgrimage to Mazar as an invisible fourth companion. I was included on the business trip to Peshawar and Lahore, the hunt for Al-Qaeda, the shopping trips in the bazaar, the hammam, the wedding and wedding preparations, visits to school, the Ministry of Education, the police station and the prison. I did not personally take part in Jamila's dramatic fate or Raimullah's escapades. I heard about Sultan's proposal to Sonia from those involved: Sultan, Sonia, his mother, sisters, brother and Sharifa. Sultan, Mansour and Layla acted as my interpreters. This, of course, gave them a large influence over their family story. But I double-checked the various versions and asked the same questions of all the 3 interpreters, who between them represented the large contrast within the family. The whole family knew that the purpose of my stay was to write a book. If there was something they did not want me to write, they told me. Nevertheless, I have chosen to keep the Khan family and the other people I quote anonymous. No one asked me to. I just felt it was right. My days were the family's days. I woke up at the break of day to howling children and men's commands. I waited my turn for the bathroom, and on lucky days there was still some warm water left. But I soon learnt that a cup of cold water in the face could also be refreshing. For the remainder of the day I stayed at home with the women, visited relatives and went to the bazaar, or I accompanied Sultan and his sons to the shop, round town, or on journeys. In the evenings I shared a meal with the family and drank green tea until bedtime. The family was generous and open, and we shared many good times. But I have rarely been as angry as I was with the Khan family, and I have rarely quarrelled so much as I did there. Nor have I had the urge to hit anyone as much as I did there. The same thing was continually provoking me, the manner in which men treated women. The belief in man's superiority was so ingrained that it was seldom questioned. As a Westerner, I could mingle with both men and women. Had I been a man, I would never have been able to live so close to the women of the household. At the same time, there was no obstacle to my being a woman in a man's world. When the feasts were split, men and women in separate rooms, I was the only one able to circulate freely between the groups. I was spared having to adhere to the Afghan woman's strict dress code. Nevertheless, I often dressed in the burqa, simply to be left alone. A Western woman in the streets of Kabul attracts a lot of unwanted attention. Beneath the burqa, I could gaze around to my heart's content without being stared at in return. Anonymity became a release, the only place to which I could turn. In Kabul, quiet places were in short supply. I also wore the burqa to discover for myself what it is like to be an Afghan woman, what it feels like to squash into the chock-a-block back rows reserved for women when the rest of the bus is half empty, what it feels like to squeeze into the boot of a taxi because a man is occupying the back seat, what it feels like to be stared at as a tall and attractive burqa and receive your first burqa compliment from a man in the street. How in time I started to hate it, how it pinches the head and causes headaches, how difficult it is to see anything through the grill, how enclosed it is, how little air gets in, how quickly you start to perspire, how all the time you have to be aware of where you're walking because you cannot see your feet, what a lot of dirt it picks up, how dirty it is, how much in the way, how liberated you feel when you get home and can take it off. It is important to emphasize that this is the story of one Afghan family. There are many millions of others. My family is not even typical. Some of them were educated. Several of them could read and write. They had enough money and never went hungry. If I were to live in a typical Afghan family, it would have been with a family in the countryside, a large family where no one could read or write, and every day was a battle for survival. I did not choose my family because I wanted it to represent all other families, but because it inspired me. I dwelt in Kabul during the spring following the Taliban's flight. That spring, fragile expectations flickered. The Taliban's fall was welcomed. No longer was anyone frightened of being pestered on the streets by the religious police. Women could once again go to town unaccompanied. They could study, girls could go to school. But the period was also characterized by the previous decade's disappointments. Why should anything change now? Conditions in Kabul were reasonably peaceful, in spite of the murder of 2 ministers and the attempted murder of another. The population continued to be harassed. Many put their trust in the foreign soldiers who patrolled the streets. Without them, civil war will start up again, they said. I have written down what I saw and heard, and have tried to gather my impressions of a Kabul spring, of those who tried to throw winter off, grow and blossom, and others who felt condemned to go on eating dust, as Leila would have put it. Åsne, Seierstad, Oslo, 1st of August, 2002.
When Sultan Khan thought the time had come to find himself a new wife, no one wanted to help him. First, he approached his mother. "You will have to make do with the one you have," she said. Then he went to his oldest sister. "I'm fond of your first wife," she said. His other sisters replied in the same vein. "It's shaming for Sharifa," said his aunt. Sultan needed help. A suitor cannot himself ask for a girl's hand. It is an Afghan custom that one of the women of the family conveys the proposal and gives the girl the once-over to assure herself that she is capable, well brought up, and suitable wife material. But none of Sultan's close female relations wanted to have anything to do with this offer of marriage. Sultan had picked out 3 young girls he thought might fit the bill. They were all healthy and good-looking, and of his own tribe. In Sultan's family, it was rare to marry outside the clan. It was considered prudent and safe to marry relatives, preferably cousins. Sultan's first candidate was 16-year-old Sunya. Her eyes were dark and almond-shaped, and her hair shining black. She was shapely, voluptuous, and it was said of her that she was a good worker. Her family was poor, and they were reasonably closely related. Her mother's grandmother and Sultan's mother's grandmother were sisters. While Sultan ruminated over how to ask for the hand of the chosen one without the help of family women, his first wife was blissfully ignorant that a mere chit of a girl, born the same year she and Sultan were married, was Sultan's constant preoccupation. Sharifa was getting old. Like Sultan, she was a few years over 50. She had borne him 3 sons and a daughter. The time had come for a man of Sultan's standing to find a new wife. "Do it yourself," his brother said finally. After some thought, Sultan realized that this was his only solution, and early one morning he made his way to the house of the 16-year-old. Her parents greeted him with open arms. Sultan was considered a generous man, and a visit from him was always welcome. Sunya's mother made tea. They reclined on flat cushions in the mud cottage and exchanged pleasantries until Sultan thought the time had come to make his proposal. "A friend of mine would like to marry Sunya," he told the parents. It was not the first time someone had asked for their daughter's hand. She was beautiful and diligent, but they thought she was still a bit young. Sunya's father was no longer able to work. During a brawl, a knife had severed some of the nerves in his back. His beautiful daughter could be used as a bargaining chip in the marriage stakes, and he and his wife were always expecting the next bid to be even higher. "He is rich," said Sultan. "He's in the same business as I am. He is well educated and has 3 sons, but his wife is starting to grow old." "What's the state of his teeth?" the parents asked immediately, alluding to the friend's age. "About like mine," said Sultan. "You be the judge." Old, the parents thought, but that was not necessarily a disadvantage. The older the man, the higher the price for their daughter. A bride's price is calculated according to age, beauty, and skill, and according to the status of the family. When Sultan Khan had delivered his message, the parents said, as could be expected, "She is too young." Anything else would be to sell short to this rich, unknown suitor whom Sultan recommended so warmly. It would not do to appear too keen, but they knew Sultan would return. Sunya was young and beautiful. He returned the next day and repeated the proposal. The same conversation, the same answers. But this time he got to meet Sunya, whom he had not seen since she was a young girl. She kissed his hand, in the custom of showing respect for an elder relative, and he blessed the top of her head with a kiss. Sunya was aware of the charged atmosphere and flinched under Uncle Sultan's searching look. "I have found you a rich man. What do you think of that?" he asked. Sunya looked down at the floor. A young girl has no right to have an opinion about a suitor. Sultan returned the 3rd day, and this time he made known the suitor's proposition. A ring, a necklace, earrings and bracelet, all in red gold. As many clothes as she wanted, 300 kilos of rice, 150 kilos of cooking oil, a cow, a few sheep, and 15 million Afghani, approximately £300. Sunya's father was more than satisfied with the price and asked to meet this mysterious man who was prepared to pay so much for his daughter. "Tomorrow," said Sultan, "I will show you a picture of him." The next day, fortified by a sweetener, Sultan's aunt agreed to reveal to Sunya's parents the identity of the suitor. She took a photograph with her, a picture of Sultan Khan himself, and with it the uncompromising message that they had no more than an hour to make up their minds. If the answer was yes, he would be very grateful, and if it was no, there would be no bad blood between them. What he wanted to avoid at all costs was everlasting bargaining about maybe, maybe not. The parents agreed within the hour. They were keen on Sultan Khan, his money and his position. Sunya sat in the attic and waited. When the parents had decided to accept, her father's brother came up to the attic. "Uncle Sultan is your wooer," he said. "Do you consent?" Not a sound escaped Sunya's lips. With tearful eyes and bowed head, she hid behind her long shawl. "Your parents have accepted the suitor," her uncle said. "Now is your only chance to express an opinion." She was petrified, paralyzed by fear. She did not want the man, but she knew she had to obey her parents. As Sultan's wife, her standing in Afghan society would go up considerably. The bride money would solve many of her family's problems. The money would help her parents buy good wives for their sons. Sunya held her tongue, and with that her fate was sealed. To say nothing means to give one's consent. The agreement was drawn up, the date fixed. Sultan went home to inform his family of the news. His wife Sharifa, his mother and sisters were seated around a dish of rice and spinach. Sharifa thought he was joking and laughed. His mother, too, laughed at Sultan's joke. She could not believe that he had entered into a proposal of marriage without her blessing. The sisters were dumbfounded. No one believed him, not until he showed them the kerchief and sweetmeats the parents of the bride give the suitor as proof of the engagement. Sharifa cried for 20 days. "What have I done? What a disgrace! Why are you dissatisfied with me?" Sultan told her to pull herself together. No one in the family backed him up, not even his own sons. Nevertheless, no one dared speak out against him. He always got his own way. Sharifa was inconsolable. What really rankled was the fact that the man had picked an illiterate, someone who had not even completed nursery school. She, Sharifa, was a qualified Persian language teacher. "What has she got that I haven't got?" she sobbed. Sultan rose above his wife's tears. No one wanted to attend the engagement party, but Sharifa had to bite the bullet and dress up for the celebrations. "I want everyone to see that you agree and support me. In the future, we will all be living under the same roof, and you must show that Sunya is welcome." He even demanded that Sharifa should put the rings on his and Sunya's fingers. 20 days after the proposal of marriage, the solemn engagement ritual took place. Sharifa pulled herself together and put on a brave face. Her female relatives did their best to unsettle her. "How awful for you," they said. "How badly he has treated you. You must be suffering." The wedding took place 2 months after the engagement. This time, Sharifa refused to attend. "I can't," she told her husband. The female family members backed her up. No one bought new dresses or applied the normal amount of makeup required at wedding ceremonies. They wore simple coiffures and stiff smiles, in deference to the superannuated wife who would no longer share Sultan Khan's bed. It was now reserved for the young, terrified bride, but they would all be under the same roof until death did them part. On a freezing cold afternoon in November 1999, a bonfire blazed on the roundabout at Seierstad in Kabul. Street children gathered round the flames that cast dancing shadows across their dirty faces. Grown-ups stole a glance at the fire and hastened by. It was safer that way. It was obvious to all that this was a fire in the service of God. Queen Suraya's sleeveless dress curled and twisted and turned to ash, as did her shapely white arms and serious face. King Amanullah, her husband, burnt too. The whole line of kings spluttered on the fire, together with little girls in Afghan dress, Mujahideen soldiers on horseback, and farmers at a Kandahar bazaar. The religious police went conscientiously to work in Sultan Khan's bookshop that November afternoon. Any books portraying living things, be they human or animal, were torn from the shelves and sacrificed to the flames. Amidst the children round the bonfire stood the foot soldiers of the religious police, carrying whips, long sticks, and Kalashnikovs. These men considered anyone who loved pictures or books, sculptures or music, dance, film, or free thought, enemies of society. Today they were interested only in pictures. Heretical texts, even those on the shelves right in front of their eyes, were overlooked. The soldiers were illiterate and could not distinguish orthodox Taliban doctrine from heresy, but they could distinguish pictures from letters and animate creatures from inanimate things. Finally, only ashes remained. The soldiers closed and sealed the shop, and the bookseller was sent to jail for anti-Islamic behavior. Lucky the armed half-wits did not look behind the shelves, Sultan thought on his way to detention. The most prohibited books he had stashed away ingeniously. He only brought them out if someone asked specially for them, and if he thought he could trust the person who asked. Sultan had expected this. He had been selling illegal books, pictures, and writings for many years. The soldiers had often menaced him, seized a few books, and then left. Threats had been issued from the Taliban's highest authority, and he had even been called into the Minister for Culture in the government's attempt to try and convert the enterprising bookseller and recruit him to the Taliban cause. Sultan Khan willingly sold some Taliban publications. He was a free thinker and of the opinion that everyone had the right to be heard. But along with their gloomy doctrines, he also wanted to sell history books, scientific publications, ideological works on Islam, and not least, novels and poetry. The Taliban regarded debate as heresy and doubt as sin. Anything other than Quran swatting was unnecessary, even dangerous. When the Taliban came to power in Kabul in the autumn of 1996, the ministries were emptied of professionals and replaced by mullahs. From the central bank to the university, the mullahs controlled everything. Their goal was to recreate a society like the one the Prophet Muhammad had lived in on the Arab Peninsula in the 7th century. Even when the Taliban negotiated with foreign oil companies, ignorant mullahs sat around the negotiating table, lacking any technical expertise. Sultan was convinced that under the Taliban the country grew increasingly poor, dismal and insular. The authorities resisted all modernization. They had no wish to either understand or adopt ideas of progress or economic development. They shunned scientific debate, whether conducted in the West or in the Muslim world. Their manifesto was, above all, a few pathetic arguments about how people should dress or cover themselves, how men should respect the hour of prayer, and women be separated from the rest of society. They were not conversant with the history of Islam or of Afghanistan, and had no interest in either. Sultan Khan cursed his country for being ruled by either warriors or mullahs. He was a believer, but a moderate Muslim. He prayed to Allah every morning, but usually ignored the following 4 calls to prayer, unless the religious police pulled him into the nearest mosque with other men they had snatched up from the streets. He reluctantly respected the fast during Ramadan and did not eat between sun-up and sundown, at least not when anyone was looking. He was faithful to his 2 wives, brought up his children with a firm hand, and taught them to be good, God-fearing Muslims. He had nothing but contempt for the Taliban, whom he considered illiterate peasant priests. They originated from the poorest and most conservative part of the country, where literacy was low. The Department for the Promotion of Virtue and Extermination of Sin, better known as the Ministry of Morality, was behind his arrest. During the interrogation in the prison, Sultan Khan stroked his beard. He wore it according to Taliban requirements, the length of a clenched fist. He straightened his shalwar kameez. It too conformed to Taliban standards, tunic below the knees, trousers below the ankle. He answered proudly, "You can burn my books. You can embitter my life. You can even kill me. But you cannot wipe out Afghanistan's history." Books were Sultan's life. Ever since he was given his first book at school, books and stories had captivated him. He was born to a poor family and grew up during the 50s in the village of De Hudaydat, outside Kabul. Neither his mother nor his father could read, but they scraped together enough money to send him to school. As the oldest son, any savings was spent on him. His sister, who was born before him, never set foot inside a school and never learnt to read or write. Today she can barely tell the right time. After all, her only future was to be married off. But Sultan, he was destined for greatness. The first hurdle was the road to school. Little Sultan refused to walk it because he had no shoes. His mother sent him packing. "Oh, yes, you can. You just see," she said, and gave him a blow over the head. Soon he had earned enough money to buy shoes. He worked throughout his schooling. In the mornings before class and every afternoon until dark, he fired bricks to make money for the family. Later, he got a job in a shop. He told his parents that the salary was half of what it actually was. He saved the rest and bought books. He started selling books when he was a teenager. He had been accepted as an engineering student, but could not find the appropriate textbooks. During a journey with his uncle to Tehran, he happened upon all the required titles in one of the town's many book markets. He bought several sets, which he sold on to fellow students in Kabul for double the price. And so the bookseller was born. Sultan participated in the construction of only 2 buildings in Kabul before bookmania tore him away from the world of engineering. Once again, it was the book markets in Tehran that seduced him. The boy from the country wandered around among books in the Persian metropolis, surrounded by old and new, antique and modern, and came across books he had never dreamt even existed. He bought crate upon crate of Persian poetry, art books, history books, and, for the sake of his business, textbooks for engineers. Back home in Kabul, he opened his first little bookshop amongst the spice merchants and kebab stalls in the centre of town. This was the 70s, and society teetered between the modern and the traditional. Seierstad, the liberal and rather lazy king, ruled, and his half-hearted attempts at modernizing the country provoked sharp censure from religious quarters. When a number of mullahs protested against women of the royal family exposing themselves in public without the veil, they were thrown into prison. The number of universities and establishments of learning increased, followed closely by student demonstrations. These were brutally put down by the authorities, and many students were killed. A profusion of parties and political groups mushroomed, although free elections were never held, from radical left-wing to religious fundamentalism. The groups fought amongst themselves, and the unstable atmosphere in the country spread. The economy stagnated following 3 years of drought, and during a catastrophic famine in 1973, while Seierstad was consulting a doctor in Italy, his cousin Daoud seized power in a coup and abolished the monarchy. President Daoud's regime was more oppressive than that of his cousin, but Sultan's bookshop flourished. He sold books and periodicals published by the various political groups, from Marxist to fundamentalist. He lived at home in the village with his parents and cycled into the stall in Kabul every morning and back every evening. His only problem was his mother's constant nagging about finding a wife. Sultan was not ready to start a family. He had several irons in the fire and was in no hurry. He wanted freedom to travel and often visited Tehran, Tashkent, and Moscow. In Moscow he had a Russian sweetheart, Ludmila. A few months before the Soviet Union invaded the country in December 1979, he made his first mistake. The unyielding communist Nur Mohammad Taraki ruled the country. The entire presidential family, from Daoud down to the youngest baby, had been killed in a coup. The prisons were overflowing, and tens of thousands of political opponents were arrested, tortured, and executed. The communists wanted to consolidate their control of the whole country and tried to suppress Islamic groups. The holy warriors, the Mujahideen, took up arms against the regime, a conflict that later turned into a merciless guerrilla war against the Soviet Union. The Mujahideen represented a profusion of ideologies and trends. The various groups published periodicals supporting jihad, the fight against the heathen regime, and the Islamification of the country. For its part, the regime tightened its grip on everyone who was suspected of being in league with the Mujahideen, and it was strictly forbidden to print or distribute their ideological publications. Sultan sold periodicals published by Mujahideen and communist alike. Moreover, he suffered from collecting mania and could not resist buying a few copies of each and every book or periodical he came across in order to sell them on for a profit. Sultan was of the opinion that he was obliged to procure whatever anyone wanted. The banned publications he hid under the counter. It did not take long for someone to inform on him. A customer was arrested in possession of books he had bought from Sultan. During a raid, the police uncovered several illegal publications. The first book pyre was lit. Sultan was taken in, beaten up, and condemned to a year in prison. He spent the time in the political prisoners section, where writing materials and books were forbidden. Months on end, Sultan stared at the wall. But he managed to bribe one of the guards with his mother's food parcels, and books were smuggled in every week. Within the damp stone walls, Sultan's interest in Afghan culture and literature grew. He lost himself in Persian poetry and the dramatic past of his country. When he was let out, he was absolutely sure of his ground. He would fight to promote knowledge of Afghan culture and history. He continued to sell illegal publications by the Islamic guerrillas and the pro-China communist opposition, but he was more cautious than before. The authorities kept an eye on him, and 5 years later he was arrested again. Once more he was given the opportunity to meditate on Persian philosophy behind prison walls, but now a new accusation was added to the old one. He was labelled petit bourgeois, middle class, according to communism, one of the worst terms of abuse. The charge was that he made money after the capitalist model. This all happened during the period when Afghanistan's communist regime, in the heat of suffering caused by war, tried to wind up tribal society and introduce joyful communism. Attempts to collectivize farming led to severe hardship amongst the population. Many poor farmers refused to accept land that had been compulsorily purchased from rich landowners, as it was contrary to Islam to sow in stolen soil. The countryside rose in protest, and as a consequence, the communist schemes were seldom successful. In time, the authorities gave up. War sapped everyone's strength. After 10 years, it had claimed 1.5 million Afghan lives. When the petit bourgeois was let out of prison, Sultan was 35 years old. The war against the Soviet Union was, on the whole, being fought in the countryside, and Kabul was left more or less intact. The grind of daily life occupied people, and this time his mother persuaded him to marry. She produced Sharifa, a general's daughter, a beautiful and bright woman. They married and had 3 sons and a daughter, 1 baby every other year. The Soviet Union withdrew from Afghanistan in 1989, and the inhabitants looked forward to peace at last. But because the regime in Kabul continued to be propped up by the Soviets, the Mujahideen did not lay down arms. They took Kabul in May 1992, and civil war broke out. The apartment that the family had bought in a Soviet-built block of flats was situated right on the front line, between the warring factions. Rockets hit the walls, bullets shattered the windows, and tanks rolled over the courtyard. After they had cowered on the floor for a week, the hail of shells quietened down for a few hours, and Sultan took himself and his family off to Pakistan. While he was in Pakistan, his bookstall was robbed, as was the public library. Valuable books went to collectors for a song or were exchanged for tanks, bullets and grenades. Sultan himself bought up some of the books stolen from the National Library when he returned from Pakistan to see his shop. He got some real bargains. For a handful of dollars, he bought works hundreds of years old, amongst them a 500-year-old manuscript from Uzbekistan, for which the Uzbek government later offered him $25,000. He found Zair Shah's personal copy of his own favourite, the epic poet Ferdowsi's great work Shahnameh, and bought several books dirt cheap from the thieves, who were unable even to read the titles. After nearly 5 years of intense fighting between the Mujahideen warlords, half of Kabul had been reduced to a pile of rubble and had lost 50,000 citizens. When Kabul's inhabitants woke on the morning of the 27th of September 1996, the city was totally quiet. The previous evening, Ahmed Shah Massoud and his army had escaped up towards the Panjshir Valley. 2 bodies hung from a pole outside the presidential palace. The larger was soaked with blood from head to foot. It had been castrated, the fingers were crushed, the torso and face battered, and there was a bullet hole through the forehead. The other had merely been shot and hanged, the pocket stuffed full of Afghani, the local currency, as a sign of contempt. The bodies were those of former President Mohammad Najibullah and his brother. Najibullah was a hated man. He had been head of the secret police at the time of the Soviet invasion and was said to have ordered the execution of 80,000 so-called enemies of society. He was the country's president from 1986 to 1992, supported by the Russians. After the Mujahideen coup, Massoud became defense minister, with Sibghatullah Mujahidi as president for the first 3 months, followed by Burhanuddin Rabbani. Najibullah sought refuge with the UN after an attempt to flee from Kabul airport was thwarted, and he remained thereafter in confinement in a UN compound in Kabul. When the Taliban made their way through the eastern districts of Kabul and the Mujahideen government decided to flee, Massoud invited the prominent prisoner to accompany them. Najibullah feared for his life outside the capital and chose to stay behind with the security guards in the UN building. Besides, as a Pashtun, he reasoned that he could negotiate with Taliban Pashtuns. Early the next morning, all the guards had disappeared. White flags, Taliban's holy colour, flew over the mosques. Kabul's inhabitants gathered in disbelief round the pole in Ariana Square. They gazed at the men who hung there and returned quietly home. The war was over. A new war would start, a war that would trample all joy underfoot. The Taliban established law and order, but simultaneously dealt Afghan art and culture the final blow. The regime burnt Sultan's books and turned up at the Kabul Museum carrying axes, towing along with them as a witness their own Minister for Culture. Not much remained in the museum when they arrived. All loose items had been looted during the Civil War, potsherds from the time Alexander the Great conquered the country, swords that could have been used in the battles against Genghis Khan and his Mongol hordes, Persian miniatures and gold coins. Anonymous collectors from all over the world bought most of it. Very few artifacts were saved before the looting started in earnest. A few enormous sculptures of Afghan kings and princes were left standing, and 1,000-year-old Buddha statues and murals. The foot soldiers went to work, exhibiting the same spirit as when they had devastated Sultan's bookshop. The museum guards cried when the Taliban started chopping away at what remained of the art. They hacked at the sculptures till only the plinth remained, in a heap of dust amidst lumps of clay. It took them half a day to annihilate 1,000 years of history. All that remained after the Vandals had done was an ornamental tablet, a quotation from the Quran, which the Minister for Culture had thought best left alone. When the Taliban's art executioners left the bombed-out museum building, it had also been a frontline target during the Civil War, the museum guards were left standing amongst the debris. Laboriously, they gathered up the bits and swept up the dust. They put the bits in boxes and labelled them. Some of the pieces were still identifiable, a hand off one statue, a wavy lock of hair from another. The boxes were put in the basement in the hope that sometime in the future the statues could be restored. 6 months before the Taliban fell, the enormous Buddha statues in Bamiyan were blown up. They were close to 2,000 years old and Afghanistan's greatest cultural heritage. The dynamite was so powerful that there were no bits left to gather up. It was against the backdrop of the Taliban regime that Sultan Khan tried to save parts of Afghanistan's culture. Following the book pyre at the roundabout, he bribed someone to get out of prison, and the same day he broke open the seal on the shop. Standing amongst the remnants of his treasures, he cried. He painted big black lines and squiggles over the living creatures in the books the soldiers had overlooked. That was preferable to them being burnt. Then he thought of a better idea. He pasted his business cards over the pictures. Thus, he covered the pictures, but could just as easily uncover them. It might, one day, be possible. But the regime turned relentlessly more ruthless. As the years passed, it adhered more and more rigorously to the puritanical and its goal of living ever more closely by the rules from the era of Muhammad. Once again, the Minister for Culture called Sultan in. "Someone is out to get you," he said, "and I cannot protect you." That was when, in the summer of 2001, he decided to leave the country. He applied for a visa for himself, his 2 wives, sons and daughter to settle in Canada. His wives and children lived at that time in Pakistan and loathed the refugee existence. But Sultan knew he could not give up his books. He now owned 3 bookshops in Kabul, One was run by his younger brother, another by his 16-year-old son Mansour, and the third he ran himself. Only a fraction of his books were displayed on the shelves. The majority, about 10,000, were hidden away in attics all over Kabul. He could not allow this collection, which he had built up over a period of 30 years, to be lost. He could not allow the Taliban or other aggressors to destroy even more of the Afghan soul. Anyhow, he had a secret plan, a dream for his collection. When the Taliban had gone and a reliable government returned to Afghanistan, he promised himself that he would donate the complete book collection to the looted public library in town, where once hundreds of thousands of books had adorned the shelves. Owing to the death threat, Sultan Khan and his family were granted a visa to Canada. But he never went. While his wives packed and prepared for the journey, he invented all sorts of excuses to delay. He was expecting some books, the bookshop was threatened, or a relative had died. Something always got in the way. Then came September the 11th. When the bombs started to rain down over Afghanistan, Sultan left for Pakistan. He commanded Yunus, one of his younger unmarried brothers, to stay behind in Kabul and look after the shops. When the Taliban fell, 2 months after the terrorist attack on the USA, Sultan was one of the first to arrive back in Kabul. At last he could stock up his shelves with all the books he wanted. The history books with black lines and squiggles he could now sell to foreigners as curiosities, and he could remove the business cards that had been glued over pictures of living creatures. He thought of a quotation by his favourite poet, Ferdowsi. "To succeed, you must sometimes be a wolf and sometimes a lamb." The time has come to be a wolf, thought Sultan. Sharifa, the pensioned-off wife, is waiting in Peshawar. She has no peace. She knows that Sultan will turn up one of these days, but he can never be bothered to tell her exactly when he is leaving Kabul, so Sharifa expects him home every hour for days on end. Every meal is prepared in case her husband shows up: a plump chicken, the spinach he loves, the green homemade chili sauce. On the bed are clean, freshly ironed clothes. Letters lie orderly in a box. The hours pass. The chicken is wrapped up, the spinach can be reheated, and the chili sauce is put back in the cupboard. Sharifa sweeps the floors, washes curtains, busies herself with the perpetual dusting, sits down, sighs, sheds a few tears. It's not that she misses him, but she misses the life she once had as the wife of an enterprising bookseller, respected and esteemed, the mother of his sons and daughters, the anointed. Sometimes she hates him for having ruined her life, taken away her children, shamed her in the eyes of the world. 18 years have passed since Sultan and Sharifa got married, and 2 years since he got himself wife number 2. Sharifa lives like a divorced woman, but without the freedom granted divorced women. Sultan is still her master. He has decided that she must live in Pakistan in order to look after the house where he keeps his most precious books. Here is the computer, a telephone. From this address he can send off book parcels to clients, receive emails, everything which is impossible in Kabul, where post, telephone and computers won't function. She lives in Pakistan because it suits Sultan. Divorce is not an alternative. If a woman demands divorce, she loses virtually all her rights and privileges. The husband is awarded the children and can even refuse the wife access to them. She is a disgrace to her family, often ostracized, and all property falls to the husband. Sharifa would have to move to the home of one of her brothers. During the civil war early in the 90s, and for some years under the Taliban, the whole family lived in Peshawar, in the district called Hyderabad, where 9 out of 10 inhabitants are Afghans. But one by one they moved back to Kabul, the brothers, sisters, Sultan, Sunya, the sons. First 16-year-old Mansour, then 12-year-old Aimal, and lastly Ekbal, who was 14. Only Sharifa and her youngest daughter Shabnam stay behind. They keep hoping that Sultan will take them back to Kabul, to family and friends, and he keeps promising. But the tumble-down house in Peshawar, which was meant as a temporary shelter against the bullets of Kabul, has now become Sharifa's prison. She cannot move without permission from her husband. The first year following Sultan's second marriage, Sharifa lived together with him and the new wife. In Sharifa's eyes, Sunya was not only stupid, but lazy too. Maybe she wasn't lazy, but Sultan never let her lift a finger. Sharifa cooked, served, washed and made the beds. At first, Sultan would lock himself and Sunya into the bedroom for days on end, only occasionally demanding tea or water. Sharifa heard whispering and laughter mingling with sounds that cut her to the heart. She swallowed her pride and appeared the model wife. No one ever heard her complain, quarrel with Sunya, or show her up. When the honeymoon was over and Sultan left the bedroom to attend to his business, the two women were thrown into each other's company. Sunya powdered her face and tried on new dresses. Sharifa tried to chirp like a fussing mother hen. She took on the heaviest chores and little by little taught Sunya how to make Sultan's favourite dish, showed her how he liked his clothes organised, the temperature of the water he washed in, and other details that a wife should know about her husband. But oh, the shame! Although it is not unusual for a man to take a second wife, and sometimes even a third, nevertheless, it is humiliating. The slighted wife will always be labelled inadequate. Anyway, that is how Sharifa felt, because Sultan so obviously preferred his younger wife. It was necessary for Sharifa to justify this new wife of Sultan's. She had to make up an excuse, an imaginary ailment, to show it was not her, Sharifa, who was at fault, but external circumstances that had ousted her. To anyone who was willing to listen, she divulged that a polyp had developed in her womb. It had been removed, and the doctor had warned her that if she wanted to survive, she could no longer lie with her husband. It was she, Sharifa, who had asked her husband to find a new wife, and it was she who had chosen Sunya. After all, he was a man, she said. When Sharifa really wanted to lay it on thick, she would recount, with sparkling eyes, how she loved Sunya like a sister, and Latifa, her child, like her own daughter. In contrast to Sultan, men with more than one wife usually keep a balance in the relationships, spending one night with one wife, the next with the other, for decades. The wives give birth to children who grow up as siblings. The mothers keep an eagle eye on the children's treatment. No one is favoured in front of the other. They also make sure that they themselves receive the same amount of clothes and gifts as the other wife. Many of these co-wives hate each other intensely and never speak. Others accept that it is the husband's right to have several wives and become good friends. After all, the rival's marriage will have been arranged by the parents and often against her own will. Few young girls' pipe dream is to be the second wife of an old man. In some cases, none of the wives really want him in their bed every night and are delighted to be let off the hook. Sharifa's beautiful brown eyes, the ones Sultan once said were the most lovely in Kabul, stare into space. They have lost their radiance and are encircled by heavy lids and soft lines. She discreetly covers her light, blotchy skin with makeup. Her white skin has always compensated for her short legs. Height and fair skin are the most important Afghan status symbols. It has always been a fight to keep up her youthful appearance. Grey hair is kept at bay by home colouring. There is little to do since her husband took her sons back to Kabul. She turns on TV and watches an American thriller, a fantasy film. Good-looking heroes fight dragons, monsters and skeletons and conquer evil creatures. Sharifa watches intently, in spite of not understanding the language, English. When the film is over, she phones her sister-in-law. Then she walks over to the window. From the second floor she can see everything that goes on in the backyards below. Head-high brick walls surround the yards. Like Sharifa's, they are all full of clothes hanging out to dry. But in Hyderabad, it is not necessary to see in order to know. In your own living room, with closed eyes, you know that the neighbour is playing loud, piercing Pakistani pop music, that children are yelling or playing, that a mother is bawling, that a woman is banging her carpets and another washing up in the sun, that a neighbour is burning food and yet another cutting up garlic. What the sounds and smells do not divulge, gossip supplies. It spreads like wildfire in the neighbourhood where everyone is watching one another's morals. Sharifa shares the old tumble-down brick house and the minute concrete backyard with 3 families. When it looks as if Sultan will not turn up, she pops down to the neighbours. The women of the house and a few assorted women from the surrounding backyards are gathered. Every Thursday afternoon they congregate for Nazar, a religious feast, to gossip and pray. They tie their shawls tightly round their heads, place individual prayer mats facing the direction of Mecca, and bow, pray, rise up, pray, bow again, 4 times in all. The invocation is done in silence, only the lips move. As the prayer mats become free, others take over. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, praise be to Allah, Lord of the worlds, the Beneficent, the Merciful, Owner of the Day of Judgment, Thee alone we worship. Thee alone we ask for help. Show us the straight path, the path of those whom Thou hast favoured, not the path of those who earn Thine anger, nor of those who go astray. Barely has it finished, then the whispered prayer is succeeded by loud, chattering voices. The women seat themselves on cushions along the wall. The oilcloth on the floor is laid with cups and saucers. Freshly brewed cardamom tea and a dry sweetmeat made of biscuit crumbs and sugar is put out. Everyone puts their hands to their face and prays again, joining in the whispering chorus round the food. La ilaha illallahu Muhammadur Rasulullah. There is no other God but God, and Muhammad is his prophet. When the prayer is over, they pass their hands over their face, from nose up to forehead, out and down the cheeks to the chin, until the hands stop at the lips, as though they were eating the prayer. From mother to daughter, they have all been taught that if they pray in this manner at Nazar, their prayers will be heard, if they deserve it. These prayers go straight to Allah, who will decide whether to answer them or not. Sharifa prays that Sultan will fetch her and Shabnam back to Kabul. Then she will be surrounded by all her children. When everyone has asked Allah to answer their prayer, the actual Thursday ritual can begin. Eat sweetmeats, drink cardamom tea, and exchange the latest news. Sharifa's ménage à trois is no longer the hot topic in Street 103 in Hyderabad. 16-year-old Salika is the current star of gossip. The object herself is shut up in the back room following an unpardonable crime a few days earlier. She lies on her mattress, bruised and battered, with a bleeding face and a back full of red swollen streaks. Those who do not know the story's details listen rapturously. Selika's crime began 6 months earlier. One afternoon, Sharifa's daughter Shabnam passed Selika a slip of paper. "I promised not to say who it is from, but it's from a boy," she said, tiptoeing with excitement and delight at the thought of the important mission. "He doesn't dare show himself, but I know who it is." Shabnam kept appearing with notes from the boy, scraps of paper full of hearts pierced with arrows, and the words "I love you" written in clumsy letters, notes telling her how beautiful she is. One day he wrote that he would be standing by the lamppost a few houses past hers, and that he would be wearing a red sweater. Selika quivered with excitement when she left home. She had dressed up in a pale blue velvet costume and was using the jewels she loved, gold-coloured bracelets and heavy chains. She was with a friend and barely dared walk past the tall, slender boy in the red sweater. His face was turned away, and he never moved. Now she took the letter-writing initiative. "Tomorrow you must turn round," she wrote, and pushed the note to Shabnam. But again he did not move. Then, on the 3rd day, he turned towards her. Selika felt her heart hit her stomach, but she kept on walking. The suspense had been replaced by obsessive love. He wasn't especially good-looking, but it was him, the letter-writer. For many months they exchanged notes and stolen glances. New crimes were added to this first one, that she had even accepted notes from a boy and, God forbid, had answered. Now she had fallen in love with someone not chosen by her parents. She knew they would dislike him. He was uneducated, had no money, and was from an inferior family. In Hyderabad, it is the parents' wishes that count. Selika's sister married after a 5-year fight with her father. She had fallen in love with someone other than the one her parents had chosen, and she refused to give him up. The battle ended when the two lovers each emptied a bottle full of pills and were sent in great haste to hospital to be pumped. Only then did the parents consent. One day circumstances brought Selika and Nadim together. Her mother was spending the weekend with relatives in Islamabad, and the uncle was away all day. Only his wife was at home. Selika told her she was visiting friends. "Have you got permission?" her uncle's wife asked. Her uncle was head of the family, as long as Selika's father was living in a refugee reception centre in Belgium. He was waiting for a residence permit to enable him to get employment and send money home, or, better still, send for his whole family. "Mummy said I could go as soon as I had finished my chores," Selika lied. She didn't go to her girlfriend. She went to meet Nadim, face to face. "We can't talk here," she says quickly when they seemingly meet by chance on the street corner. He hails a taxi and pushes her in. Selika has never sat in a taxi with a strange boy, and her heart is in her throat. They stop by a park in Peshawar where men and women can walk together. They sit on a bench in the park and talk for a short half-hour. Nadim is making grand plans for the future. He wants to buy a shop or sell carpets. Selika is first and foremost terrified someone is going to spot them. Less than half an hour after leaving home, she is back, but all hell has already broken loose. Shabnam saw her and Nadim in the taxi and went and told Sharifa, who informed the uncle's wife. The aunt hits Selika hard on the mouth when she returns, locks her into a room and phones the mother in Islamabad. When the uncle comes home, the whole family enters the room and demands to know what she has done. The uncle shakes with anger when he hears about the taxi, the park, and the bench. He grabs a piece of broken wire and beats her repeatedly over the back while her aunt holds on to her. He hits her face until she bleeds from mouth and nose. "What have you done? What have you done? You're a whore!" the uncle screams. "You are a disgrace to the family, a stain on our honor, a rotten branch." His voice reverberates throughout the house, in through the neighbors' open windows. Before long, everyone knew of Selika's crime. The crime that caused her to lie locked in her room, praying to Allah that Nadim will propose to her, that her parents will allow her to marry, that Nadim will get work in a carpet shop, and that they can move away. "If she can sit alone in a taxi with a boy, I'm sure she's capable of other things," says Nazreen, a friend of the aunt, and looks haughtily over at Selika's mother. Nazreen shovels sweetmeats into her mouth with a big spoon and waits for answers to her pronouncement. "She was only in the park. There is no need to beat her within an inch of her life," says Shireen, who is a doctor. "If we hadn't stopped him, we would have had to take her to the hospital," says Sharifa. "She was out in the courtyard all night praying," she continues. In her sleepless state she had caught sight of the wretched girl. "She was there until the call for prayer early this morning," she added. The women sigh. One mutters a prayer. They all agree that Selika made a big mistake by meeting Nadim in the park, but they cannot agree whether she was merely disobedient or had committed a serious crime. "What a disgrace! What a disgrace!" Selika's mother wails. "How could a daughter of mine do something like that?" The women discuss the way forward. If he proposes to her, the disgrace can be forgotten. But Selika's mother is not keen on the idea of Nadim as son-in-law. His family is poor. He is uneducated, and for the most part he just roams the streets. The only job he ever had, but subsequently lost, was in a carpet factory. If Selika married him, she would have to move in with his family. They could never afford their own house. "His mother is not a good housewife," one of the women claims. "Their house is shabby and dirty. She's lazy and doesn't stay at home." One of the older women recalls Nadim's grandmother. "When they lived in Kabul, they entertained anybody," she says, and adds slyly, "Men even came to her apartment when she was alone, and they weren't relatives." "With all due respect," one of the women says, turning towards Selika's mother, "I must admit I always thought Selika was a bit of a show-off, always made up, dressed up to the nines. You should have realized that she had dirty thoughts." For a while, no one says anything, as though they all agree, without actually saying so, in sympathy for Selika's mother. One woman wipes her mouth. It is time to think of supper. The others get up, one by one. Sharifa mounts the stairs to her 3 rooms. She passes the back room where Selika is shut up. She will stay there until the family have decided what to do with her. Sharifa sighs. She thinks of the punishment that befell her neighbor, Jamila. Jamila came from a superior family. She was rich, immaculate, and beautiful as a flower. A relative had put aside money earned abroad and thus could afford the 18-year-old beauty. The wedding was exceptional, 500 guests, the food sumptuous, the bride radiantly beautiful. Jamila did not meet the man she was to marry prior to the wedding. The parents had arranged everything. The groom, a tall, thin man of 40-something, travelled from overseas to get married the Afghan way. He and Jamila spent 2 weeks together as newlyweds before he returned to arrange for a visa in order that she could join him. In the meantime, Jamila lived with his 2 brothers and their wives. They got her after 3 months. The police had ratted on her. They had spied a man crawling in through her window. They never got the man, but the husband's 2 brothers found some of his belongings in Jamila's room, proof of the relationship. The family immediately dissolved the marriage and sent her packing home. She was locked up for 2 days while a family council was held. 3 days later, Jamila's brother told their neighbours that his sister had died as a result of an accident with a fan which short-circuited. The funeral was held the next day. Lots of flowers, lots of serious faces. The mother and sisters were inconsolable. All mourned the short life allotted Jamila. "Like the wedding," they said. "A wonderful funeral." The family's honour had been salvaged. Sharifa had a video from the wedding, but Jamila's brother came to borrow it. She never got it back. Nothing would remain to suggest that a wedding had ever taken place. But Sharifa keeps a few photos. The bridal couple look formal and serious as they cut the cake. Jamila's face betrays nothing, and she looks lovely in the innocent white dress and veil, black hair and red mouth. Sharifa sighs. Jamila committed a serious crime, but more from ignorance than a wicked heart. "She did not deserve to die, but Allah rules," she mumbles and breathes a prayer. However, one thing bothers her. The 2 days of family council when Jamila's mother, her own mother, agreed to kill her. She, the mother it was, who in the end dispatched her 3 sons to kill her daughter. The brothers entered the room together. Together they put a pillow over her face. Together they pushed it down, harder, harder, until life was extinguished. Then they returned to the mother. In Afghanistan, a woman's longing for love is taboo. It is forbidden by the tribe's notion of honour and by the mullahs. Young people have no right to meet, to love, or to choose. Love has little to do with romance. On the contrary, love can be interpreted as committing a serious crime, punishable by death. The undisciplined are cruelly killed. Should only one guilty party be executed, it is invariably the woman. Young women are above all objects to be bartered or sold. Marriage is a contract between families or within families. Decisions are made according to the advantages the marriage brings to the tribe. Feelings are rarely taken into consideration. Throughout the centuries, Afghan women have had to put up with injustices committed in their name, but in song and poem, women have testified about their lives. The songs are not meant for publication, but the echo lingers on in the mountains and the desert. They protest with suicide and song, writes the Afghan poet Saeed Bahuddin Majuru in a book of poems by Pashtun women. He collected the poems with the aid of his sister-in-law. Majuru was himself murdered by fundamentalists in Peshawar in 1988. The poems or rhymes live on in popular sayings and are swapped by the well, on the way to the fields, by the baking oven. They talk of forbidden love, and without exception the beloved is someone other than the one the woman is married to. They talk of loathing the often much older husband, but they also express pride and courage. The poems are called lande, which means short. They are of few lines, short and rhythmical, like a scream or a knife stab, writes Majuru. Cruel people, you can see the old man on his way to my bed, and you ask me why I cry and tear my hair. Oh, my God, yet again you have bestowed on me a dark night, and yet again I tremble from head to foot. I have to step into the bed I hate. But the women in the poems are also rebellious. They risk their lives for love in a society where passion is prohibited and punishment merciless. Give me your hand, my loved one, and we will hide in the meadow to love or fall down beneath the knife stabs. I jump in the river, but the current does not carry me away. My husband is fortunate. I am always thrown back onto the bank. Tomorrow morning I will be killed because of you. Do not say that you did not love me. Nearly all the screams deal with disappointments and life unlived. One woman asks God to make her a stone in the next life rather than a woman. None of the poems are about hope. On the contrary, hopelessness reigns. The women have not lived enough, never tasted the fruits of their beauty, their youth, or the pleasures of love. I was beautiful like a rose. Beneath you, I have turned yellow like an orange. I never knew suffering, therefore I grew straight like a fir tree. The poems are also full of sweetness. The woman glorifies her body with brutal sincerity, sensuous love and forbidden fruit, as though she wants to shock, provoke men's virility. Lay thy mouth over mine, but let my tongue be free so it can talk of love. Take me first in your arms, afterwards you can bind yourself to my velvet thighs. My mouth is yours, eat it up, do not be frightened. It is not made of sugar, dissolvable. My mouth, you can have it, but why stir me up? I am already wet. I will turn you into ash, if I only for one moment turn my gaze towards you. It is still cool. The sun's first rays have touched the steep, stony mountain cliffs. The landscape is dust-coloured, brown, turning to grey. The mountainsides are all stone, gravel crunches below the horses' hooves. Thistles growing between the stones scratch the legs of smugglers, refugees and fleeing warriors. A confusion of paths cross and disappear behind rocks and mounds. This is the route used by smugglers of weapons and opium, cigarettes and Coca-Cola between Afghanistan and Pakistan. The paths have been trodden throughout the centuries. These are the paths the Taliban and the Arab al-Qaeda warriors crept along when they realized the battle for Afghanistan was lost and they fled into the tribal areas of Pakistan. These are the paths they will use when they return to defeat American soldiers, the infidel who has occupied holy Muslim soil. Neither Afghan nor Pakistani authorities control the area around the border. Pashtun tribes command their particular districts on each side of the state boundaries. The lawlessness, preposterously, has found its way into Pakistani law. On the Pakistani side, the authorities have the right to operate on tarmacked roads and up to 20 metres beyond on both sides. Outside the 20 metres, tribal law reigns. On this morning, the bookseller, Sultan Khan, makes his way past the Pakistani border guards. Less than 100 metres away are the Pakistani police. As long as humans, horses and laden donkeys keep their distance, there is nothing they can do. But if the authorities cannot control the stream, nevertheless, many of the travellers are stopped and taxed by armed men. Sultan has made his provisions. Sunya has sewn the money into the sleeves of his shirt, and he carries his possessions in a dirty sugar bag. He is wearing his oldest shalwar kameez. As for most Afghans, the border to Pakistan is closed to Sultan. It matters not that he has family, a house and business in the country, nor that his daughter goes to school there. He is not welcome. Following pressure from the international community, Pakistan has closed its borders to prevent terrorists and the Taliban from hiding in the country. A fruitless gesture. After all, terrorists do not turn up at the borders, passport in hand. They use the same paths as Sultan when he travels on business. Many thousands enter Pakistan daily in this way. The horses struggle up the steep slope. Sultan, broad and solid, sits astride the saddleless horse. Even in his oldest clothes he looks well dressed. As always, his beard is newly trimmed, his small fez fits perfectly on his head. He looks like a distinguished gentleman who has taken a trip to the mountains to admire the view. Even when terrified, he grabs the reins tightly. One false step, and they'll be at the bottom of the abyss. But the horse trundles calmly up the well-trodden paths surrounded by Afghans on foot. Women wearing burqas ride side-saddle en route to visit relatives. Amongst them are students returning to the university in Peshawar, having celebrated Eid, a religious festival, with their families. There might be some smugglers in the company, maybe some businessmen. Sultan does not ask. He is concentrating on his contract and the reins, and curses the Pakistani authorities. First, one day by car from Kabul to the border, then an overnight stay in a hideous border station, followed by a whole day in the saddle, on foot and in a pickup. The journey by main road from the border to Peshawar is barely an hour. Sultan finds it degrading being smuggled into Pakistan. Pakistan supported the Taliban regime politically, with money and weapons, and he thinks they are now being two-faced, suddenly sucking up to the Americans and closing the border to Afghans. Pakistan was the only country, besides Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, to officially recognize the Taliban regime. The Pakistani authorities wanted the Pashtun to control Afghanistan. The Pashtun live on both sides of the border and are to a certain extent influenced by Pakistan. Virtually all the Taliban were Pashtun. They are Afghanistan's largest ethnic group and make up approximately 40% of the population. The Tajiks are the largest ethnic group in the north. About 1/4 of Afghans are Tajiks. The Northern Alliance, which after September the 11th was supported by the Americans, was on the whole made up of Tajiks. Pakistanis look upon them with a certain amount of skepticism. Since the Taliban fell and the Tajiks became a force to be reckoned with in the government, many Pakistanis now feel that they are surrounded by enemies: India to the east, Afghanistan to the west. But on the whole, there is little tribal hatred between the various Afghan groups. The conflicts are due rather to power struggles between various warlords who have encouraged their own ethnic groups to war against each other. The Tajiks are fearful that if the Pashtun become too powerful, they would be massacred in the event of another war. The Pashtun fear the Tajiks for the same reason. The same can be said about the Uzbeks and the Hazars in the northwest of the country. War has also been waged between tribal chiefs within the same ethnic group. Sultan couldn't care less what sort of blood flows in anyone's veins. Like many Afghans, he is a mixture. His mother is Pashtun, his father Tajiki. His first wife is a Pashtun, his second a Tajik. Formally, he is a Tajik because ethnicity is inherited from the father's side. He speaks both languages, Pashtu and Dari, a Persian dialect spoken by the Tajiks. Sultan is of the opinion that it is high time for the Afghans to put war behind them and start rebuilding the country. The dream is that they one day might make up for what they have lost in relation to their neighbours. But it doesn't look good. Sultan is disappointed by his compatriots. While he works away at a steady pace, trying to expand his business, he grieves over those who fritter away their earnings and go to Mecca. Immediately before travelling to Pakistan, he had a discussion with his cousin, Wahid, who just about manages to keep his head above water, running a small spare parts shop for cars. Wahid told him that at last he had saved up enough money to fly to Mecca. "Do you think praying will help you?" Sultan asked contemptuously. "The Quran tells us that we must work, solve our own problems, sweat and toil. But us Afghans, we're too lazy. We ask for help instead, either from the West or from Allah." "But the Quran also tells us to worship God," argued Wahid. "The Prophet Muhammad would cry if he heard all the shouts, screams and prayers in his name," continued Sultan. "It won't help this country, however much we bang our heads on the ground. All we know is how to scream, pray and fight. But the prayers are worth nothing if we don't work. We can't just sit and wait for God's mercy." Sultan was shouting now, egged on by his own torrent of words. "We search blindly for a holy man and find a lot of hot air." He knew he had provoked his cousin. For Sultan, work is the most important thing in life. He tries to teach his sons as much and to live up to it himself. For that reason, he has taken his sons out of school to work in the shop, in order that they might help him build his empire of books. "But to travel to Mecca is one of the 5 pillars of Islam," the cousin objected. "To be a good Muslim, you must acknowledge God, fast, pray, give alms and go to Mecca." "We might all go to Mecca," Sultan said at last, "but only when we deserve it. And then we go to give thanks, not to pray." The sun is at its zenith. Sultan wipes the sweat off his forehead. At last the pathway descends. On a cart track in a small valley, several pickups are waiting. These are Khyber Pass taxis, and the owners make a killing transporting unwelcome visitors into the country. This was once part of the Silk Road, the trade route between the great civilizations of antiquity, China and Rome. Silk was carried west, traded for gold, silver and wool. The Khyber Pass has been traversed by the uninvited for more than 2 millennia. Persians, Greeks, Mughals, Mongols, Afghans and the British have tried to conquer India by approaching the country via this route. In the 6th century BC, the Persian king Darius conquered large parts of Afghanistan and marched on through the Khyber Pass to India. 200 years later, the generals of Alexander the Great marched their troops through the pass. At its narrowest point, only one fully loaded camel or 2 horses side by side can pass at any one time. Genghis Khan laid waste parts of the Silk Road, while more peaceful travellers like Marco Polo merely followed the caravan tracks to the east. Ever since the time of King Darius, and right up to the British invasion of the Khyber Pass in the 1800s, the Pashtun tribes from the surrounding mountains invariably fiercely resisted the invading armies. Ever since the British withdrew in 1947, the tribes have once more held sway over the pass and all the land to Peshawar. The mightiest of these is the Afridi tribe, feared for its fierce warriors. Weapons are still the first thing to catch the eye after crossing the border. Along the Pakistani side of the highway, at regular intervals, dug into the mountainside or painted on dirty signs in the barren landscape, is the name Khyber Rifles. Khyber Rifles is a rifle company and also the name of the local militia who were in charge of security in the area. The militia protect a considerable fortune. The village immediately over the border is famous for its bazaar full of contraband. Hashish and weapons go for a song. Amongst the clay huts are large, glitzy palaces paid for with black money. Small stone fortresses and traditional Pashtun houses surrounded by tall walls lie dotted over the mountainside. Now and again walls of concrete loom up in the landscape. They are the so-called dragon's teeth, erected by the British, who feared a German panzer invasion during the Second World War. On several occasions, foreigners have been kidnapped in these remote tribal regions, and the authorities have introduced strict measures. Not even on the main road to Peshawar, patrolled by Pakistani troops, are foreigners allowed to drive without guards. It has started to get dark when Sharifa hears blows on the gate. She runs down the stairs to open the door. There he is, tired and dirty. He hands her the sugar bag, which she carries up the stairs before him. "Was the journey okay?" "Beautiful scenery," answers Sultan. "Wonderful sunset." While he washes, she prepares supper and lays the tablecloth on the floor between the soft cushions. Sultan emerges from the bathroom, clean and wearing freshly ironed clothes. He recounts the latest news from Kabul, Sharifa the news from Hayatobad. They have not seen each other for many months. They talk about the children, about relatives, and plan the next few days. Every time Sultan visits Pakistan, he has to endure courtesy visits to those relatives who have not yet returned to Afghanistan. First priority is those in whose families there has been a death. Next come the closest relatives, as much as he can manage, depending on how many days he has at his disposal. When the duty calls have been planned, all that remains is Sharifa's rendering of the latest news from the bottom floor, Salika's escapades. "What a tart," says Sultan, reclining on a pillow like a Roman emperor. "That's what she is, a tart." Sharifa protests. Salika wasn't even alone with the boy. Her attitude, says Sultan. "If she's not a prostitute now, she could easily become one. Having chosen this useless boy who'll never get a job, how will she ever have enough money for the things she wants, like jewelry and pretty clothes? When a kettle boils without a lid, anything can fall into it. Rubbish, soil, dust, insects, old leaves," he continues. "That's how Salika's family have lived, without a lid. All sorts of muck has fallen on them. The father is absent, and even when he lived there he was never at home. Now he's been living as a refugee in Belgium for 3 years, and still hasn't been able to organize the papers to get them over." Sultan snorts. "He's a loser, he is. Ever since Salika could walk, she's been looking for someone to marry. By chance it was poverty-stricken, useless Nadim. First she tried Mansour, do you remember?" Sultan asks. The bookseller has succumbed to the power of gossip. Salika's crime is turned over and over until not a grain of dust remains. But the married couple have plenty more relatives they can pick holes in, and one story follows another. To all appearances, there is no sex life in Afghanistan. Women hide behind the burqa, and under the burqa they wear large, loose clothes. Under the skirts they wear long trousers, and even within the 4 walls of the house, low-necked garments are a rarity. Men and women who do not belong to the same family must not sit together in the same room. They must not talk to each other or eat together. In the countryside, even the weddings are segregated. The women dance and make merry, and so do the men, in different rooms. But under the surface, all is seething. In spite of running the risk of the death penalty, in Afghanistan, too, people have lovers and mistresses. There are prostitutes in the towns to whom young boys and men can resort while they wait for a bride. Sexuality has its place in Afghan myths and fables. Sultan loves the stories in the masterpiece Masnavi, written by the poet Rumi 800 years ago. He uses sexuality as a warning against blindly following in the footsteps of others. A widow had a donkey which she loved dearly. It carried her where she wanted and always obeyed orders. The donkey was well fed and well looked after. But then the animal sickened and lost all its energy. It lost its appetite too. The widow wondered what was wrong, and one night she went to the barn to see if it was sleeping. In the barn she found her maid lying in the hay with the donkey on top of her. This repeated itself every night, and the widow got nosy and thought to herself she would like to have a go too. She dismissed her maid and lay down in the hay with the donkey on top of her. When the maid returned, she found the widow dead. To her horror, she saw that the widow had not done as she did, thread a pumpkin over the donkey's organ to shorten it before she indulged herself. For her, the maid, the end bit had sufficed. After having chortled away, Sultan rises from the cushions and goes to read his emails. American universities want periodicals from the 70s, researchers ask for old manuscripts, and the printers in Lahore sent an estimate of what the cost will be to print his postcards at the new paper prices. Sultan's best source of income is the postcards. It costs him $1 to print 60 cards, and he sells 3 for $1. Everything is going his way now that the Taliban have gone. The next day he reads his post, visits bookshops, goes to the post office, sends and receives parcels, and starts on the endless courtesy visits. First a condolence visit to a cousin whose husband has died of cancer, then a more enjoyable visit to another cousin who is back from pizza delivering in Germany. Sultan's cousin Saeed was at one time flight engineer for Ariana Air, Afghanistan's once proud airline. Saeed is now thinking of returning to Kabul with the family and applying for his old job. But he needs to save a bit more money. Delivering pizzas in Germany is far more lucrative than working as a flight engineer, and he has not yet found a solution to the problem that awaits him at home. In Peshawar are wife and children. In Germany he is living with wife number 2. If he returns to Kabul, they will all have to live under one roof. He dreads the thought. The days in Peshawar are taxing. One relative has been thrown out of his rented accommodation, another wants help to start up a business, a third asks for a loan. Sultan rarely gives money to relatives. Because he himself has done so well, he is always asked to help when he goes courtesy visiting. On the whole, he declines. He thinks they are mostly lazy and should help themselves. In any case, they need to prove themselves before he dishes out the dough. When the couple are out visiting, Sharifa is the one who keeps the conversation flowing. She tells stories, spreads laughter, and smiles. Sultan prefers to sit and listen. Now and again he chips in with comments about work ethics or about his business. But when Sultan with a single word says it's time to leave, the couple go home. One evening, Sharifa dolls herself up to visit some distant relatives. They are welcomed with open arms. The host puts out dried fruit and nuts, sweets and tea. They start with formalities and the latest news. Of the children listening to their parents prattle, one is missing. 13-year-old Belkiza. She knows to stay away. The visit is about her. Sharifa has been here before on the same mission. This time Sultan has reluctantly agreed to accompany her to add gravity to the situation. They are there on behalf of Yunus, Sultan's younger brother. He fell for Belkiza when he lived as a refugee in Pakistan a few years ago. He has asked Sharifa to propose for him. He has never himself spoken to the girl. The answer has always been the same. She is too young. On the other hand, if they wanted the older daughter, Shireen, who was 20, that would be another matter. But Yunus did not want her. She was not nearly as beautiful as Belkiza, and she was too eager. When he visited, she was always around him. In addition, she had let him hold her hand when the others were not looking, and that, Yunus thought, was a bad sign. She was obviously not a virtuous girl. In spite of being rejected, Sharifa has returned continually to ask for Belkiza. It indicated the seriousness of the proposal. Tradition says the mother of a suitor must wear out the soles of her shoes until they are as thin as garlic skin. As Yunus's mother, Bibigul, was in Kabul, Sharifa, his sister-in-law, had taken on the role of go-between. She enlarged on Yunus's excellence, how he spoke fluent English, how he worked in the bookshop with Sultan, and how their daughter would lack for nothing. But Yunus was nearly 30, too old for Belkiza, the parents thought. Belkiza's mother had her eye on one of the other young boys in the Khan family, Mansour, Sultan's 16-year-old son. "If you offer us Mansour, we will accept on the spot," she said. But now it was Sultan's turn to dig his heels in. It was too early for Mansour to think of marriage. He was going to study, see the world. Belkiza walks into the room for a few moments so Sultan can give her the once-over. She is tall and thin and looks older than 13. She is wearing a dark blue velvet costume and sits down beside her mother, awkward and shy. Belkiza knows exactly what this is all about and feels uncomfortable. "She's crying, she doesn't want to," her two older sisters tell Sultan and Sharifa. Belkiza looks down. But Sharifa laughs. It's a good sign when the bride is unwilling. That indicates a pure heart. Belkiza gets up after a few minutes and disappears. Her mother excuses her and says she has a maths test the next day. But the chosen one is not supposed to be present during the bargaining. First, the opposing sides test the water before they get down to actual sums. How much the parents will get, how much will be spent on the wedding, the dress and the flowers. The groom's family pays all expenses. The fact that Sultan is present gives the discussion gravitas. He has the money. When the visit is over and nothing has been decided, they walk out into the cool March evening. The streets are quiet. "I don't like the family," Sultan says. "They are greedy." But he adds grudgingly that if Belkiza's the one Yunus wants, he'll do his best. "Unfortunately, they'll end up saying yes. Our family is too good to turn down." Having done his duty by the family, Sultan can at last start doing what he came to Pakistan for: print books. Early one morning he starts the next stage of the journey, to Lahore, the town of printing, bookbinding and publishing. He packs a small suitcase with 6 books, a calendar and a change of clothes. As always when he travels, his money is sewn into his shirt sleeves. The bus depot in Peshawar is seething with people, and the bus companies struggle to make themselves heard over the din. "Islamabad! Karachi! Lahore!" By each bus a man stands and screams. There is no timetable. The buses depart when they are full. Before departure, men selling nuts, small cornets full of sunflower seeds, biscuits and crisps, newspapers and magazines board the bus. Beggars reach hands through the open windows. Sultan ignores them. He follows the Prophet Muhammad's advice with regard to arms, which he interprets thus: "First take care of yourself, then your closest family, then other relatives, then neighbours, and last the unknown poor." He sits in the back row of the bus, squashed between other travellers, his suitcase under his feet. In it is his life's undertaking, written on a scrap of paper. The formats of 113 school books. He wants to print Afghanistan's new school books. When the schools open this spring, there will hardly be any textbooks. Books printed by the Mujahideen government and the Taliban are useless. This is how first-year school children learn the alphabet. J is for jihad, our aim in life. I is for Israel, our enemy. K is for Kalashnikov, we will overcome. M is for Mujahideen, our heroes. T is for Taliban. War was the central theme in maths books too. Schoolboys, because the Taliban printed books solely for boys, did not calculate in apples and cakes, but in bullets and Kalashnikovs. Something like this. Little Omar has a Kalashnikov with 3 magazines. There are 20 bullets in each magazine. He uses 2/3 of the bullets and kills 60 infidels. How many infidels does he kill with each bullet? Books from the communist period cannot be used either. Their arithmetic problems deal with land distribution, egalitarian ideals, and happy collective farmers who would guide children towards communism. Sultan wanted to return to the books from the time of Seierstad, the king who ruled for 40 comparatively peaceful years before he was deposed in 1973. He has found old books he can reprint, stories and myths for Persian lessons, maths books where 1 + 1 = 2, and history books cleansed of ideological content other than a bit of innocent nationalism. UNESCO has promised to finance the country's new school books. As one of the largest publishers in Kabul, Sultan has had meetings with them and will give them an offer once he has been to Lahore. The budget is calculated at $2 million. If he wins the contract, he is assured work for many years to come. In addition, Sultan also has books he wants to print on his own account. Following the stream of journalists, aid workers and foreign diplomats into Afghanistan came the demand for English-language books about the country. Sultan does not import books from foreign publishers, he prints them himself. Pakistan is the piracy printer's paradise. No control exists and few respect royalties and copyrights. Sultan pays $1 to print a book he can resell for 30. The bestseller, Taliban, by Ahmed Rashid, Sultan has reprinted in several editions. The favourite amongst the foreign soldiers is My Hidden War, a book written by a Russian reporter about the disastrous occupation of Afghanistan between 1979 and 1989. The bus trundles into Lahore bus depot. The heat is fierce, the place heaving with people. Lahore is Pakistan's cultural and artistic stronghold, a busy, polluted and confusing city. Sultan loves the Lahore book markets. He has pulled off several coups here. Few things warm Sultan's heart more than finding a valuable book in a dusty marketplace and buying it for next to nothing. Sultan is of the opinion that he owns the world's largest book collection on Afghanistan, a collection of about 9,000 volumes. Everything interests him. Old myths and stories, old poetry, novels, biographies, recent political literature as well as dictionaries and encyclopedias. His face lights up when he happens upon a book he hasn't got or doesn't know. But now he has no time to trawl the book markets. He gets up at dawn and puts on clean clothes. He stands before a holy responsibility to print new textbooks for Afghanistan's children. He goes straight to the printers he uses most. There he meets Talha. The young man is a third-generation printer and only mildly interested in Sultan's project. It is, quite simply, too big. Talha invites Sultan to a cup of tea, strokes his mouth and looks worried. "I don't mind taking a few, but 113 titles, that will take us a year." Besides, he has other commissions to take care of. Nevertheless, while the sound of the printing presses reverberates through the thin walls in the little office, Talha makes a quick calculation. He reckons the books can be printed for as little as 3p per copy. The price will depend on paper quality, colour quality and binding. Talha calculates all combinations of quality and size and makes a long list. Sultan's eyes narrow. He does mental calculations in rupees, dollars, days and weeks. When they finish talking about the school books, they negotiate the new books for Sultan's bookshop. These books that Sultan has brought with him are to be reproduced straight from the original. The pages are taken apart and copied. The printers stamp them on large metal plates. Everything is done on old, semi-automatic machinery. One worker feeds the press with paper, another squats at the opposite end and sorts what emerges. Talha and Sultan consider book covers. Sultan has chosen motifs from his postcards. He has some strips of border which he likes, and after 5 minutes they have designed 6 book covers. In a corner some men sit and drink tea, Pakistani publishers and printers who all operate in the same shadowy piracy market as Sultan. They get talking about the latest news from Afghanistan, where Hamid Karzai walks a tightrope between the various warlords, while groups of Al-Qaeda soldiers have launched an attack in the east of the country. American special forces have come to the rescue and are bombing caves by the Pakistani border. One of the men sitting on the rug says what a pity the Taliban were driven out of Afghanistan. "We need a few Taliban here in Pakistan too, to clean up a bit," he says. "That's what you say. You have no experience of the Taliban. Pakistan would collapse if the Taliban came to power. Don't believe anything else," Sultan thunders. "Just imagine. All the advertising posters will come down, and there are at least 1,000 in this street alone. All books containing pictures will be burnt, and the same will happen to the whole of Pakistan's film archive, music archive. All instruments will be destroyed. You'll never again hear music, never dance again. All the internet cafes will be closed. TV is prohibited and confiscated, and all you'll get on the wireless will be religious programs. Girls are taken out of school, all women are sent home from work. What will happen to Pakistan? The country will lose hundreds of thousands of workplaces and sink into deep depression. And what will happen to all the superfluous people who lose their jobs when Pakistan is no longer a modern country?" Sultan was working himself into a frenzy. The man shrugged his shoulders. "Well, maybe not all the Taliban, just a few of them." Talha supported the Taliban by duplicating their pamphlets. For a few years he even printed their Islamic textbooks. Eventually, he helped them set up their own printing works in Kabul. He got hold of a second-hand press from Italy, which he let them have cheaply. In addition, he provided paper and other technical equipment. Like most Pakistanis, he found it reassuring to have a Pashtun regime next door. "You are unscrupulous," Sultan teases him good-naturedly, now that he has vented his spleen on his loathing of the Taliban. Talha squirms, but sticks to his guns. "Taliban is not in conflict with our culture. They respect the Quran, the Prophet, and our traditions. I would never have printed anything that went against Islam." "Like what?" Sultan laughs. After having thought about it, Talha says, like the Satanic verses, for instance, or anything else by Salman Rushdie. May Allah lead us to his hideout. He should have been killed, but he always gets away. Anyone who prints his books or helps him should also be put down, says Talha. I wouldn't print his stuff if I was offered all the tea in China. He has trampled on Islam. He has hurt and humiliated us, stabbed us. They'll get him one day, one of the men continues, although neither man has read the book. Sultan agrees. He is trying to destroy our soul, and he must be stopped before he corrupts others too. Not even the communists went as far as that. They behaved with a certain amount of respect and did not try to rubbish our religion. Then you have this smut from someone calling themselves a Muslim. They sit silently, as though unable to shrug off the darkness the traitor Rushdie has cast over them. They'll get him, you'll see, inshallah, God willing, says Talha. In the following days, Sultan stamps around Lahore to all sorts of printers in backyards, cellars and alleyways. To manage the sheer numbers, he must spread his order over a dozen or so print shops. He gets quotations, jots down estimates. After 2 weeks, he has placed orders for all the textbooks and promises to report back to the print shops. At last, he can return to Kabul. This time he doesn't have to struggle across the border on horseback. Afghans are not allowed into Pakistan, but there is no passport control on the return journey, and the bookseller can leave the country openly. Sultan jolts along in an old bus round the tortuous bends from Jalalabad to Kabul. On one side of the road, massive boulders threaten to roll off the mountain. Once he sees 2 overturned buses and a trailer which have driven off the road. Several dead people are being carried away. He prays for their souls and for himself. Not only avalanches threaten this road, it is known as the most lawless in Afghanistan. Here, foreign journalists, aid workers and local Afghans paid with their lives when, by accident, they stumbled upon outlaws. Soon after the Taliban fell, 4 journalists were murdered. Their driver survived because he recited the Islamic creed. Just after that, a busload of Afghans was stopped. All those with shaven beards had their ears and noses cut off, a demonstration by the bandits of how they wished their country to be ruled. Sultan prays by the spot where the journalists were killed. To be on the safe side, he has kept his beard and wears traditional clothes. He is nearing Kabul. Sunya is no doubt angry, he thinks to himself, and smiles. He had promised to return within a week. He had tried to explain that he could not possibly do Peshawar and Lahore in 1 week, but she did not want to understand. "Then I won't drink my milk," she'd said. Sultan laughs. He is looking forward to seeing her. Sunya does not like milk, but because she is still breastfeeding Latifa, Sultan has forced her to drink a glass every morning. This glass of milk has become her bargaining chip. She misses Sultan terribly when he is away. The other members of the family do not treat her so well when he is not there. Then she is no longer mistress of the house. Suddenly others are in charge, and they do what they like when Sultan is absent. "Peasant girl," they call her, "stupid as an ass." But they dare not tease her too much, because she will complain to Sultan, and no one wants him for an enemy. Sultan misses Sunya too, in a way he never missed Sharifa. Sometimes he feels she is too young for him, that she is like a child, that he must look after her, trick her into drinking milk, surprise her with little presents. He ponders on the difference between the 2 wives. When he is with Sharifa, she looks after everything, remembers appointments, organises, arranges. Sharifa puts Sultan first, his needs and wants. Sunya does what she is told, but never takes the initiative. There is only one thing he cannot reconcile himself to, the different hours they keep. Sultan always gets up at 5 to pray Fajr, the only hour of prayer he observes, whereas Sharifa always got up with him, made tea, put out his clean clothes. Sunya is like a child, impossible to wake. Sometimes Sultan thinks he is too old for her, but then he reminds himself that she could never find anyone better than him. Had she married someone her own age, she would never have had the standard of living she now enjoys. We've got 10 to 20 happy years ahead, Sultan thinks, and his face assumes a contented expression. He feels lucky and happy. Sultan laughs. He is nearing Mikrorayon and the delicious child woman. The feast is over. Mutton bones and chicken legs lie scattered on the floor. Lumps of rice have been rubbed into the tablecloth, stained dark red from chili sauce mixed with puddles of thin white yogurt. Bits of bread and orange peel litter the room. On the cushions against the walls sit 3 men and a woman. In the corner by the door 2 women squat together. They have had no part in the meal, but stare straight ahead beneath their shawls and make eye contact with no one. The 4 round the wall enjoy their tea. The important points have been settled. Wakil will get Shakila and Rasul will get Bulbula. Only the price and the wedding date remain to be fixed. Over tea and glazed almonds, the price for Shakila is set at $100. Bulbula is free of charge. Wakil has a banknote ready. Sultan accepts the money for his sister with an arrogant, uninterested expression. Not much of a price he got for her. On the other hand, Rasul draws a sigh of relief. It would have taken him at least a year longer to scrape together enough money to buy a bride. Sultan is disgruntled on behalf of his sisters and thinks their grumpiness cost them many dashing suitors. 15 years ago they could have had young, rich men. They were too fussy. However, it was not Sultan who sealed their fate, but his mother, Bibigul, enthroned on the seat of honor. She sits cross-legged, satisfied, rocking from side to side. The kerosene lamp throws a peaceful glow over her wrinkled face. She smiles blissfully. She herself was married off at 11 to a man 20 years older. After a long marriage, 3 wars, 5 coups d'etat, and 13 children, the widow has finally given away her 3rd and 2nd last daughters. 1 remains. She has held on to them for a long time. They are both over 30 and consequently not very attractive with regard to the marriage market. But then their husbands are well worn too. Shakila's fiancé is a 50-something widower with 10 children. Bulbula's intended husband is also a widower, but he is childless. Bibigul has had her own reasons for holding on to her daughters for so long, although many think she has done them an injustice. She describes Bulbula as not very clever and pretty useless, even when the girl is present. One of Bulbula's hands is not very strong, and she also walks with a limp. She would never manage a big family, her mother says. Bulbula fell ill when she was 6, and when she recovered, she had difficulty moving around. Her brother says it was polio, the doctors do not know, and Bibigul thinks she suffers from sorrow. That Bulbula became ill, pining for her father in prison. He was accused of stealing money from the warehouse where he worked. Bibigul proclaims his innocence, and he was released after a few months, but Bulbula never recovered. She took on her father's punishment, says her mother. Bulbula never went to school. The illness went to her head, so she was unable to think clearly, her parents maintained. The 30-year-old woman has a kind of lassitude hanging over her, as though she drags herself through life. She has large, empty eyes, and on the whole sits with her mouth half open, as if about to fall asleep. Bibigul was content to have Bulbula slopping around the apartment and sleeping on the mat beside her for the rest of her life. But then, one day, Bibigul wanted to visit her sister in the village. She pulled on her burqa, dragged Bulbula with her, and hailed a taxi. Normally she would go on foot, but she had grown large the last couple of years. Her knees were starting to give out, and she did not have the energy to walk. Having experienced starvation in her youth and poverty and toil as a young wife, Bibigul developed an obsession with food. She was unable to stop eating until all the dishes were empty. The taxi driver who halted by the fat burqa and her daughter was their distant relative Rasul. His wife had died during confinement a few years earlier. "Have you found a new wife?" Bibigul asked him in the taxi. "No," he said. "Sad. Inshallah, God willing, you will soon find a new one," said Bibigul, before relating the latest news from her own family. Rasul took the hint. A few weeks later, his sister came to ask for Bulbula's hand. "Surely she can manage him as a husband," thought Bibigul. She agreed without hesitation, which is most unusual. To give away a daughter immediately means she is worthless, that one is pleased to get rid of her. Holding back and hesitating increases the girl's value. The boy's family must plead, persuade, and bring gifts. Staring into space, Bulbula sighs. It will take years before Rasul scrapes together enough money to pay for the wedding. But her sister Shakila listens attentively. The two are like chalk and cheese. Shakila is quick and loud and the family's centre of attention. Her appetite for life is well developed, and she is nice and plump, as behoves an Afghan woman. Shakila has had several suitors over the last 15 years, from the time she was a slender teenager to the present voluptuous woman sitting in the corner. When the suitors' mothers approached Bibigul to bid for her, she never asked, as is usual, whether he was rich or not. "Would you allow her to continue her studies?" was the first question. The answer was always no, and so marriage never came up for discussion. Many of the suitors were themselves illiterate. Shakila completed her studies and became a maths and biology teacher. When yet more mothers came to bid for the dashing Shakila on behalf of their sons, Bibigul asked, "Would you allow her to continue to work?" No, they would not, and so Shakila remained a spinster. Shakila got her first teaching job while the war against the Soviet Union raged. Every morning she tottered on high heels in knee-length skirts, as dictated by 80s fashion, to the village of De Hudaydat, outside Kabul. Neither bullets nor grenades came near. The only thing that exploded was Shakila. She fell in love. Unfortunately, Mahmoud was already married and the father of 3 little children. It was love at first sight when the two colleagues met, and they laid plans for a future together. Mahmoud would take Shakila as his second wife. But Mahmoud could not simply go to Shakila's parents and ask for her hand. He was dependent on his mother or sisters, and Mahmoud had not the courage to ask the women in his family to go to Shakila's house. "They'll never do it," he said. "And my parents will never say yes," sighed Shakila. After 4 years, Mahmoud was promoted and changed school, and now the only contact between them was by phone. Shakila was deeply unhappy and longed for her beloved. But then civil war broke out, the school was closed, and Shakila fled to Pakistan. After 4 years, the Taliban arrived, and although peace returned to Kabul, her old school never reopened. Girls' schools stayed closed, and, like all women in Kabul, Shakila lost the chance overnight of finding another job. 2/3 of Kabul's teachers disappeared with her. Several boys' schools were obliged to close too, as many of the teachers had been women. Not enough qualified male teachers could be found. The years passed. Her secret liaison with Mahmud had already been severed when the telephone lines were cut during the Civil War. Shakila sat at home with the women of the house. She could not work, she could not go out alone, she had to cover herself up. Life had lost all colour. When she reached 30, the suitors stopped coming. One day, having been grounded by the Taliban for nearly 5 years, the sister of her distant relative, Wakil, came to Bibi Gul to ask for her hand. "The wife died suddenly. The children need a mother. He is kind. He has some money. He has never been a soldier. He has never acted unlawfully. He is honest and healthy," said the sister. This father of 10 needs a wife urgently. At the moment, the oldest looks after the youngest, while the house falls apart. Bibi Gul said she would think about it and inquired about the man from friends and relatives. She concluded he was hard-working and honest. At any rate, it is an urgent matter if Shakila is going to have children of her own. "It is written on her forehead that it is time for her to leave this house," said Bibi Gul to anyone who wanted to listen. As the Taliban did not allow women to work at all, she hadn't even bothered to ask whether Wakil would allow it. She asked Wakil to come in person. Usually a marriage is arranged through the parents, but as this husband was nearing 50, she wanted to see him with her own eyes. Wakil drove an articulated lorry and was away for days at a time. He dispatched his sister once again, then the brother, once again the sister. The engagement dragged out. Then came September the 11th, and Sultan moved sisters and children once more to Pakistan to shelter from the bombs he knew would drop. That was when Wakil arrived. "We'll have to talk about it when things return to normal," said Sultan. When the Taliban were driven out of Kabul 2 months later, Wakil returned. The schools had not yet opened, so Bibi Gul never thought of asking whether he would allow Shakila to work. 2 days after the agreement has been signed, Shakila's sister Mariam arranges a party for the engaged couple. Mariam is 29 and has been married twice. Her first husband was killed during the Civil War. Her 5th child is due any moment. Mariam has laid a long cloth on the floor in the sitting room. Shakila and Wakil sit at one end. Neither Bibi Gul nor Sultan is present. As long as the older members of the family can see them, there must be no physical contact. But now, surrounded by younger siblings, they talk together in low voices, hardly aware of the others. It is not an especially loving conversation. Shakila talks to the air. According to custom, she must not make eye contact with her fiancé before the wedding. He, on the other hand, looks at her all the time. "I miss you. I can hardly wait 2 weeks before you are mine," he says. Shakila blushes, but keeps on staring into space. "I can't sleep at night. I think of you," he continues. No reaction from Shakila. "What do you say to that?" he asks. Shakila goes on eating. "Imagine when we're married, you'll always be waiting for me when I come home," Wakil dreams on. "I'll never be alone again." Shakila then conjures up enough courage to ask if he will allow her to continue to work when they are married. Wakil says yes, but Shakila does not trust him. He might change his mind as soon as they are married, but he assures her that if working makes her happy, that's okay by him, in addition, of course, to looking after the children and the house. He takes off his hat, the brown pakol, which adherents of the murdered Northern Alliance leader Ahmed Shah Massoud wear. "That makes you look ugly," Shakila says cheekily. "You're bald." Wakil does not answer his fiancée's insults, but leads the conversation onto safer ground. Shakila has spent the day in the Kabul markets buying things she needs for the wedding and presents for all the relations, hers and her husband's. Wakil will dole out the presents as a gesture to her family who have given her away. He pays and she buys, pots and pans, cutlery, linen, towels, and fabric for tunics for him and Rasul, Bulbula's fiancé. He asks the colour of the material. "One blue and one brown," answers Shakila. "Which one is for me?" he asks. "I don't know. Rasul can choose first." "What?" exclaims Wakil. "I should choose first. I'm your husband." "Okay, you choose first," answers Shakila, and stares ahead. Wakil lights a cigarette. "I don't like smoke," says Shakila. "I don't like people who smoke. If you smoke, I don't like you either." Shakila has raised her voice, and everyone hears her insult. "It's difficult to stop," Wakil says sheepishly. "It smells," Shakila continues. "You should be more polite," says Wakil. Shakila says nothing. "And you must cover yourself. It is a woman's duty to wear the burqa. Do as you like, but if you don't wear the burqa, you'll make me very unhappy," Wakil says threateningly. "But if Kabul changes and the women start wearing modern clothes, then I will too," says Shakila. "You will not wear modern clothes. Do you want to make me unhappy?" Shakila does not answer. Wakil takes a passport photo out of his wallet and gives it to Shakila. "This is for you. I want you to wear it next to your heart." Shakila keeps a straight face and reluctantly accepts the photo. Wakil has to leave. It is just before curfew. He asks her how much money she will need to complete her purchases. She answers. He counts, estimates, gives her some notes and replaces some in his wallet. "Is that enough?" Shakila nods. They say goodbye. Wakil leaves. Shakila lies down on the red cushions. She heaves a sigh of relief and helps herself to a few pieces of mutton. She made it. She is supposed to appear cold and distant until they are married. That shows plain good manners to her family, who are losing her. When the Taliban rolled into Kabul in September 1996, 16 decrees were broadcast on Radio Sharia. A new era had begun. 1. Prohibition against female exposure. It is prohibited for drivers to pick up women not wearing the burqa on pain of arrest. If such women are observed out on the streets, their homes will be visited and their husbands punished. If the women wear inciting or attractive clothes and they have no close male relative with them, the driver must not let them into the car. 2. Prohibition against music. Cassettes and music are forbidden in shops, hotels, vehicles and rickshaws. If a music cassette is found in a shop, the owner will be imprisoned and the shop closed. If a cassette is found in a vehicle, the vehicle will be impounded and the driver imprisoned. 3. Prohibition against shaving. Anyone who has shaved off or cut his beard will be imprisoned until the beard has grown to the length of a clenched fist. 4. Mandatory prayer. Prayer will be observed at fixed times in all districts. The exact time will be announced by the Minister for the Promotion of Virtue and the Extermination of Sin. All transport must cease 15 minutes before the time of prayer. It is obligatory to go to the mosque during the time of prayer. Any young men seen in shops will automatically be imprisoned. 5. Prohibition against the rearing of pigeons and bird fighting. This hobby will cease. Pigeons used for the purpose of games or fights will be killed. 6. Eradication of narcotics and the users thereof. Abusers of narcotics will be imprisoned and investigations will be instigated to flush out dealer and shop. The shop will be closed and both criminals, user and owner, will be imprisoned and punished. 7. Prohibition against kite flying. Kite flying has wicked consequences, such as gambling, death amongst children, and truancy. Shops selling kites will be removed. 8. Prohibition against reproduction of pictures. In vehicles, shops, houses, hotels, and other places, pictures and portraits must be removed. Proprietors must destroy all pictures in the above-mentioned places. Vehicles with pictures of living creatures will be stopped. 9. Prohibition against gambling. Centres of gambling will be flushed out and the gamblers will be imprisoned for 1 month. 10. Prohibition against British and American hairstyles. Men with long hair will be arrested and taken to the Ministry for the Promotion of Virtue and the Extermination of Sin to have their hair cut. The criminal will pay the barber. 11. Prohibition against interest on loans, exchange charges and charges on transactions. The above 3 types of money changing are forbidden by Islam. If the rules are broken, the criminal will be imprisoned for a lengthy period. 12. Prohibition against the washing of clothes by river embankments. Women who break this law will be respectfully picked up in the manner of Islam, taken to their house, and their husbands will be severely punished. 13. Prohibition against music and dancing at weddings. If this prohibition is broken, the head of the family will be arrested and punished. 14. Prohibition against playing drums. The religious oligarchy will decide the appropriate punishment for anyone caught playing drums. 15. Prohibition against tailors sewing women's clothes or taking measurements of women. If fashion magazines are found in the shop, the tailor will be imprisoned. 16. Prohibition against witchcraft. All books dealing with the subject will be burnt, and the magicians will be imprisoned until they repent. In addition to the above 16 decrees, a separate appeal aimed at Kabul's women was broadcast. Women, you must not leave your homes. If you do, you must not be like those women who wore fashionable clothes and makeup and exposed themselves to every man before Islam came to the country. Islam is a religion of deliverance, and it has decided that a certain dignity belongs to women. Women must not make it possible to attract the attention of evil people who look lustfully upon them. A woman's responsibility is to bring up and gather her family together and attend to food and clothes. If women need to leave the house, they must cover themselves up according to the law of Sharia. If women dress fashionably, wear ornamented, tight, seductive clothes to show off, they will be damned by the Islam Sharia and can never expect to go to heaven. They will be threatened, investigated, and severely punished by the religious police, as will the head of the family. The religious police have a duty and responsibility to combat these social problems and will continue their efforts until this evil is uprooted. Allahu Akbar. God is great. She loses sight of her all the time. The billowing burqa merges with every other billowing burqa. Sky blue everywhere. She glances at the ground. In the mud she can distinguish dirty shoes from other dirty shoes. She can see the trimming on the white trousers and catch a glimpse of the purple dress worn over them. She walks round the bazaar, looking down, following the fluttering burqa. The lead burqa has stopped near the bed linen counter. She feels the material and tries to gauge the colour through the grill. She bargains through the grill, whilst dark eyes can only just be seen dimly behind the lattice. The burqa haggles, arms waving in the air. The nose pokes through the folds like a beak. At last she gropes for her bag and reaches out a hand with banknotes. The bed linen seller measures up white bed linen with pale blue flowers. The material disappears into the bag under the burqa. The smell of saffron, garlic, dried pepper and fresh pakora penetrates the stiff material and mingles with sweat, breath and the smell of strong soap. The nylon material is so dense that one can smell one's own breathing. They float on to the cheap Russian-made aluminium teapots. Feel, bargain, haggle and accept. The teapot, too, disappears under the burqa, which is now overflowing with pots and pans, rugs and brushes, and is growing ever larger. Behind the first come two less determined burqas. They stop and smell, feel plastic buckles and gold-coloured bracelets before looking for the lead burqa. She has stopped by a cart brimming with bras, all jumbled together. They are white, pale yellow or pink of a dubious cut. Some hang on a pole and wave shamelessly in the wind. The burqa measures with her hand. Both emerge, they check the elastic, pull the cups, and with a visual estimate she settles on a powerful corset-like contraption. They walk on, weaving around with their heads to see better. Burqa women are like horses with blinkers. They can only look in one direction. Where the eye narrows, the grill stops and thick material takes its place, impossible to glance sideways. The whole head must turn. Another trick by the burqa inventor. A man must know what his wife is looking at. After a bit of head rotating, the other two find the lead burqa in the narrow alleyways of the bazaar's interior. She is assessing lace edging, thick synthetic lace like Soviet-style curtain borders. She spends a long time on the lace. This purchase is so important that she flips the front piece of the burqa over her head in order to see better, and defies her future husband's command about not being seen. Only the stall vendor sees her face. Even in Kabul's cool mountain air, it is covered in sweat. Shakila rocks her head to and fro, smiles roguishly and laughs. She haggles, yes, she even flirts. Under the sky blue, one can detect her coquettish game. She has been doing it all along, and the vendor can decipher the moods of a waving, nodding, billowing burqa with ease. She can flirt with her little finger, with a foot, with the movement of a hand. Shakila swathes her face in lace, which is suddenly transformed from curtain edging to lace for the veil, the remaining item for the wedding dress. The bargain is struck, the vendor measures, Shakila smiles, and the lace disappears into the bag under the burqa. The sisters wriggle further into the bazaar. The alleyways get narrower and narrower. There is a buzz of voices, a constant murmur. Very few vendors hawk their wares. Most of them are more occupied in gossiping with their neighbours or lolling about on a sack of flour or a carpet mountain, keeping up with bazaar life. Customers buy what they want, no matter what. It is as though time has stood still in Kabul's bazaar. The goods are the same as when Darius of Persia roamed here around 500 BC. On large carpets under the open sky or in cramped stalls, the magnificent and the necessary lie side by side, turned and fingered by discerning customers. Pistachio nuts, dried apricots and green raisins are kept in large Hessian sacks. Small hybrid fruit of lime and lemon lie on ramshackle carts, with skins so thin the peel is eaten too. One vendor has sacks of cackling and wriggling hens. The spice merchant has chili, paprika, curry and ginger heaped up on his barrow. The spice merchant also acts as medicine man and recommends dried herbs, roots, fruit and tea, which, he explains, will heal all illnesses from the simple to the mysterious. Fresh coriander, garlic, leather and cardamom all mingle with the smell of the drains from the river, the stinking, dried-up watercourse which divides the bazaar in two. On the bridge over the river, slippers of thick sheep's hide are on sale, cotton in bulk, material in many patterns and in all the colours of the rainbow, knives, spades and pickaxes. Now and again one happens upon goods not known in the time of Darius, contraband, like cigarettes and pirate-produced coke from Pakistan. But the routes used by the smugglers have not changed much throughout the centuries. Over the Khyber Pass from Pakistan or over the mountains from Iran, along the same trails used for heroin, opium and hashish. Money used is up to date. The money changers, in tunics and turbans, stand in a long row clutching large bundles of blue Afghani notes, 35,000 Afghani for $1. One man sells a brand of vacuum cleaners called National. His neighbour sells vacuum cleaners marked Notional for the same price, but both the original and the copy are selling badly. Owing to Kabul's precarious supply of electricity, most people resort to the broom. The shoes walk on in the dust. All around are brown sandals, dirty shoes, black shoes, worn shoes, once a pair of nice shoes and pink plastic shoes with bows. Some are even white, a colour forbidden by the Taliban, as their flag was white. The Taliban forbade shoes with solid heels. The sound of women walking could distract men. But times have changed, and if it were possible to click-clack in the mud, the whole bazaar would resound with an arousing cacophony. Now and again one catches a glimpse of painted toenails under the burqa, yet another little sign of freedom. The Taliban forbade nail varnish. A few unlucky women had the tip of a finger or a toe cut off because they had committed an offence. The liberation of women during the first spring following the fall of the Taliban has on the whole restricted itself to the shoe and nail varnish level and has not yet reached further than the muddy edge of women's burqas. Not that they haven't tried. Several women's associations have been formed. Some were even active during the Taliban reign, for instance, organising schooling for girls, teaching women about hygiene and running literacy courses. The great heroine from the Taliban time is Karzai's health minister, Suhaila Siddiqui, Afghanistan's only female general. She kept up the instruction of medicine for women and managed to reopen the women's section at the hospital, where she worked after the Taliban had closed it. She was one of the very few women under the Taliban who refused to wear the burqa. In her own words, "When the religious police came with their canes and raised their arms to hit me, I raised mine to hit them back. Then they lowered their arms and let me go." But even Suhaila seldom went out while the Taliban ruled. She was driven to the hospital every morning, wrapped in a big shawl, and driven back every evening. "Afghan women have lost their confidence," she said bitterly after the Taliban fell. A women's organization tried to organize a demonstration just 1 week after the Taliban fled. They gathered in Mikrorayon to march on the town. Most of them had tossed the burqa recklessly over their shoulders, but the authorities stopped the demonstration, arguing that they could not guarantee the women's safety. Each time they tried to gather, they were stopped. Now the girls' schools have reopened and young women flock to the universities. Some have even got their old jobs back. A weekly magazine is published by and for women, and Hamid Karzai never lets an opportunity pass without talking about the rights of women. Several women were prominent during the Legislative Assembly Loya Jirga in June 2002. The most outspoken were made fun of by the turbaned men in the assembly, but they never gave up. One of them demanded a female Minister of Defence, to great booing. "France has that," she maintained. But for the masses, very little has changed. In the families, tradition is all. The men decide. Only a small number of Kabul women renounced the burqa during the first spring after the fall of the Taliban, and very few of them know that their ancestors, Afghan women in the last century, were strangers to the burqa. The burqa had been used for centuries, but not by large numbers of the population. It was reintroduced during the reign of Habibullah, from 1901 to 1919. He decreed that the 200 women in his harem should wear them so as not to entice other men with their pretty faces when they were outside the palace doors. Their veils were of silk with intricate embroidery, and Habibullah's princesses wore burqas embroidered with gold thread. The burqa became a garment of the upper classes, shielding women from the eyes of the masses. During the 50s, the use of the burqa was widespread, but only amongst the rich. The concealment of women had its opponents. In 1959, the Prime Minister, Prince Daoud, shocked the population when he and his wife appeared on the National Day, she without a burqa. He had persuaded his brother to make his wife do the same, and he asked ministers to throw away their wives' burqas. Already the next day in Kabul's streets, women were walking around in long coats, dark glasses and a little hat. Women who had previously tramped around completely covered up. As the use of the burqa had started amongst the upper classes, so they were the first to throw them off. The garment was now a status symbol amongst the poor, and many maids and servant girls took over the silk burqas of their employers. Initially, it was only the ruling Pashtun who covered their women, but now other ethnic groups took on the custom. But Prince Daoud wanted to rid the country of the burqa completely. In 1961, a law was passed which forbade the use of the burqa by civil servants. They were encouraged to dress in Western clothes. It took many years for the law to be implemented, but in the 1970s there was hardly a teacher or secretary in Kabul who did not wear a skirt and blouse. The men wore suits. However, the underdressed women risked being shot in the legs or having acid sprayed in their faces by fundamentalists. When the civil war broke out and Islamic law took over, more and more women covered up. When the Taliban arrived, all female faces disappeared from Kabul's streets. The lead burqa's shoes disappear amongst other shoes on one of the narrow footbridges over the dried-up watercourse. Further back, the sisters' sandals have been caught up in the throng. They can only follow the crowd's movements. To look for each other's shoes is not possible, even less stop or turn. The burqas are hemmed in by other burqas and men carrying goods on their heads, under their arms or on their backs. They can no longer see the ground. Over on the other side, 3 burqas are looking for each other. One is wearing black shoes, white lace trousers, and the hem of the dress is scarlet. One has brown plastic sandals and a black hem. The last, slimmest burqa silhouette, has pink plastic shoes, purple trousers and hem. They find each other and raise their sights to consult. The lead burqa leads the way into a shop, a real shop with windows and displays on the outskirts of the bazaar. She wants a blanket and has fallen head over heels for a shiny, quilted pink thing called Paris. The blanket comes with frilly pillows, hearts and flowers. All is folded together in a handy see-through plastic suitcase. Product of Pakistan is written on the suitcase, under the word Paris and a picture of the Eiffel Tower. This is the blanket the burqa wants on her future conjugal bed. A bed she has neither seen nor tried, and that she, God forbid, will not see until her wedding night. She haggles. The assistant wants several million Afghani. A preposterous sum! She continues to haggle, but the vendor is obstinate. She is about to leave when he gives in. The billowing burqa has got the blanket for under 1/3 of the initial price, but as she is about to hand him the money, she changes her mind. She does not want the baby pink, but the signal red instead. The blanket vendor wraps it up and throws in a red lipstick for good measure, as she is getting married. She thanks him sweetly and lifts the veil to test the lipstick. After all, Shakila has become quite familiar with the blanket and cosmetic vendor. Apart from him, there are only women in the shop. Layla and Mariam pluck up courage, lift up the burqa, and 3 pale lips are transformed. They look in the mirror and devour the glamour displayed under the glass counter. Shakila searches for skin bleaching cream. To be pale is an important Afghan beauty feature. A bride must be pale. The blanket and cosmetic seller recommends a cream called Perfect. Aloe White Block Cream is written on the box, the rest is in Chinese. Shakila tries some and ends up looking as if her skin has been bleached with thick zinc cream. Her skin is paler, for a while. Her real skin colour can be seen through the cream. The result is blotched brown-white. The Wonder Cream is stuffed down into the already full bag. The 3 sisters laugh and promise to return each time one of them gets married. Shakila is pleased and wants to return home to show off her purchases. They find a bus and push their way in, up the back running board and down on the seats behind the curtain. The back rows are reserved for burqas, babies and shopping bags. The burqas are pulled in all directions, get caught up and trampled on. They have to be raised slightly when the sisters sit down so they can look around without the material pulling the head down. They force themselves down on the outside of a seat with their bags on their laps and between their legs. Not many seats are reserved for women, and as more get on the bus, the burqas are hemmed in by other burqas and bodies and arms and bags and shoes. The 3 exhausted sisters and their parcels fall off the bus when it stops at the bombed-out house. They flap into the cool apartment, pull the burqas over their heads, hang them up on nails, and heave a sigh of relief. Their faces have been restored. The faces the burqas stole. The evening before the big day. The room is heaving. All available floor space is occupied by some woman's body, eating, dancing, or chatting. It is the henna night. Tonight, the bride and groom will be painted with henna on their palms and the soles of their feet. The orange pattern on their hands will, allegedly, guarantee a happy marriage. But the bride and groom are not together. The men feast by themselves, likewise the women. Left alone, the women display a fierce, almost frightening power. They hit each other's bottoms, pinch each other's breasts, and dance for each other, arms flailing like snakes, hips like Arab belly dancers. Little girls dance as though they were born to seduce and wriggle across the floor with challenging looks and raised eyebrows. Even the old grannies test the water, but give up halfway. The old magic is still there, but they haven't got the stamina to see the dance out. Shakila is sitting on the only furniture in the room, a sofa which has been brought in for the occasion. She is forbidden to either smile or dance. Happiness would hurt the mother she is leaving, sorrow irritate the future mother-in-law. A bride's face must be non-committal. She is not supposed to turn her head or look around, but must stare fixedly straight ahead. Shakila passes with flying colours. She sits upright like a queen and converses quietly with whoever is sitting beside her on the sofa, an honour taken in turns. Only her lips move. Her costume is red, green, black and gold. It looks as though the Afghan flag, strewn with gold dust, has been draped over her. Her breasts stand out like mountain peaks. The bra she bought, measured by eye, obviously fits. The waistline is drawn in tightly under the dress. She has applied a thick layer of perfect on her face. The eyes have been outlined with kohl, and she is wearing the new red lipstick. Her appearance, too, is perfect. A bride must look artificial, like a doll. The word for doll and bride is the same, arus. During the evening, a procession of tambourines, drums and lanterns enters the gate. It is the women from Wakil's house, his sisters, in-laws and daughters. They sing out while they clap and dance. "We are taking this girl from her home and leading her to our home. Bride, do not bow your head and cry bitter tears. This is God's wish. Thank God. O Muhammad, God's messenger, solve her problems, make difficult things easy." Wakil's women dance a sensual dance, framing their bodies and faces in shawls and scarves. The room is damp and smells of sweet sweat. All the windows are flung open, but the fresh spring air cannot cool down these women. It is not until there is a pause in the dancing that brimming plates of pilaw are carried in. Everyone drops to the floor at the spot where they were standing or dancing. Only the oldest sit on cushions along the wall. Shakila's little sister Layla and the younger cousins carry the food in, cooked in huge pots in the courtyard. Pots with rice, large hunks of mutton, aubergine in yogurt sauce, noodles stuffed with spinach and garlic, and potatoes in paprika sauce are laid out on the floor. The women collect around the pots. With the right hand they squeeze the rice into balls and stuff them into their mouths. Meat and gravy is mopped up with pieces torn off large chunks of bread, always using the right hand. The left hand, the dirty hand, must remain still. The sound of women eating is all that can be heard. The meal is consumed in peace. The silence is broken only when they urge each other to eat more. It is good manners to push the juiciest morsels over to your neighbour. When everyone is replete, the henna ceremony can begin. The night is far spent. No one is dancing. Some sleep, others lie or sit around Shakila and watch while Wakil's sister rubs the moss-green paste over Shakila's hands and feet and sings the henna song. Once Shakila's hands have been covered, she must close them. Her future sister-in-law binds material round each fist to ensure a pattern is formed, and then rolls them in soft cloth to avoid dirtying clothes and bed linen. She undresses her down to her underwear, long white cotton trousers and a long tunic, and lies her down on a mat in the middle of the floor with a pillow for her head. She is then fed with large pieces of meat, fried liver and uncooked onion sections, specially prepared by the sisters of the one who is about to leave the family. Bibi Gul follows everything closely. She watches each piece the sisters put into Shakila's mouth. She starts to cry. Then everyone follows suit, but they assure each other that Shakila will be well treated. After Shakila has been fed, she lies down close against Bibi Gul. She has never in her life slept in a room without her mother. This is the last night in the bosom of her family. The following night belongs to her husband. Shakila is woken, and the sisters unwrap the cloth. They scrape off the henna, and an orange pattern has formed on the palms of her hands and the soles of her feet. Shakila washes off last night's doll face and eats a good breakfast. At 9, she is ready. Shakila, Layla, Sunya, and a cousin troop into a flat in Mikroraion. This is the beauty salon. The beautician has a mirror, a stool, and a shelf full of bottles and tubes which look to be several decades old. On the wall she has posters of Indian Bollywood stars. The beauties in low-necked costumes smile ingratiatingly at Shakila, who sits silent and broad on the stool. Few would say that Shakila is beautiful. Her skin is coarse, the face is wide, and the jaw powerful. But she has the loveliest teeth, shining hair, and a cheeky look, and has been the most sought after of Bibi Gul's daughters. Now she is nervous, and the playful look has disappeared. A wedding is deadly serious. First, the dark mop of hair is rolled round little wooden curlers. Next, the bushy eyebrows are plucked. This is the most important sign of her intended marriage, as unmarried women cannot pluck their eyebrows. Shakila screams, the beautician plucks. The brows are turned into beautiful arches, and Shakila admires herself in the mirror. Then the beautician rubs Perfect over Shakila's face. She applies a heavy, shimmering red and gold eyeshadow. She outlines the eyes with a thick kohl pencil and selects a dark brown-red lipstick. Once Shakila has been made up, it is Sunya's turn to be beautified. Shakila is being helped into her dress. Layla has lent her a tummy belt, a broad elasticated band that will give Shakila a waist. The dress is of a penetrating, shining, mint-green material with synthetic lace, ruche and gold borders. The dress must be green, the colour of happiness and Islam. When her feet have been forced into sky-high, white, gold-buckled pumps, the hairdresser unrolls the curlers. The hair is now frizzy and is fixed on top of the head with a tight comb. Now it's the turn of the mint-green veil, and, right at the end, little stickers are strewn over the hair, sky-blue with golden borders. Shakila's cheeks are given the same treatment, 3 little silver stars on each side. She is beginning to look like the Bollywood stars on the wall. Then Shakila tries to get into her burqa without ruining the bridal hairdo. She lets it rest lightly on top of the frizz. That means the grill is not in front of her eyes, but on top of her head. Sunya and the cousin have to lead her, like a blind person, down the stairs. Shakila would rather fall over than be seen without a burqa. The burqa is removed only when she is in Mariam's backyard, where the wedding is being held. The guests fling themselves on her when she enters. The backyard is teeming with people in full swing, stuffing themselves with pilau, kebabs, and meatballs. Hundreds of relatives have been invited. A chef and his son have been chopping, cutting, and cooking since dawn. 150 kilos of rice have been bought in for the wedding meal, 56 kilos of mutton. After the meal, some of the menfolk disappear into the house next door, where Wakil is sitting. The last negotiations are about to take place. Wakil is obliged to guarantee a certain sum should he divorce Shakila without reason, and he must promise to keep her in clothes, food, and shelter. Big Brother Sultan negotiates on Shakila's behalf, and men from both families sign the contract. While the men negotiate, Shakila changes into the white dress. The Russian lace curtain is drawn down over her face. She is waiting for Wakil to be led into her. He enters shyly. They greet each other, eyes on the floor as demanded, and walk out shoulder to shoulder without looking at each other. When they stop, they must each try to put one foot over the other's. The winner is declared the boss in the marriage. Wakil wins, or Shakila lets him win, as she should. It looks bad to appropriate power which is not hers by right. 2 chairs have been put out in the yard. They must sit down at the same time. If the groom sits down first, the bride will dominate all decisions. Neither wants to sit down, and in the end Sultan walks up behind them and pushes them down at the same time. Applause all around. Shakila's older sister, Feroza, drapes a blanket over the newly married couple and holds up a mirror. They must both look into it. According to tradition, this moment is the first time their eyes meet. Wakil and Shakila stare hard into the mirror. Feroza holds the Quran over their heads and a mullah reads a blessing. With bowed heads, they accept the word of God. Then a dish containing a pudding of cake crumbs, sugar and oil, seasoned with cardamom, is put in front of them. They feed each other while everyone applauds. They also pour drink into each other, signifying that they desire a happy life for their spouse. But not everyone is equally enthralled with the slurping of lemonade. "Once upon a time we toasted in champagne," an aunt whispers. She remembers more liberal times, the era of nylon stockings, western dress, and bare arms. "A third-rate wedding," Sultan's oldest son, Mansour, whispers back. "Bad food, cheap clothes, meatballs and rice, tunics and veils. When I get married, I'm going to hire the ballroom at the Intercontinental. Everyone will have to wear modern clothes, and we'll serve only the best. Imported food." Shakila and Wakil's wedding feast takes place in Mariam's mud house in the backyard where nothing grows. The walls are peppered with bullet holes. The couple pose for the photographers, staring fixedly ahead. The lack of smiles and the bullet holes give a tragic atmosphere to the picture. They have arrived at the cake. They hold the knife and concentrate on cutting. They feed each other. Then there is music and dancing. For many of the guests, this is the first wedding they have celebrated since the Taliban left Kabul. In other words, the first wedding with music and dancing. The Taliban deprived people of half the joy of wedding feasts when they took the music away. Everyone throws themselves into the dance, except the newlyweds, who sit and watch. It is late afternoon. Owing to the curfew, everyone must be home by 10. When dusk arrives, the newly married couple disappear from the party, accompanied by hooting and howls. They drive to Wakil's house in a car decorated with ribbons and flowers. Anyone who can joins the cortege. 8 people cram into Wakil and Shakila's car, even more in other cars. As this is the time of Eid, the roads are empty, and the cars tackle the roundabouts at 60 miles an hour, battling to lead the procession. 2 cars crash, which puts a small damper on the celebrations, but no one is seriously hurt. The dented cars drive off to Wakil's house. The closest relatives are allowed in where his sisters await with tea. These are the women with whom Shakila will share the backyard. Here they will meet at the water pump, wash clothes and feed the chickens. Snotty-nosed kids look inquisitively at their new mother. They hide behind their aunt's skirts and look reverently up at the shimmering bride. The jubilant shouts have subsided. Shakila steps into her new home with dignity. It is reasonably large, with high ceilings. Like all other houses in the village, it is made of clay and has heavy rafters. The windows are covered in plastic. Not even Wakil dares hope that the bombs have stopped dropping, so he will wait to change the plastic sheeting. Everyone takes off their shoes, and the closest family walk into the bedroom. A huge double bed takes up virtually all the space. Shakila admires the shining, smooth red bed cover and cushion she bought, and the new red curtains she made herself. Her sister Mariam hung the curtains, made the bed, arranged the wedding decorations. Shakila has never been in this house. For the rest of her life, it will be her domain. During the wedding ceremony, no one has seen the newlyweds exchange a smile. Now, in her new home, Shakila can't help smiling. For the first time in her life, she will have her own bedroom and sleep in a bed. The final ceremony remains. One of Wakil's sisters hands Shakila a large nail and a hammer. She drives in the nail over the bedroom door. Everyone applauds. She has nailed her destiny to the house. The next day, before breakfast, Wakil's aunt comes over to Bibigul with a piece of cloth, the most important item of all. Reverently, she hands it to Shakila's mother. It is covered in blood. Bibigul thanks her and smiles while tears run down her cheek. All the women of the house rush up to have a look, and Bibigul shows anyone who wants to see. Even Mariam's little daughters are shown the bloody piece of cloth. Without the blood, it would have been Shakila, not the piece of cloth, that was returned to the family. A wedding is like a small death. The bride's family mourns in the following days as though it were a funeral. A daughter is lost. The mothers especially grieve. They have had complete control over their daughters, where they go, who they meet, what they wear, what they eat. They have spent their days together, got up together, swept the house together, and cooked together. After the wedding, the daughter disappears. She can only visit when her husband allows. Her family cannot drop in on her without an invitation. Bibigul laments her daughter. Soon all the daughters will have left. Shakila has gone, Bulbula is on her way. When Layla goes, she won't know what to do. No one will be left to look after her. "No one is going to get Layla before I die," she says about her 19-year-old. Many have asked for her, but Bibigul's answer has always been no. No one else will look after her the way Layla does. Bibigul doesn't do a stroke of work anymore. She sits in the corner, drinks tea and broods. Her working life is over. When a woman has grown-up daughters, she becomes a sort of warden who bestows advice, guards the family's morals, in practice, the morals of the daughters. She makes sure they do not go out alone, that they cover up appropriately, that they do not meet men outside the family, that they are obedient and polite. Politeness is, according to Bibigul, the greatest virtue. After Sultan, she is second in command. And now Bibigul thinks the flat is empty without Shakila. In truth, instead of 12, 11 people now live in the little flat. Sultan, Sunya, and their year-old daughter sleep in one room. Sultan's brother Yunus and the oldest son, Mansur, sleep in a second. In the third room, the remainder, Bibigul had 2 unmarried daughters, Bulbula and Layla, Sultan's 2 younger sons, Ekbal and Aymal, and Mariam's son, Fazil. The fourth and last room is a storage room for books and postcards, rice and bread, winter clothes in the summer, and summer clothes in the winter. The family's clothes are stored in big boxes, as none of the rooms has cupboards. Every day a lot of time is taken up searching. Standing or sitting amongst the boxes, the women examine garments, shoes, a lopsided bag, a broken container, a ribbon, a pair of scissors, or a tablecloth. The items are either deemed worthy of wearing or are just studied and put back into the box again. Only rarely is anything thrown away, and the number of boxes grows. In addition to the huge boxes containing family clothes and rubbish, every member of the family has a small chest with a lock. The women wear the key fastened to their dress. The chest is the only private item they possess, and every day one can see them sitting on the floor, bent over it. Sultan has a glass-fronted bookcase containing collections of poetry by Hafez and Rumi, 100-year-old travelogues and frayed old atlases. In secret places between the pages he hides his money. Afghanistan's banking system cannot be trusted. In this book cupboard Sultan has his most precious works, but for now he has no time for them. He leaves home before 8 and returns at 8 in the evening. There is only time left to play with baby Latifa, eat supper and lay down the law should anything have happened. Usually it has not. Life for the housebound women is quiet, and it is beneath Sultan's dignity to resolve their squabbles. In the bottom of the cupboard, Sunya keeps her personal things, pretty shawls, money, toys that from her simple background she thinks are too good for Latifa to play with. The Barbie doll copy, which Latifa was given on her first birthday, is still wrapped in wrinkled cellophane. The bookcase is the only furniture in the house. There is neither TV nor radio. The only ornaments are threadbare mats along the walls and large, uncomfortable cushions. The mats are used for sleeping on at night, sitting on in the daytime. The cushions are pillows at night and prop up backs during the day. For meals, a waxed cloth is put out on the floor. Everyone sits around, cross-legged, and eats with their fingers. When the meal is over, the cloth is washed and rolled up. The floors are cold stone covered with large rugs. The walls are cracked, the doors are lopsided, and some cannot be closed. These rooms are separated by just a bedsheet. The holes in the windows are stopped with old towels. In the kitchen there is a sink, a gas primus, and a hot plate on the floor. On the windowsills lie vegetables and bits and pieces from the previous day. The shelves have curtains to protect the crockery from dirt and smoke from the primus. But however hard they try to keep the kitchen clean, there is always a layer of grease to which a sprinkling of Kabul's perpetual dust clings. The bathroom is a cubicle in the kitchen, divided off by a wall with an open hatch. It is not much more than a hole in the concrete floor and a tap. In one corner is a wood-burning stove where water can be boiled. There is also a large water tank, which can be filled when there is water in the pipes. Over the tank is a shelf with a shampoo bottle, a bar of soap, some toothbrushes and a Chinese toothpaste tube containing a grainy substance with an unidentifiable chemical taste. "This was once a nice flat," Sultan reminisces. "We had water, electricity, paintings on the walls, everything." But during the Civil War, the flat was pillaged and burnt, virtually demolished. The oldest part of Mikrorayon, where the Khan family lived, lay on the front line between the forces of Mujahideen hero Massoud and those of the hated Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. Massoud was in control of large parts of Kabul, while Hekmatyar's power was concentrated on a height outside Kabul. They shot at each other with rockets, many of which landed on Mikrorayon. On yet another height, the Uzbek Abdul Rashid Dostum had established himself. On a third, the fundamentalist Abdul Rasul Sayaf. Their rockets landed on other parts of the town. The warlords fought for 4 years, until the Taliban rolled into Kabul and the warlords fled to make way for the priestlings. The battle ceased 6 years ago, but Mikrorayon still resembles a battlefield. The building is peppered with bullets and shell holes. Many windows are covered in plastic rather than glass. There are cracks in the ceilings, and the top flats are burnt-out gaping wounds where rockets exploded. On the heights of Maranjan, above Mikrorayon, where Hekmatya's forces were assembled, destroyed rocket launchers, vehicles and tanks lie scattered around. This was once a popular picnic spot, a mere 15-minute walk from the Khan family home. Now the whole hillside is mined. From the heights, Mikrorayon looks like any place one might chance upon in the former Soviet Union. The buildings were a gift from the Russians. In the 50s and 60s, Soviet engineers were sent to Afghanistan to build the so-called Khrushchev blocks, which eventually filled the Soviet Union, and which were exactly the same wherever they were built, in Kabul or Kiev. 5-story apartment blocks with 2, 3 or 4 rooms. The apartments were designed on Soviet principles of equality, but there is certainly no equality inside the 4 walls. While the idea might have been to create classless dwellings in a classless society, in practice the Mikrorayon flats were seen as residences for the middle classes. At the time they were built, it was a sign of status to move from the mud huts in the villages around Kabul to the apartments with running water. Engineers, teachers, shop owners and truck drivers moved here. But the word middle class now means little in a country where so many have lost all they had and where everything has regressed. The once so enviable running water has been a joke for the last 10 years. Wells have been dug outside the flats, and every day children stream up and down the staircase carrying buckets, bottles and kettles. Likewise, the electricity supply used to be the pride of the apartments. Now, on the whole, the inhabitants live in darkness. Owing to the drought, electricity is rationed. Every other day there is power between 6 and 10 in the evening. When there is power in one part of town, another part is blacked out. Sometimes everyone is blacked out. The only solution is to get out the oil lamps and sit around in semi-darkness while the acrid smoke stings the eyes. The Khan family live in one of the older apartment blocks by the dried-out Kabul River. As she sits confined within the cracked concrete desert, Bibi Gul looks on the gloomy side of things. She has not been happy since her husband died. According to his relatives, he was hard-working, deeply religious, strict but fair. When his father died, Sultan took over the throne. His word is law. Anyone who does not obey him will be punished. Not only does he lord it over the household, but he also tries to rule over the siblings who have moved away. The brother, only 2 years younger than him, kisses his hand when they meet, and God help him if he dares contradict Sultan, or, even worse, lights up a cigarette in front of him. Respect must be shown to the older brother in every way. Sultan has his reasons for such strict behaviour. He believes that if families are not disciplined and hard-working, there will never be a new, prosperous Afghanistan. If neither scolding nor hitting has any effect, the next punishment is rejection. Sultan never talks with or about his younger brother Farid. Farid refused to work for Sultan in his bookshop and started up his own bookshop and bindery. Sultan has never spoken to him since, nor is anyone else in the family allowed to talk to him. Farid's name is never mentioned. He is no longer Sultan's brother. Farid also lives in one of the devastated apartments in Mikrorayon, only a few minutes away from the Khans. Bibi Gul visits Farid and his family without Sultan's knowledge. So do his siblings. In spite of the prohibition, Shakila accepted her brother's invitation before her wedding and spent a whole evening with him, telling Sultan that she was with an aunt. Sultan is invited to family celebrations, but not his brother. None of the cousins or uncles or aunts wants to fall out with Sultan. That would be unpleasant and unprofitable. But Farid is the one they love. Bibi Gul has given birth to 13 children. When she was 14, she had her first daughter, Feroza. At last life was worth living. She had cried throughout the first years as a child bride. Now life was better. As the oldest, Feroza never got any education. The family was poor, and Feroza carried water, swept, and looked after her younger siblings. When she was 15, she was married to a man of 40. He was rich, and Feroza was pretty, and they got 20,000 Afghani for her. The 2 following children died in infancy. A quarter of Afghanistan's children die before they reach 5. The country has the world's highest infant mortality rate. Children die of measles, mumps, colds, but first and foremost of diarrhea. Many parents mistakenly think they must not give the children anything when they suffer from diarrhea. It will all come out anyway. They think they can dry up the illness, a misunderstanding that has cost thousands of young lives. Bibi Gul can no longer remember what her 2 died of. "They just died," says Bibi Gul. Then Sultan arrived, beloved Sultan, revered Sultan. When Bibi Gul's son reached maturity, her position amongst her in-laws strengthened considerably. The value of a bride is her maidenhead, the value of a wife, the number of sons she bears. As the oldest son, he was always given the best, in spite of the family's poverty. The money they received for Feroza was used to pay for Sultan's education. From the time he was small, he was given a position of authority and was the one his father trusted with responsible assignments. When he was 7, he was already in full-time work, besides his schooling. A few years after Sultan, Farid arrived. He was a madcap who always got caught up in fights and came home with torn clothes and a bloody nose. But he was good as gold when he was not angry. Bibi Gul found him a wife, and now he is married with 2 daughters and a son. But he has been excommunicated from the apartment in block number 37 in Mikroraion. Bibi Gul sighs. Her heart is torn apart by the enmity between the 2 oldest sons. Why can they not behave reasonably? After Farid came Shakila, cheerful, tough, strong Shakila. Next was Nessa Ahmad. When Bibi Gul thinks of him, the tears flow. Nessa Ahmad was quiet, kind and scholarly. He attended high school in Kabul, but one day the military police forced the strongest boys in the class to enlist in the army. This was during the Soviet occupation, and Afghan government forces functioned as Soviet ground troops. They were put in the front line against the Mujahideen. Nessa Ahmad never returned. After Nessa Ahmad came Bulbula, who sickened with sorrow when her father was imprisoned. There was more life in Mariam, who was born a few years later. She was clever, keen, and a wizard at school. She grew up to be beautiful and had lots of suitors. When she was 18, she was married to a boy from the same village. He owned a shop, and Bibi Gul thought he was a good match. Mariam was happy in her new home. Then the civil war came. One morning, when her husband, Karimullah, arrived to open the shop in Kabul, he was caught in crossfire and died. Mariam cried for 3 years. In the end, Bibi Gul and Karimullah's mother decided she must marry the deceased husband's brother, Hazim, a customs officer. She had a new family and pulled herself together. Now she is pregnant with her 5th child. Her oldest son, from her marriage to Karimullah, Fazil, is 10 and already in full-time employment. He works in one of Sultan's shops and lives with Sultan to relieve Mariam. Then Yunus arrived, Bibi Gul's favourite. He is the one who mollycoddles her, buys her little presents, and ends up with his head in her lap in the evening, after supper, when the family lies around on the mat, dozing. Yunus's date of birth is the only one the mother knows with certainty. He was born the day Zaire Shah lost power in a coup, the 17th of July, 1973. The other children have neither birthday nor birth date. Sultan's year of birth ranges from 1947 to 1955, depending on which document you are reading. When Sultan adds up years as a child, in school, at university, the First War, the Second War, and the Third War, he arrives at 50-something. This is the way everyone works out their age, and because no one knows, you can be the age you want to be. After Yunus came Bashir. He lives in Canada after his mother arranged a marriage for him there with a relative. She has not spoken to him since he moved 2 years ago. Then there was the last-born son. A few days after the birth, she had to give him away to a childless relative. The milk kept seeping out, and Bibi Gul cried. A woman gains stature by being a mother, especially of sons. A sterile woman is not appreciated. Bibi Gul's relative had been childless for 15 years, had prayed to God, despaired, tried every conceivable remedy, and when Bibi Gul was expecting her 12th child, she asked to have it. Bibi Gul refused. "I cannot give my child away." The relative continued to beg, whimper, threaten. "Have mercy on me. You already have a large family. I have none. Just give me this one," she cried. "I cannot live without children." In the end, Bibi Gul gave in and promised her the child. When her son was born, she kept him for 20 days. She nursed him and cried over him. Bibi Gul was an important woman by virtue of her children. She wanted as many as possible, but she kept her promise and gave him to the relative. All ties to the mother had to be severed, and from then on he was only a relative. Bibi Gul knows he is well cared for, but still mourns the loss of her son. When she meets him, she feigns indifference, as she promised. Bibi Gul's youngest daughter is Layla, clever, industrious Layla, who does most of the housework. She is the afterthought at 19 and at the bottom of the pecking order, youngest, unmarried, and a girl. When Bibi Gul was her age, she had already given birth to 4 children, 2 who died and 2 who lived. But she doesn't think of that now. Her tea is cold, and she is cold. She wants someone to fetch her woolen shawl. "Layla!" she calls. Layla gets up from the pots. She arrives with the sunshine. A billowing bundle of charms steps into the darkened room. There is no electricity. Mansour wakes from his doze with a start and beholds the apparition. "Can I help you?" He knows immediately that here is a beautiful young woman. He sees it in her bearing, her hands, her feet, how she carries her handbag. She has long white fingers. "Have you got advanced chemistry?" Mansour puts on his most professional bookseller's look. He knows he does not have the book, but he asks her to accompany him to the back of the premises to look for it. He stands close to her and looks through the shelves while her perfume tickles his nose. He turns to her and searches the shadows of her eyes. "Unfortunately, we are sold out, but I have copies at home. Could you come back tomorrow?" He waits for the goddess all the next day, armed not with a chemistry book, but a plan. While he waits, he spins ever more fantasies. Then night closes in. The shop has metal gratings which protect the cracked windows. Frustrated, he slams them closed. The next day, Mansour is in a bad mood and sits sulking behind the counter. He is surly with customers. He curses that he is tied to his father's bookshop, that not even Fridays are free, that his father will not allow him to study, won't allow him to buy a bicycle, won't allow him to see friends. He hates books. He has always hated them and hasn't finished one since he was taken out of school. The sound of light footsteps and the rustling of heavy material wake him out of his sombre mood. She stands, like the first time, in the sun. Mansour takes care not to leap up with joy. He puts on his bookseller's look. "I was expecting you yesterday," he says, professionally friendly. "I have the book at home, but did not know which edition or what price you wanted to pay. The book has been published in so many editions that I could not bring them all, so if you would like to come home with me and choose the one you want." The Burqa looked surprised, uncertain. "Home with you?" They are quiet for a moment. Silence is the best persuasion, Mansour thinks, quivering with nerves. He has issued a daring invitation. "You need the book, don't you?" he asks in the end. Wonder of wonders, she agrees. The girl settles in the back seat, positioned so she can look at him in the mirror. Mansour tries to hold what he thinks is her gaze while they talk. "Nice car," she says. "Is it yours?" "Yes, but it's not much," Mansour answers casually. This makes the car even more wonderful and him even richer. He drives round the streets of Kabul with a burqa in the back seat, nervous and excited to be so close to someone unknown. In a moment of boldness, he asks to see her face. She sits for a few seconds, absolutely stiff, then lifts up the front piece of the burqa and holds his gaze in the mirror. He knew it. She is very beautiful, with beautiful, big, dark, made-up eyes, a few years older than him. With the most exceptional capers, insistent charm and persuasion, he makes her forget the chemistry book and invites her to lunch in a restaurant. During lunch, he tries to make her laugh, to feel special, to eat more. She sits with her back to the other tables in a corner of the restaurant. Like most Afghans, she ignores the knife and fork and eats with her fingers. She talks about her life, her family, her studies, but Mansour can hardly follow. He is too worked up. His first date, his absolutely illegal date. He tips the waiters exorbitantly when they leave. The student makes big eyes. He sees by her dress that she is not rich, but not poor either. Mansour must hurry back to the shop. The burqa jumps into a taxi. During the Taliban, that could have led to a whipping and imprisonment for both her and the driver. The meeting at the restaurant would have been an impossibility. Things have changed, luckily for Mansour. He promises to bring the book next day. All the next day he tries to think of what to say when she turns up. Tactics will have to be changed from bookseller to seducer. Mansour's only experience of the language of love is from Indian and Pakistani films, where each dramatic statement exceeds the one before. He dreams of how the conversation with the student will unfold. "I have thought of you every moment since you left me yesterday. I knew there was something special about you. You are made for me. You are my destiny." She would no doubt love to hear that, and then he would stare into her eyes, maybe grab her wrists. I must be alone with you. I want to feast my eyes on all of you. I want to drown in your eyes. Maybe he could make a few promises. When I'm 18, we'll get married. He must be Mansour with the expensive car, the posh shop, the tips, the Western clothes. He must entice her with the life she would lead with him. You'll have a big house with a garden and masses of servants, and we will go on holidays abroad. And he must make her feel special, hand-picked and aware of how much she means to him. I love only you. I suffer every second I do not see you. If she does not agree to his wishes, he must become more dramatic. If you leave me, kill me first, or I will set fire to the whole world. But the student does not return, and Mansour becomes increasingly more dispirited. Every day the hours in the shop are more dreary. In the street where Sultan has his bookshop, there are several other bookshops and shops that sell writing materials, bind books, or copy documents for people. Rahim Mullah works in one of these stalls. He sometimes drops in on Mansour to drink tea and gossip. This time Mansour slips over to him to pour out his troubles. Rahim Mullah just laughs. You mustn't try it on with a student. They are too virtuous. Try someone who needs money. Beggars are the easiest. Or go to where the UN doles out flour and oil, Rahim Mullah suggests. There are lots of young widows there. Mansour gapes. He knows where they distribute food to the most needy, primarily war widows and little children. They get a ration every month, and some stay on the corner trying to exchange part of the ration for money. Find someone young. Buy a bottle of oil and ask her to come here. If you come to my shop, I will help you in the future, I usually say. When they come, I offer them money and take them into the back room. They arrive in a burqa, they leave in a burqa. No one is suspicious. I get what I want, and they get money for the children. Mansour looks at Rahim Mullah with disbelief. Rahim Mullah opens the door to the back room, barely a metre square. On the floor lie cardboard boxes, dirty and trodden down. Dark blotches stain the cardboard. Having got there, it is too late for regret. It would be useless to scream, because if anyone came to the rescue, the fault would lie with her no matter what. The scandal would ruin her for life. It's easy with the widows, but if they are young girls, virgins, I do it between their legs. I just ask them to press their legs together, or I do it from, well, you know, from behind, says the merchant. Mansour looks at the salesman in disbelief. My heart is dirty, he later confides to his younger brother. He knows he should not think about girls. A little girl comes into Rahim Mullah's shop. Maybe she is 12, maybe 14. She reaches out a dirty hand and looks pleadingly up at them. Over her head is a dirty white shawl with red flowers. She is too young to wear the burqa. That is only donned once the girl has reached puberty. Beggars often come into the shops. Mansour usually sends them packing, but Rahim Mullah watches the heart-shaped face and takes 10 notes out of his pocket. Wide-eyed, the beggar girl grabs at them, but Rahim Mullah's hand slips away. He holds her gaze. Nothing is free in life. The girl's hand freezes. Rahim Mullah gives her 2 notes. Go to a hammam, wash and come back, and I'll give you the rest. She hides her face behind the dirty shawl. She looks at him through one eye. One cheek has smallpox scars from old sores. Sandflies have left their mark on her forehead. She turns and leaves. The slim body disappears down Kabul's streets. A few hours later, she returns, clean. What the hell? says Rahimullah, in spite of her wearing the same dirty clothes. "Come with me to the back room and I'll give you the rest of the money." Mansour is uncomfortable. He doesn't know if he should leave. Suddenly the salesman comes back out. "She is yours," he says to Mansour. Mansour stares at Rahimullah. He glances at the door to the back room, then tears out of the shop. He feels sick for days. Unforgivable, he thinks, unforgivable. He tries to wash, to pray, but nothing helps. He searches the Quran, he visits the mosque, but he feels dirty. Dirty. He has been a bad Muslim. God will punish him. A child. I have sinned against a child. I let him abuse her. I did nothing. The nausea turns to world weariness when, after a time, the memory of the beggar girl recedes. He is tired of the routine, the hassle. He is bad-tempered and grumpy towards everyone. He is angry with his father, who chains him to the shop while life goes on without him. I am 17, he thinks. Life is over before it has even started. He sits moping behind the counter, elbows on the tabletop, forehead in his hands. He lifts his head and looks around, at books about Islam, the Prophet Muhammad, the Quran, biographies of Afghan kings and sovereigns, magnificent books about Afghan custom and traditions. He scowls at them and bangs his fist on the table. Why was I born an Afghan? I hate being an Afghan. All these pig-headed customs and traditions are slowly killing me. Respect this and respect that. I have no freedom. I can't decide anything. Sultan is only interested in counting money from sales. He can take his books and stuff them, Mansour says under his breath. He hopes no one heard him. Next to Allah and the prophets, father is the single most important person within the Afghan social order. To oppose him is impossible. Mansour quarrels with and walks all over everyone else, his aunts, his sisters, his mother, his brothers, but never, never his father. I am a slave, he thinks. I am worked to the bone for board and lodging and clean clothes. Most of all, Mansour wants to study. He misses his friends and the life he led in Pakistan. Here he has no time for friends, and the one friend he had, Rahimullah, he does not want to see again. It is just before the Afghan New Year, Nowroz. Big feasts are planned all over the country. For the last 5 years, the Taliban forbade feasting. They considered Nowroz a heathen celebration, a worship of the sun, because its roots were in the Zoroastrian religion, the worship of fire, which originated in Persia in the 6th century BC. And so they also forbade the traditional New Year's pilgrimage to Ali's tomb in Mazar-e-Sharif. For centuries, pilgrims had flocked to Ali's grave to purge themselves from sin, ask forgiveness, be healed, and greet the new year, which, according to the Afghan calendar, starts on the 21st of March, the spring equinox, when night and day are of equal length. Ali was the Prophet Muhammad's cousin and son-in-law, and he was the 4th caliph. He is the cause of the polemic between Shia Muslims and Sunni Muslims. To Shia Muslims, Ali is second in the order of succession after Muhammad. To Sunni Muslims, he is 4th. But even for Sunni Muslims, like Mansour and most Afghans, he is one of Islam's great heroes, a brave warrior, sword in hand, says history. Ali was murdered in Kufa in 661 and, according to most historians, buried in Najaf in Iraq. But Afghans maintained that his followers, who feared that enemies would take revenge on his body and mutilate it, exhumed him. They lashed his body to the back of a white she-camel and made it run as far as it could. Where it collapsed, they would bury him. That was, according to legend, the place that came to be known as Mazar-i-Sharif, the tomb of the exalted. For 500 years, only a small stone marked the grave. But in the 12th century, a small tomb was built after a local mullah was visited by Ali in a dream. Then Genghis Khan arrived and desecrated the tomb, and once again the grave lay unmarked for several hundred years. At the beginning of the 15th century, a new mausoleum was built above what Afghans believe are the remains of Ali. It is this burial chamber, and the mosque that was later built beside it, that draws the pilgrims. Mansour is determined to make the pilgrimage. He has been thinking about it for some time. He needs only to get Sultan's permission, as the journey will entail being away from the shop for several days. If there is anything Sultan hates, it is Mansour being away. He has even got hold of a travelling companion, an Iranian journalist who often buys books from him. The Iranian said he had room in his car. I am saved, Mansour thought. Ali calls me. He wants to forgive me. But then Sultan says no. Mansour nags. His father refuses. Sultan will not do without him, even for the short time the trip will take. He must catalogue, supervise carpenters putting up new shelves, sell books. He won't trust anyone else, not even his future brother-in-law, Rasul. Mansour seethes with anger. "You are my son, and you jolly well do what I say," says Sultan. "I need you in the shop." "Money, money! All you think of is money!" Mansour shouts. "I'm supposed to sell books about Afghanistan without knowing the country. I've hardly ever been outside Kabul." The Iranian leaves next morning. Mansour is in revolt. He drives his father to the shop without a word and gives monosyllabic answers when asked a question. The accumulated hatred against his father rages inside him. His father took him out of school to put him to work. The only thing his father has given him is a car to enable Mansour to drive him around, and the responsibility for a bookshop where he is turning to dust amongst the shelves. "As you like," he says suddenly. "I will do everything you ask, but do not think I am doing it willingly. You never let me do what I want. You're crushing me." "You can go next year," Sultan says. "No, I'll never go, and I'll never ask you for anything again." It is alleged that only those whom Ali calls can go to Mazar. Why does Ali not want him? Were his thoughts so unforgivable? Sultan is chilled by Mansour's hostility. He glances over at the repressed, tall teenager and is frightened. Having driven his father to his shop and the two brothers to theirs, Mansour opens up his own. He feels life imprisoning and overwhelming him with dust from the books. A new consignment has arrived, a collection of poems from the mystic Rumi, one of his father's favourite poets and the best known of the Afghan Sufists, Islamic mystics. Rumi was born in the 1200s in Balkh, near Mazar-i-Sharif. Yet another sign, Mansour thinks. He decides to look for signs that will underpin his decision and show his father up. The poems are about cleansing oneself in order to get closer to God, who is perfection. They deal with forgetting oneself, one's own ego. Rumi says, the ego is a veil between humans and God. Mansour reads how life should revolve around God and not around oneself. Mansour feels dirty again. He keeps returning to one of the simpler poems. The water said to the dirty one, "Come here." The dirty one said, "I am too ashamed." The water replied, How will your shame be washed away without me? The water, God, and Rumi all seem to be deserting Mansour. He is angry all day. When night falls, it is time to take his father and brothers home to yet another evening in the company of his witless family. As he fastens the shutters over the door, Akbar, the Iranian journalist, suddenly appears. "Haven't you gone?" Mansour asks, astonished. "We did, but the Salang tunnel was closed all day, so we'll try tomorrow," he says. "I met your father down the road. He asked me to take you with me. We'll leave my place at 5 tomorrow morning, as soon as the curfew is lifted." Did he really? Mansour is speechless. It must be Ali calling. Imagine that. He really did call me, he mumbles. The next morning before dawn, they are off. Mansour's only luggage consists of a plastic bag full of Coke and Fanta cans and biscuits with banana and kiwi filling. Akbar has a friend with him, and everyone is in high spirits. They play Indian film music and sing at the top of their voices. Mansour has brought his treasure with him, a Western cassette, pop from the 80s. He feels free. He wants to scream and shout and sticks his head out of the window. "Oh, Ali! Ali, here I come!" They pass areas he has never before seen. Immediately north of Kabul is the Shimali Plain, one of the most war-torn areas of Afghanistan. Here, bombs from American B-52s shook the ground only a few months ago. "How beautiful!" Mansour shouts. And from a distance, the plain is beautiful, against the backdrop of the mighty snow-clad Hindu Kush mountains that proudly rise up to the sky. Hindu Kush means the Hindu killer. Thousands of Indian soldiers have frozen to death in these mountain ranges during military sorties on Kabul. When one enters the plateau, the landscape of war is apparent. The Taliban's bombed-out camps have been turned into large craters or are strewn over the area. Mere hours after the Taliban fled, the camps were looted by the local population. No one cried over the dead bodies. On the contrary, the locals desecrated them, eyes gouged out, skin torn off, body parts chopped into bits. That was revenge. For 5 years, the Shimali Plain was the front line between the Taliban and Massoud's men from the Northern Alliance, and the sovereignty of the plain changed 6 times. The local population had to flee either up towards the Panjshir Valley or south towards Kabul. The locals were mostly Tajiks, and anyone who dragged their feet might suffer the Taliban's ethnic cleansing. Before the Taliban withdrew, they poisoned wells and blew up water pipes and dams vital to the dry plain, which before the war had been part of Kabul's breadbasket. Mansour stares in silence at the awful villages they pass. Most are in ruins. The Taliban systematically razed villages to the ground when they tried to subdue the last part of the country, the Panjshir Valley, the Hindu Kush Mountains, and the desert areas bordering Tajikistan. They might have made it had September the 11th not happened and the world started to care about Afghanistan. The remains of twisted tanks and wrecked military vehicles lie around. Mansour tries to spot his mother's village, but he has not been there since he was 5 or 6, and nothing distinguishes one heap of rubble from another. He remembers how he ran around on paths and fields. Now the plain is the most mined place in the world. Only the potholed roads are safe. Children with bundles of firewood and women with buckets of water walk along the side of the road, avoiding the ditches where mines might be. The car with the pilgrims passes a team of mine clearers. A few meters are cleared each day. Over the death traps, the ditches are full of wild, dark red, short-stemmed tulips, but the flowers must be admired at a distance. Picking them means risking blowing off an arm or a leg. Akbar is having fun with a book published by the Afghan Tourist Organization in 1967. "Along the roads, children sell chains of pink tulips," he reads. "In the spring, cherries, apricots, almond and pear trees jostle for the attention of the traveller. A flowering spectacle follows the traveller all the way to Kabul." They laugh. This spring they spot a lone rebellious cherry tree or two that have survived bombs, rockets, a 3-year drought and poisoned wells. But it's doubtful whether anyone can find a mine-free path to the cherries. "The local pottery is amongst the most beautiful in Afghanistan. We recommend you stop and take a look in the workshops along the road where artisans make plates and vessels following centuries-old tradition," Akbar reads. "Those traditions seem to have suffered," says Saeed, Akbar's friend who is driving. Not a single pottery workshop can be seen on the road to the Salang Pass. They start to ascend, the road crawling up to the world's highest mountain tunnel. It narrows, on one side the sheer mountain cliff, on the other running water, sometimes a waterfall, sometimes a stream. "The government has put trout out in the river. In a few years there will be a viable colony," Akbar reads on. There are no trout in the river now. Burnt-out tanks lie in the most incredible places, down the valley side, in the river, tottering over a precipice, sideways, upside down, or broken into many bits. Mansour quickly arrives at 100 when he starts counting. The majority originate from the war against the Soviet Union. Alexander the Great also struggled up these mountain roads. Having captured the area around Kabul, he walked over the Hindu Kush on his way to Central Asia on the other side of the Oxus River. "The government made plans for a ski centre here," Akbar suddenly shouts, "in 1967. As soon as the roads have been tarmacked, it says." He looks up from the tourist guidebook at the mountainsides. The roads were tarmacked, but not much of it is left. Plans for the ski centre remained on the drawing board. "That would have made for an explosive descent," Akbar laughs. "Or maybe the mines can be marked with slalom gates, adventurous travels, or Afghan adventures for the world-weary." They all laugh at the tragic reality. They visualize colourful snowboarders being blown to smithereens down the mountainside. Tourism, once an important source of income for Afghanistan, belongs to a bygone era. They drive along what was once called the Hippie Trail. Here, in the 60s and 70s, several thousand hippies came every year to enjoy beautiful scenery, a wild lifestyle, and the cheapest hashish in the world. Even women travelled alone around the mountain country. In those days, bandits and highwaymen might attack them, but that only added to the thrill of the journey. It was the communist coup in 1978 and the invasion the year after which eventually put an end to the hippie trailers. The three boys have been driving for a couple of hours when they catch up with the backlog of pilgrims. The queue is immovable. It has started to snow. Fog rolls in. The car starts to slide. An increasing number of cars start spinning in the deep, icy and snow-filled ruts. When one car stops, they all stop. The road is too narrow to overtake. Today the traffic is all from south to north, from Kabul to Mazar. Next day, it will be the opposite. The mountain road doesn't have the capacity to take cars driving in both directions. The 450-kilometre road from Kabul to Mazar takes at least 12 hours to travel, sometimes twice or even 4 times as long. They pass the bus that has caused the queue. It has been pushed right onto the side, while its passengers thumb lifts with cars that snail past. They do not pick up any passengers. Saeed, Mansour, and Akbar are wrapped up in their own little world. They drive into the first gallery, concrete pillars covered by a roof to protect the road from avalanches. But the galleries, too, are difficult to negotiate. They are full of snow, which has blown in and turned to deep, frozen ruts of ice. The Salang Tunnel, 3,400 meters above sea level, and the galleries, some of them up to 5,000 meters above sea level, were a gift to Afghanistan when the Soviet Union tried to turn the country into a friendly satellite state. Work was started by Soviet engineers in 1956 and completed in 1964. The Russians also started tarmacking the first roads in the country in the 50s. At the end of the 90s, the tunnel was blown up by the Mujahideen hero Massoud in a desperate bid to stop the Taliban's advance to the north. They got so far, but no further. It is completely dark, or completely grey. The car slides, gets stuck in the deep ruts. The wind whistles. Nothing can be distinguished in the blizzard, and Saeed can follow only what he thinks are tracks. They are driving on snow and black ice. Only Ali can guarantee a safe outcome. "I can't die before I get to his grave," Mansour thinks. "Ali has called me." It brightens slightly. They are at the entrance to the Salang Tunnel. A sign outside warns, "Caution, danger of poisoning. If you are blocked in, turn the engine off and make for the nearest exit." Mansour looks questioningly at Akbar. "Only a month ago, 50 people were holed up inside the tunnel because of an avalanche," Akbar tells them. "It was -20 and the driver left the engine running to keep warm. After several hours, when they had managed to shovel all the snow away, 20 people had fallen asleep from the carbon monoxide and died. That happens all the time," says Akbar as they drive slowly into the tunnel. The car stops. The queue is at a standstill. "I'm sure I'm just imagining it," says Akbar, "but I feel a headache coming on." "I agree," says Mansour. "Shall we head for the nearest exit?" "No, let's hope the queue will move soon," says Saeed. They sit behind closed windows. An irritable feeling of panic spreads. They are still not moving. Then the cars in front crawl forward. The 3 boys emerge from the tunnel with splitting headaches. When the fresh air hits them, the headaches evaporate. They still see nothing. The fog is like a greyish-white whirling porridge. They follow the ruts and the dim lights ahead, driving on in a fellowship of destiny. Every pilgrim is following the same worn, icy ruts. It is like driving into oblivion, but oblivion where precipices, mines, and avalanches might suddenly strike. At last the fog lifts. They are driving along a precipice. It is worse now they can see. They have started the descent. The car lurches from side to side. Suddenly it slides sideways down the road. Saeed has lost control and swears. Akbar and Mansour hold on tight, as if that might help if they go over the side. Nervous silence descends on the car. The car rights itself, then slides sideways again. They pass a sign which puts the fear of daylight into them. Warning, mines. All the snow in the world can't protect them from anti-tank mines. This is madness, thinks Mansour. Tanks lie scattered about, snow-covered, together with cars that have not made it either. He prays. Ali can't have called him just to see him plunge over a cliff. Although his behavior has been contrary to Islam, he has come to cleanse himself and become a good Muslim. That last part down the mountain he experiences as if in a trance. They enter the snow-free plains after what seems like an eternity. The last hours of the journey to Mazar-e-Sharif are child's play in comparison. On the road into town, they are overtaken by pickups laden with heavily armed men. They bump along at 60 miles per hour over the rutty roads. The scenery is desert, steppe and stony hills. Now and again they pass little green oases and villages with mud huts. At the entrance to town, a road post stops them. Gruff men wave them through the barrier, which is a piece of rope stretched between two rocket shells. They drive into town, tired and stiff. Amazingly, they have made the trip in 12 hours. "So this was an absolutely normal trip through the Salang Tunnel," says Mansour. "Wow, we've made it! Ali, here I come!" Soldiers with weapons at the ready stand on rooftops. Disturbances have been predicted for New Year's Eve, and there are no international peacekeepers here, just 2 or 3 opposing warlords. The soldiers on the rooftops belong to the governor, who is a Hazara. The soldiers in the pickups are the Tajik Atta Mohammed's men. A particular uniform is the hallmark of the Uzbek Abdul Rashid Dostum. All the weapons are aimed at the ground, where thousands of pilgrims are wandering around or sit in groups and talk, by the mosque, in the park, and on the pavements. The Blue Mosque is a revelation shining in the dark. It is the most beautiful building Mansour has ever seen. The floodlight is a gift from the American Embassy on the occasion of the ambassador's New Year visit. Red lanterns light up the park around the mosque, which is teeming with pilgrims. This is where Mansour will be cleansed of his sins. It makes him faint just looking at the large mosque. And hungry. Coke and banana and kiwi-filled biscuits are scant fare for a traveller. The restaurants are packed with pilgrims. Mansour, Saeed and Akbar find the corner of a carpet to sit on in a dark restaurant in Kebab Street. Permeating everything are the fumes of grilled mutton, bread and onions. Mansour bites into the onion and feels drunk. He wants to shout for joy, but he sits quietly and stuffs himself with the food, like the others. The next morning Mansour is awakened by the prayer call of the mullah. Allahu Akbar! God is great booms out as if someone had fastened enormous loudspeakers to his ears. He looks out of the window straight onto the blue mosque, which is sparkling in the morning sunshine. Hundreds of white doves fly over the holy place. They live in dovecotes by the tomb. Allegedly, every 7th dove is a holy soul. Together with Akbar and Saeed, Mansour pushes through the enclosure. It is 7:30. Aided by Akbar's press card, they shove their way up to the podium. Many have spent the night here to get as close as possible when Ali's banner is raised by Hamid Karzai, Afghanistan's new leader. The women sit on one side, some wearing the burqa, some only a white veil. The men are opposite, pushing and shoving. The trees outside are black with people. Security is tight, as all the government ministers are expected. The police wield whips, but more and more jump over the fence into the enclosure. The government enter, Hamid Karzai leading the way, wearing his blue and green striped silk cloak. He dresses so as to represent all of Afghanistan. Lambskin cap from Kandahar in the south, cloak from the north, and shirt from the western provinces bordering Iran. Mansour strains his neck and tries to get closer. He has never seen Karzai before. Karzai, the Pashtun from Kandahar, had himself, for a short period, supported the Taliban, but later used his position as chief of the Popalzai tribe to win over supporters for the fight against the Taliban. When the Americans started their bombing campaign, he left on a suicidal motorcycle tour of Taliban strongholds to try and convince the oligarchy that the Taliban was finished. It is alleged they were more convinced by his courage than his arguments. At the UN conference in Bonn, drawn together to map out Afghanistan's future, he was chosen as the country's new leader. "They tried to ruin our culture. They tried to crush our traditions. They tried to rob us of Islam," Karzai shouts to the crowd. "The Taliban tried to dirty Islam, pull us all down in the mud, fight the whole world. But we know what Islam stands for. Islam is peace. The new year that starts today, the year 1381, is the year of renewal. That is the year in which it will be safe and secure to live in Afghanistan. We will safeguard peace and develop our society. Today we accept help from the whole world. One day, we will be a country that helps the world," he cries, and the multitude shout for joy. "Us," Mansour whispers, "help the world." That is to him an absurd thought. Mansour has lived out his whole life in war. Afghanistan is a country that receives everything from the outside world, from food to weapons. Following on from Karzai, ex-President Burhanuddin Rabbani takes the podium. A man of great weight but little authority. A theologian and professor at Cairo University who formed the Jamiat-e-Islami party, which united a fraction of the Mujahideen. He persuaded the military strategist Ahmed Shah Massoud to join him. Massoud was to emerge as the great hero in the war against the Soviet Union, the Civil War, and the resistance against the Taliban. He was a charismatic leader, deeply religious, but also pro-Western. He spoke French and wanted to modernize the country. He was assassinated by 2 Tunisian suicide bombers 2 days before September the 11th and has achieved mythical status. Rabbani dedicates his speech to Massoud, the Lion of Panjshir. But Rabbani's golden age was the Holy War against the Soviet Union. "We forced the communists out of our country. We can force all invaders out of our holy Afghanistan," he proclaims. The Russian troops withdrew in 1989. A few months later, the Berlin Wall fell, an event for which Rabbani takes the credit, in addition to the breakup of the Soviet Union. "Had it not been for jihad, the whole world would still be in the communist grip. The Berlin Wall fell because of the wounds which we inflicted on the Soviet Union and the inspiration we gave all oppressed people. We broke the Soviet Union up into 15 parts. We liberated people from communism. Jihad led to a freer world. We saved the world because communism met its grave here in Afghanistan." One after the other, the men talk from the podium. A mullah thanks Allah. The Minister for Education portrays an Afghanistan where weapons give way to the internet. "Exchange weapons for computers," he cries. He adds that Afghans must stop discriminating between ethnic groups. "Look at America. They live in one country. They are all Americans. They coexist without problems." During the speeches, the whips are continually in operation on the public. But nothing helps. An increasing number squeeze over the barriers and into the holy interior. The audience scream and shout, and it is virtually impossible to hear the speeches. Armed soldiers man the steps and rooftops surrounding the mosque. The town's warring warlords, Atta Muhammad and General Abdul Rashid Dostum, both have a place on the podium. The Tajik Atta Muhammad rules the town. The Uzbek Dostum thinks he should. The two bitter enemies stand side by side and listen to the speeches. Atta Muhammad sporting a beard like a Taliban, Dostum with the authority of a has-been boxer. They cooperated grudgingly during the last offensive against the Taliban. Now the cold front between them has once again descended. Dostum is the most infamous member of the new government and was included for the simple reason that it might prevent him from sabotaging the others. The man is known as the Master of Deceit and has more gruesome stories attached to his name than anyone else in Afghanistan. As punishment for a misdemeanor, he would tie soldiers to one of his tanks and drive until only bloody rags remained. On one occasion, thousands of Taliban soldiers were driven out into the desert and put into containers. When the containers were opened several days later, the prisoners were dead and their skin burnt to cinders by the heat. The last mullah urges a campaign against terrorism. In today's Afghanistan, everything is a campaign against some pet hate, which varies according to who is speaking. Only Islam's holy book speaks out against terrorism. Terrorists have turned their faces towards Afghanistan. It is our duty to oppose them. No other holy book talks the same language. God said to Muhammad, "You must not pray in a mosque built by terrorists." Real Muslims are not terrorists, because Islam is the most tolerant of religions. When Hitler killed Europe's Jews, the Jews were safe in Muslim countries. Terrorists are false Muslims. After hours of speeches, the flag is to be raised at last, Ali's green flag, Janda, which has not been raised for 5 years. The flagpole lies on the ground, the top facing the mosque. To the beating of drums and the rejoicing of the crowds, Karzai raises the pole and the religious flag is run up. It will fly for 40 days. Shots are fired and the barriers opened. The 10,000 who have been waiting outside pile in to the mosque, the tomb, and the flag. Mansour has had enough of crowds and celebrations and wants to shop. Ali will have to wait. He has been thinking about it. If every family member gets a present, gets a bite of the journey, his father will be better disposed towards him. He buys prayer rugs, kerchiefs and prayer beads. Then he buys sugar crystals, big crystals which one bites pieces off. He knows that Bibi Gul will forgive every sin he has ever committed if he returns home with the heavy sugar crystals that are made only in Mazar. In addition, he buys dresses and jewellery for his aunts and sunglasses for his uncles and brothers. He has never seen sunglasses for sale in Kabul. Loaded down with all this, in large pink plastic bags advertising pleasure, special light cigarettes, he returns to Caliph Ali's grave. The New Year presents must be blessed. He carries them into the crypt and goes over to the mullahs who are sitting by the gold-painted wall inside the tomb. He places the gifts in front of one of them, who reads from the Quran and breathes over the gifts. When the prayer has been said, Mansour hastens on. By the golden wall one can utter a wish. In keeping with the patriotic speeches, he leans his forehead against the wall and prays that he one day will be proud of being an Afghan, and that Afghanistan may become a country that will be respected in the world. Intoxicated by all the sights and sounds, Mansour has forgotten the prayer of purification and forgiveness, the reason for his coming to Mazar. He has forgotten the little beggar girl. Mansour leaves the tomb and walks around, smiling. He is pure happiness. away from the shop, away from his father's grip. "This is the best day of my life," he cries. Akbar and Saeed look at him in astonishment, but they are touched that he is so happy. "I love Mazar! I love Ali! I love freedom! I love you!" he cries and jumps along the street. It is the first time he has travelled alone, the first day in his whole life that he has not seen a member of his family. They decide to watch a buzkashi fight. The Northern Territories are famous for having the hardest, roughest, fastest buzkashis. From afar they see that the fight has already started. Clouds of dust lie over the plain where 200 mounted men fight over a headless calf's carcass. Buzkashi is one of the wildest games in the world, brought to Afghanistan by the Mongols under Genghis Khan. The horses bite and kick, rear and jump, while the horsemen, whip between their teeth, try to snatch the carcass. Possession of the calf changes so rapidly it looks as if it is thrown from rider to rider. The aim is to move the calf from one end of the plain to the other and place it inside a circle on the ground. Some fights are so violent the animal is torn to bits. "Karzai!" cries Mansour when he spots the Afghan leader out on the plain. "And Dostum!" The tribal chief and the warlord are fighting each other for possession of the calf. To emerge as a strong leader, it is necessary to take part in the buzkashi fights, to commit oneself to the heat of the battle. But everything has a price. Sometimes mighty men pay to win. Karzai rides around on the outskirts of the battle and is not quite able to maintain the other riders' lethal tempo. The tribal chief from the south never quite learnt the buzkashi brutal rules. This is a plains battle. It is the great son of the plains, General Dostum, who wins, or at least whom the buzkashi let win. The sun is setting and sends red rays over the dusty plain. The pilgrims, too, are covered in dust. They find a cafe, sit on thin mats, and eat in silence. Soup, rice, mutton, and raw onion. Mansour gobbles the food and orders another round. They silently greet some men who sit in a circle near them, arm wrestling. When the tea is served, the talk can begin. "From Kabul?" ask the men. Mansour nods. "Pilgrimage." The men hesitate. "We're actually travelling with quail," an old man answers. "From Herat, we've made a big circle, Kandahar, Kabul, and then up here. This is where the best quail fights are." He carefully takes a small bag out of his pocket. Out of it trips a bird, a dishevelled little quail. "It has won all the fights we have entered it for," he says. "We have won pots of money. Now it's worth several $1,000s, he boasts. The old man feeds the quail with worn, crooked fingers like eagle's claws. The quail is so tiny it fits into the man's large, rough fist. They are labourers who have taken time off. After 5 years of secret quail fighting, hidden from the Taliban, they can now live their passion, to watch 2 birds pecking each other to death, or rather shout with joy when their own little quail pecks another to death. "Come tomorrow morning, early, at 7. That's when we'll start," the old man says. As they are leaving, he presses a large piece of hashish on them. "The best in the world," he says, "from Herat." In the hotel they try out the hashish and roll one joint after another. Then they sleep like stones for 12 hours. Mansour wakes with a start at the mullah's call to prayer. It is 12:30. He suddenly feels he cannot live on without Friday prayer. He must go, and he must be on time. But he has forgotten his shalwar kameez. He cannot go to Friday prayer in his Western clothes. He is desperate. Where can he buy proper prayer clothes? All shops are closed. He rages and swears.
Allah won't mind what you are wearing,
grumbles Akbar sleepily, hoping to get rid of him. I must wash, and the water has been turned off in the hotel, Mansour whimpers. But there is no Layla to blame, and Akbar sends him packing when he starts moaning. But water? A Muslim cannot pray without washing his face, hands and feet.
There's water by the mosque,
says Akbar, and closes his eyes once more. Mansour runs out in his dirty travel clothes. How could he forget his tunic on a pilgrimage, or the prayer cap? He curses his forgetfulness and runs out to the blue mosque to make it on time. By the entrance is a beggar with a club foot. The stiff leg is swollen and discoloured and lies across the path, infected. Mansour tears the prayer cap off him. "You'll get it back!" he calls, and runs off with the grey-white cap. He leaves his shoes by the entrance and walks barefoot over the marble flagstones. They have been polished smooth by thousands of naked feet. He washes hands and feet, pushes the cap down on his head, and walks over to the row of men who lie facing Mecca. He made it. In many tens of rows with at least 100 to a row, pilgrims sit, head bowed in the huge space. Mansour sits down at the back and follows the prayers. After a while, he is right in the midst of the crowd. Several rows have been added as more people arrive. He is the only one wearing Western clothes, but he pays attention, forehead to the ground, bottom in the air, 15 times. Prayers take place by a barrier round the mosque, behind which the helplessly sick sit and wait for healings. They have been confined behind high fences so as not to infect the healthy. Pale, consumptive old men with sunken cheeks pray that Ali will give them strength. Amongst them are also the mentally retarded. A teenage boy claps his hands frantically while an older brother tries to calm him down. But the majority of them gaze dully out through the bars. Mansour has never seen so many terminally ill people. The group smells of sickness and death. Only the most ill have been allowed the honour to sit here and ask Ali for healing. Up against the tomb's walls they sit, cheek by jowl, the closer to the blue mosaic wall, the closer to healing.
In 2 weeks they will all be dead,
thinks Mansour. He shivers and turns away. His gaze sweeps the next compound. There are the sick women and children. Some women sit apathetically, others sleep, some are lame or blind. But the majority of them have come with their children. They are waiting for Ali's miracles. It gives Mansour the creeps. Gripped by the powerful atmosphere, he decides to become a new person. He will become a good person and a pious Muslim. He will respect the hour of prayer, give alms, he will fast, go to the mosque, not look at girls before he is married. He will grow a beard and go to Mecca. The moment prayers are over, and Mansour has made his promises, it starts to rain. The sun is shining, and it is raining. The holy building and the slippery flagstones sparkle. The raindrops shine. It pours down. Mansour runs, finds his shoes and the beggar who owns the prayer cap. He throws him some notes and runs over the square in the cooling rain. "I am blessed," he cries. "I have been forgiven. I have been cleansed." The water said to the dirty one, "Come here." The dirty one said, "I am too ashamed." The water replied, "How will your shame be washed away without me?" Steam rises from damp bodies. Hands move in quick, rhythmic motions. The sun's rays creep in through 2 peepholes in the roof, bathing bottoms, breasts and thighs in a picturesque light. Initially, the bodies in the room can be seen only dimly through the steam until one gets used to the magical light. The faces show concentration. This is not pleasure, but hard work. In 2 large halls, women scrub themselves, lying, sitting or standing. They scrub themselves, each other or their children. Some are Rubenesquely fat, others thin as rakes with protruding ribs. With large homemade hemp gloves, they scrub each other's backs, arms, legs. Hard skin under the feet is scraped off with pumice. Mothers scrub their marriageable daughters whilst carefully scrutinizing their bodies. There is not much time before young girls with bird-like chests become breastfeeding mothers. Thin teenage girls have broad stretch marks from births their bodies were not yet ready for. Nearly all the women's bellies have cracked skin from giving birth too early and too frequently. The children shout and squeal. Those who are scrubbed and rinsed play with the wash bowls. Others howl in pain and wriggle about like fish caught in a net. Mothers scrub them with the hemp gloves until the dirty, dark brown bodies are pink. Bathing and washing is a battle children are condemned to lose in their mothers' firm fists. Layla rolls dirt and loose skin off her body. Black strips are rubbed off onto the floor. Several weeks have passed since Layla washed properly, and many months since she visited the hammam. There is not often water at home, and Layla does not see the need to wash too often. You only get dirty again anyway. But today she has accompanied her mother and cousins to the hammam. As unmarried women, she and her cousins are especially shy and have kept their bras and pants on. The hemp glove avoids these places, but arms, legs, back and neck get rough treatment. Perspiration and water blend on their faces as they scrub, scrape and scour, the harder the cleaner. The life Layla leads is reflected in her childlike skin that never sees the sun, and her hands rough and worn like an old woman's. For a long time Layla felt dizzy and weak. When she eventually went to the doctor, he said she needed sun and vitamin D. Paradoxically, Kabul is one of the sunniest towns in the world. The sun shines nearly every day of the year, 1,800 meters above sea level. The sun makes cracks in the earth, dries up what were once moist gardens, burns the children's skin. But Layla never sees it. It never reaches the first-floor flat in Mikrorayon, nor in behind her burqa. Only on the rare occasions when she visits big sister Mariam, who has a backyard in her village house, does Layla allow the sun to warm her body. Layla is the first to get up in the morning and goes to bed last. She lights the stove in the living room while her family is still sleeping. Next, she lights the stove in the bathroom and boils water for cooking, washing and washing up. She fills bottles, pots and pans with water. There is never electricity at this time of the day, and Layla has got used to groping around in the dark. Sometimes she carries a small lamp. Tea must be ready by 6:30 when the men in the house wake, otherwise she is in trouble. As long as there is water, she keeps on filling receptacles. You never know when the water might go off. Ekbal squeals every morning like a stuck pig. He lies on his mat and refuses to get up. The 14-year-old invents new illnesses every day to avoid spending 12 hours in the shop. But there is no mercy. Every day he has to get up eventually. But next day the same performance is repeated. "You bitch! Lazy bones! My socks have got holes in them!" he cries and throws them after Layla. He takes it out on anyone he can, while his real wish is to go to school.
Layla, the water is cold. Where are my clothes, my socks? Get some tea, breakfast, polish my shoes. Why did you get up so late?
Doors are slammed and walls pounded. The rooms, the corridor and the bathroom are like a battleground. Sultan's sons howl, quarrel and cry. Sultan usually sits with Sunya drinking tea and eating breakfast. Sunya looks after him. Layla does the rest. Fills up the wash basins, puts out clothes, pours tea, fries eggs, fetches bread, polishes shoes. The 5 men of the house are off to work. With great reluctance, Layla helps her 3 nephews, Mansour, Ekbal and Aimal, to get away. No one says thank you. No one ever helps.
Uneducated children.
Layla hisses under her breath when the 3 boys a few years younger than her order her around.
Haven't we got any milk? I told you to buy some.
Mansour taunts her.
You parasite,
he adds. If she bristles, he always responds with the same cruel answer.
Shut up, you old bag,
he says fiercely.
This is not your home, it is my home.
Layla does not feel it is her home either. It is Sultan's home, for Sultan and his sons and second wife. She, Bulbula, Bibigul and Yunus all feel unwelcome. But moving is not an alternative. It is a scandal to split up a family. Besides, they are good servants. Layla is anyway. After the chaos of the morning, when Sultan and the sons have left, Layla can relax, drink tea and have breakfast. Then she sweeps for the first time of the day. She goes through the rooms with a small broom, bent over, sweeping, sweeping, sweeping. Most of the dust whirls into the air and settles down again behind her. The smell of dust never leaves the flat. She never gets rid of the dust. It has settled on her movements, her body, her thoughts. But she scoops up bits of bread, paper scraps and rubbish. Several times each day she sweeps her way through the rooms. Everything takes place on the floor and it quickly gets dirty. This is the grime she now tries to scrub off her body. It rolls off in fat little rolls. It is the dust that sticks to her life. Layla has brought some underwear she wants to wash in the hammam. Normally, washing is done in the twilight on a stool by the loo hole in the bathroom. She uses several large basins, one with soap, one without soap, one for whites, one for colours. She washes sheets, blankets, towels and the family's clothes. They are scrubbed and wrung before being hung up. It is difficult to dry them, especially in winter. Ropes have been rigged up outside the block of flats, but clothes are often stolen, so she does not want to hang them up there unless one of the children watches them. Otherwise they hang, closely packed, on the little balcony. The balcony is a few square meters in size and full of food and rubbish. A bag of potatoes, a basket of onions, one of garlic, a large sack of rice, cardboard boxes, old shoes, and clothes and other things that no one dares throw away, as they might come in useful one day. At home, Layla wears old shaggy frayed sweaters, spotty shirts, and skirts that sweep the floor. The skirts collect the dust. She wears down-at-heel plastic sandals and a scarf on her head. The only glitter comes from large gold-coloured earrings and bracelets. The water is cooling. Children who have not yet been done howl even louder. Soon only cold water remains in the once steaming hammam. The women leave the baths, and as they go, the dirt is visible. Eggshells and rotten apples lurk in the corners. Lines of muck are left on the floors. The women use the same plastic sandals in the hammam as they do on the village paths, in the outside loos, and in their backyards. No one brought a change of clothes. They pull on the same ones they arrived in. The burqas are pulled over clean heads, the burqas with their own odours. Little air gets in, and so the burqas have their own peculiar smell. Layla's smells of young sweat and cooking fumes. Actually, all the Khan family burqas stink of cooking fumes because they hang on nails near the kitchen. The women are now spotlessly clean under the burqas and the clothes, but the soap and shampoo desperately fight against heavy odds. The women's own smell is soon restored. The burqas force it down over them. The smell of old slave, young slave. Bibi Gul walks ahead. For once the young girls linger at the back. They walk together, giggling. In an empty street they whip off the burqas over their heads. Only little boys and dogs roam around here. The cooling wind feels good on their skin, which is still sweating. But the air is not fresh. The back streets and alleyways of Kabul stink of rubbish and sewage. A dirty ditch follows the mud road between the mud huts, but the girls are not aware of the stink or the dust which sticks to their skin and closes their pores. The sun gets to their skin, and they laugh. Suddenly a man on a bicycle turns up. "Cover up, girls, I'm burning!" he shouts as he whizzes past them. They look at each other and laugh at the funny expression on his face, but when he turns up again, they cover up. "When the king returns, I will never use my burqa again," Layla says, suddenly serious. "Then we'll have a peaceful country." "He'll surely never come back," the covered-up cousin objects. "They say he'll return this spring," says Layla. But until then, it is safest to cover up. Layla never walks alone. It is not good for a young girl to walk about without company. Who knows where she might be going? Maybe to meet a man, maybe to commit a sin. Layla does not even walk alone to the greengrocer a few minutes away from the apartment. She usually takes a neighbour's boy along with her. Alone is an unknown idea for Layla. She has never, ever, anywhere, at any time been alone. She quite simply does not know what it is to be alone, nor does she miss it. The only thing she wishes for is a bit more peace, and not so much to do. When Layla gets home, chaos reigns. Cases, bags and suitcases everywhere.
"Sharifa has come back! Sharifa!"
Bulbula calls. Shabnam, Sharifa's youngest child, runs around like a happy filly. She hugs Layla, who hugs Sharifa. In the middle of it all, Sultan's second wife, Sunya, stands smiling, her daughter Latifa on her arm. Unexpectedly, Sultan has brought Sharifa and Shabnam back from Pakistan. Sultan has gone to the bookshop. Only the women remain. They sit down in a circle on the floor. Sharifa doles out presents, a dress for Layla, a shawl for Sunya, a bag for Bulbula, a cardigan for Bibi Gul, and clothes and plastic jewellery for the rest of the family. For her sons she has several outfits, bought at Pakistani markets, clothes not available in Kabul. And she has her own precious things. "No going back," she says. "I hate Pakistan." But she knows that all rests in Sultan's hands. If Sultan wants her to return, she will have to. Sultan's two wives sit and prattle like old friends. They try on blouses and jewellery. Sharifa's homecoming is a welcome interruption in Sunya's monotonous existence. She dresses Latifa in the pink tutu dress, which makes her look like a doll. They exchange news. The women have not seen each other for over a year. The major happening in Kabul is Shakila's wedding, which they recount in detail. The presents she got, the dresses they wore, other relations' children, engagements, marriages or deaths. Sharifa relates news from refugee life. Who has returned home, who has stayed. They still have many relatives in Pakistan who do not yet think the situation safe enough to return, or have nothing to return to: bombed house, mined land, burnt down shop. But they all long for home, like Sharifa. It is nearly a year since she last saw her sons. "Salika is engaged," she says. "It had to turn out like that, even if the family were against it. After they met in the park, her parents had no choice. The damage had already been done. But the boy owns nothing. He's lazy too, useless," she says. Everyone agrees. They all remember Salika, always dressed to kill, but they feel sorry for her because she has to marry a poverty-stricken layabout. "And the engagement party, a scandal!" The women listen wide-eyed, especially Sunya. These are stories she can relate to with all her senses. Sharifa's stories are her soap operas. "A scandal," Sharifa repeats to underline the fact. It is customary that the groom-to-be's family pay for the feast, the dress and the jewels when a young couple get engaged. An engagement party is an important symbolic ceremony, and an engagement is virtually unbreakable. If it dissolves, the girl will have big problems marrying again, whatever the reason for the break. The engagement party is also an indication to the world how the family is coping. What sort of decorations, food, dress, orchestra, what did it all cost? The party is supposed to show how the boy's family value the new family member. If the feast is miserly, it means they do not appreciate the bride, nor her whole family. That her father had to run up a debt for an engagement party that no one but Salika and her sweetheart was happy about meant nothing compared to the shame of hosting a cheap party. "She's already regretting it," Sharifa reveals, "because he has no money. She soon saw what a good-for-nothing he is. But it's too late now. If she breaks the engagement, no one will want her. She didn't even get a new dress for New Year's Eve celebrations. Have you ever known a girl who didn't get a new dress from her fiancé for New Year's Eve?" Layla goes out to the kitchen to make supper. She is glad Sharifa is back. It's right like that. But she dreads the quarrels that will follow. She remembers how Sharifa would ask them all to pack their bags and go. "Take your daughters and just disappear," she used to say to her mother-in-law, Bibi Gul. "There is no room here. We want the place to ourselves," she shrieked when Sultan was not at home. That was when Sharifa ruled the house and Sultan's heart. Only during the last years, after Sultan got himself another wife, has her tone toward Sultan's relatives become milder. "But we'll have less room," Layla sighs. No longer 11, but 13 in the small rooms. She peels onions and cries bitter onion tears. She rarely cries real tears. She suppresses yearnings, longings, and disappointments. The clean smell of soap from the hammam has long gone. Oil from the pan sprays her hair and gives it a smell of acrid fat. Her rough hands ache from the chili sauce, which penetrates her thin, worn skin. She cooks a simple supper, nothing special in spite of Sharifa's return. The Khan family is not in the habit of celebrating women. Anyhow, she has to cook what Sultan likes: meat, rice, spinach, and beans, all in mutton fat. Every evening Sultan returns home with wads of money from his shops. Every evening he locks it into the cupboard. Often he brings home large bags with juicy pomegranates, sweet bananas, mandarins, and apples. But the fruit is also locked in the cupboard. Only Sultan and Sunya may eat it. Only they have the key. Sultan thinks it is a heavy burden to feed his large family, and fruit is expensive, especially out of season. Layla places the heavy rice pot over the primus. She pours the chopped onion into the oily pan, adds tomatoes, spices, and potatoes. During meals, she usually sits in the corner by the door and leaps up if anyone needs anything or fills up the plates. When she is seen to everyone else, she fills her plate with the remains, some fatty rice and cooked beans. She has been brought up to serve, and she has become a servant, ordered around by everyone. In step with every new order, respect for her diminishes. If anyone is in a bad mood, Layla suffers. A spot that has not come off a sweater, meat that has been badly cooked. There are many things one can think of when one needs someone to vent one's wrath on. When relatives invite the family to a party, Layla turns up early in the morning, having made breakfast for her own family, to peel potatoes, make stock, chop vegetables. And when the guests arrive, she has barely time to change clothes before continuing to serve, and then spend the remainder of the party in the kitchen with the washing up. She is like Cinderella, except there is no prince in Layla's world. Sultan returns home with Mansour, Iqbal and Aymal. He kisses Sunya in the hall and greets Sharifa briefly in the sitting room. They spent a whole day in the car from Peshawar to Kabul and have no need for any more conversation. Sultan and the sons sit down. Layla brings in a pewter wash basin and a can. She places the basin in front of each one in turn. They wash their hands, and she hands them a towel. The plastic cloth has been laid on the floor, and the meal can be served. Yunus, Sultan's younger brother, has come home and greets Sharifa warmly. He asks for latest news from relatives and then, as usual, says nothing. He rarely talks during meals. He is quiet and sober and seldom joins in the family conversations. He mostly keeps his unhappiness to himself. The 28-year-old is deeply discontented with his life. "A dog's life," he says. "Work from dawn to dusk and crumbs from his brother's table." Yunus is the only one Layla dances attendance on. She loves this brother. Sometimes he comes home with little presents, a plastic buckle, a comb. This evening something is bothering Yunus, but he waits to ask. Sharifa takes the wind out of his sails and blurts out, "It's a bit of a mess with Belkiza. Her father is keen, but the mother says no. Initially the mother said yes, but then she talked to a relative who had a son, a younger son, who wanted to marry Belkiza. They have offered money, and the mother has started to doubt. This relative has spread rumors about our family. That's all I can tell you." Yunus blushes and scowls silently. The whole situation is embarrassing. Mansour sneers. "The granddaughter won't marry grandfather," he mumbles under his breath, so Yunus hears it, but not Sultan. Yunus's last hope is reversed and rejected. He feels tired, tired of waiting, tired of seeking, tired of living in a box. "Tea," he commands, in order to interrupt Sharifa's flow of words on why Belkiza's family do not want their daughter to marry him. Layla gets up. She is disappointed. She had hoped that when Yunus married, he would take her and her mother with him. Anything to get out of Sultan's household where no one appreciates her. Sultan complains that her cooking is not according to his likes, that she eats too much, and that she does not obey Sunya in everything. Mansour is always over her, pecking at her. Often he tells her to go to hell. "I care about no one who has no significance for my future," he says. "And you mean nothing to me. You're a parasite. Off with you." He laughs contemptuously, knowing full well that she has nowhere to go. Layla brings the tea, weak green tea. She asks Yunus whether he would like her to press his trousers for the next day. She has just washed them, and Yunus has only 2 pairs, so she needs to know whether he wants to wear the clean ones. Yunus nods silently. "My aunt is so stupid," Mansour keeps on saying. "Whenever she wants to say something, I know what she's going to say. She is the most boring person I know." He laughs scornfully and mimics her. He has grown up with his 3 years older aunt, not like a brother, but like a master. It is true that Layla often repeats herself because she thinks she is not being heard. On the whole, she talks about everyday things because that is her world. But she can laugh and shine with her cousins, sisters, or nieces. She can surprise everyone with funny stories. Her whole face can transform itself with laughter. But not during family suppers. Then she is mostly silent. Sometimes she laughs at her nephew's crude jokes, but as she told her cousins in the hammam, "I laugh with my mouth, not my heart." When the family goes to bed, Sharifa and Shabnam are allocated places in the room where Bibigul, Layla, Bulbula, Ekbal, Aimal and Fazil already sleep. Sultan and Sunya keep their room. At midnight everyone is on the mats, all except one. Layla cooks by the light of a candle. Sultan likes homemade food during the day at work. She cooks a chicken in oil, rice, makes a vegetable sauce. While it is cooking, she washes up. The flame from the candle lights up her face. There are big, dark rings round her eyes. When the food is done, she takes the pan from the hot plate, winds pieces of cloth round it, and knots it tightly to keep the lid from falling off when Sultan and his sons take it with them next morning. She washes the oil off her fingers and goes to bed, in the same clothes she has been using all day. She rolls out her mattress, pulls a blanket over her, and falls asleep, until the mullah wakes her a few hours later. A new day begins to the sound of Allahu Akbar! God is great. A new day which smells and tastes like every other day, of dust. One afternoon, Layla pulls the burqa over her head, puts on her high-heeled outdoor shoes and sneaks out of the flat, past the broken entrance door and the washing hanging out. She picks up a little neighborhood boy as escort and chaperone. They cross the bridge over the dried-up Kabul River and disappear under the trees on one of Kabul's few avenues. They pass shoeblacks, melon vendors and bakers, and men who just hang about. Those are the ones Layla hates, the ones who gape. The leaves on the trees are green for the first time in many years. The last 3 years it hardly rained in Kabul, and the sun burnt the buds to cinders. Now, this first spring following the Taliban's flight, it has rained quite a lot. Blessed rain, wonderful rain. Not enough to fill the Kabul River, but enough to make the few surviving trees turn green. This afternoon it rained, and the wind freshened, but the moist air does not penetrate the burqa. Layla is aware only of the smell of her own nervous breathing and her temples pulsating. On a concrete block of flats in Mikrorayon No. 4, big signs have been hung with the word courses. The queues outside are long. There are literacy courses, computer courses, and writing courses. Layla wants to sign up for an English course. Outside the entrance, 2 men sit at a table to register new pupils. Layla pays the fee and joins the queue with hundreds of others who are trying to find their classroom. They descend some stairs and enter a cellar which looks like a bomb shelter. Bullet holes form patterns on the walls. Planks divide the various classrooms. Each cubicle has a blackboard, a pointer, and some benches. There is a low drone of voices. The heat starts to spread in the room. Layla finds her section, slightly advanced English. She is early. So are some gangly, loutish boys. Can it be possible? Boys in the class. She wants to turn and disappear, but steels herself. She goes and sits at the back. 2 girls sit quietly in the other corner. Some time passes before their teacher turns up. The boys start scribbling on the blackboard. Pussy, they write. Dick, fuck. Layla has an English-Persian dictionary and looks the words up, under the table, so the boys won't see it, but she cannot find the words. She feels great distaste for the whole situation, alone, or nearly alone, with a gang of boys her own age. She should never have come. She regrets it. What if some of the boys started talking to her? What a disgrace! And she has even taken off her burqa. You cannot wear a burqa in the classroom, she had thought, and now she has already exposed her face. The teacher arrives and the boys quickly rub out the words. The hour is torture. They all have to present themselves, give their age, and say something in English. She feels she is turning her soul inside out in front of these boys. She feels dirty, exposed, her honour impaired. What on earth was she thinking of? She had never dreamt that there would be boys and girls in the same class. Never. It was not her fault. She dares not leave. The teacher would ask her why. But when the hour is over, she rushes out, throws the burqa on, and dashes off. Safely home, she hangs the burqa on the nail in the hall. Awful! There were boys in the class! The others stare, open-mouthed. That's no good, says her mother. You mustn't go there again. Layla would not even dream of going back. The Taliban might have disappeared, but they were still present in Layla's head, and in Bibi Gul's and Sharifa's and Sunya's. The women in Mikrorayan were glad the Taliban era was over. They could play music, they could dance, paint their toenails, as long as no one saw them, and they could hide under the safe burqa. Layla was a true child of the civil war, the Mullerain and the Taliban. A child of fear, she cried inside. The attempt to break away, do something independent, learn something, had failed. During 5 years of Taliban reign, girls' education had been forbidden. Now it was allowed, but she forbade herself. If only Sultan had allowed her to go to high school, there would not have been a problem. There the classes were segregated. She sat down on the kitchen floor to chop onions and potatoes. Sunya was eating a fried egg and nursing Latifa. Layla could not bear to talk to her. The stupid girl who had not even learnt the alphabet, who did not even try. Sultan got her a private tutor to teach her to read and write, but nothing stuck. Having learnt 5 letters in as many months, she gave up and asked Sultan if she could stop. Mansour had laughed scornfully from the outset at Sunya's private literacy course. When a man has everything and does not know what more to do, he tries to teach his donkey to talk, he said aloud, and laughed. Even Layla, who on the whole disliked everything Mansour said, had to laugh at the joke. The most important thing on Sunya's mind is to have sons. She is pregnant again and terrified it will be another daughter. When Latifa pulls her shawl off and starts playing with it, Sunya slaps her and ties it round her head. When the last-born plays with the mother's shawl, the next child will be a girl, so the saying goes. If I have a daughter, Sultan will take a 3rd wife, she says. Has he said so? Layla is surprised. He said so yesterday. He only says it to frighten you. Sunya is not listening. It must not be a daughter. It must not be a daughter, she mutters. The 1-year-old she is nursing is lulled to sleep by her mother's monotonous voice. Nor is Layla in the mood for talking. She needs to get out. She knows she cannot sit at home all day with Sunya, Sharifa, Bulbula and her mother. I'm going mad. I cannot stand it any longer, she thinks. I don't belong here. She thinks of Fazil and the way in which Sultan treated him. It was that which made her realize that the time had come to stand on her own 2 feet, to try the English course. The 11-year-old had worked every day carrying boxes in the bookshop, eaten with them every evening, and slept on the mat curled up beside Layla every night. Fazil is Mariam's oldest son, and Sultan and Layla's nephew. Mariam and her husband could not afford to feed all their children, and when Sultan needed help in the shop, they gladly accepted the offer of board and lodging with Sultan for their son. Payment was Fazil's daily 12-hour labours. He was let off on Fridays to visit his mother and father in the village. Fazil thrived. He tidied up the shop and carried cases during the day and fought with Aymal at night. He enjoyed life, far removed from the muddy streets of his native village. But one day Sultan said, "I'm fed up with you. Go home. Do not show yourself in my shop any more." The family was stunned. Had he not promised Mariam to look after the boy for a year? No one said anything, nor did Fazil, but when he lay on his mat that night, he cried. Layla was livid. How could Sultan treat Fazil like that? But Sultan's word was law, and she might be next. It was time to think of something. Layla hatched a new plan. One morning when Sultan and the sons had left, she pulled the burqa over her head and disappeared out of the door. This time, too, she grabbed a little boy to accompany her. Today she chose another way out of the concrete jungle of Mikrorayon. On the outskirts the houses were so ruined they had remained unoccupied. Nevertheless, some families had taken shelter in the ruins and survived by begging from their almost equally poor neighbours, who at least had a roof over their heads. Layla crossed a little field where a herd of goats grazed the sparse clumps of grass, while the goat herd dozed under the only remaining shade-giving tree. This was the border between town and village. On the other side of the field was the village de Khudaidat. But first she dropped in on big sister Shakila. The gate was opened by Said, the oldest son of Wakil, the man Shakila had recently married. Shakila arrived, hips swaying, smiling, beaming. All fear as regards her marriage to Wakil was unfounded. She was continuing to work as a biology teacher. His children worshipped her. She made her husband fix the house and give her money for new curtains and cushions. She sent the children to school. Wakil and his first wife had not bothered much about that. When the oldest sons grumbled because they found it embarrassing to sit in the same classroom as little children, she just said, "It will be a lot more embarrassing later if you don't go." Shakila was over the moon. At last she had a man. Her eyes sparkled, she looked in love. After 35 years as an old maid, she had adjusted brilliantly to the role of housewife. The sisters kissed each other, pulled the burqas over their heads, and strode out of the gate. Layla in black high-heeled shoes, Shakila wearing the white, sky-high, gold-buckled pumps, the wedding shoes. Shoes are important when neither body nor clothes, hair nor face can be exposed. They skipped over puddles, avoided coagulated mud and deep ruts, while the gravel ground through the thin soles. The road was the road to school. Layla was en route to apply for work as a teacher. This was her secret plan. Shakila had made inquiries at the village school where she worked. There was no English teacher. In spite of Layla having completed only 9 years at school, she felt confident that she could teach beginners. When she lived in Pakistan, she had attended English evening classes. The school lies behind a mud enclosure. The wall is too high to see over. An old man sits by the entrance. He makes sure no intruders are admitted, especially men. as this is a girls' school and all the teachers are women. The playground was once a grass pitch. Now it's a potato patch. Round the patch, cubicles have been built into the wall. The classrooms have 3 walls, the back enclosure and the 2 side walls. The playground side is open, so the school head can observe what is going on in all the classrooms. In each cubicle there are some benches, tables and a blackboard. Only the older girls have stools and tables. The younger ones sit on the ground and follow what goes on the blackboard. Many of the students cannot afford exercise books, but write on little boards or bits and pieces of paper they have found. Confusion reigns. Daily, new pupils turn up who want to start school. The classes are getting bigger and bigger. The authorities' school campaign has been very visible. All over the country, large banners have gone up depicting smiling children carrying books. Back to school is the only text necessary. When Shakila and Layla arrive, the inspector is busy with a young woman who wants to register as a pupil. She says she has completed 3 classes and wants to start the 4th. "I cannot find you on our lists," the inspector says, leafing through the card index, which by chance has been left lying in a cupboard during the entire Taliban era. The woman is silent. "Can you read and write?" the inspector asks. The woman hesitates. In the end, she admits she has never attended school. "But it would have been nice to start in the 4th class," she whispers. "It is so embarrassing to be with the little ones in the 1st class." The inspector says that if she wants to learn anything, she will have to start from the beginning. In the 1st class, a class consisting of 5-year-olds up to teenagers. The woman would have been the oldest. She thanks the inspector and leaves. Then it's Layla's turn. The inspector remembers her from before the Taliban. Layla had been a pupil at this school, and the inspector would welcome her as a teacher. "First you have to register," she says. "You must go to the Ministry of Education with your papers and apply for a job here." "But you don't have an English teacher. Can't you apply for me? Or I can start now and register later," asks Layla. "Impossible. You must get personal clearance from the authorities. Those are the rules." Layla walks out of the school feeling depressed. The sound of excited children fades. She plods home. How will she get to the Ministry of Education without anyone noticing? The plan was to get a job and then tell Sultan. If he knew about it beforehand, he would put his foot down, but if she already had a job, he might let her continue. The teaching was, in any case, only a few hours each day. She would just have to get up even earlier and work even harder. Her school certificate is in Pakistan. She feels like giving up. But then she remembers the dusty floors in Mikroraion and goes to the telegraph office. She phones relatives in Peshawar and asks them to retrieve her papers. They promise to help and will send them with anyone who is coming to Kabul. The Afghan postal service is not operating, and most things are sent with people travelling. The papers arrive in a few weeks. Next step is to go to the Ministry of Education. But how? She cannot go alone. She asks Yunus, but he doesn't think she should work. "Stay at home and look after your old mother," he says. Her favourite brother is of no help. Her nephew, Mansour, only snorts when she asks him. She is getting nowhere. The school year started ages ago. "It is too late," says her mother. "Wait until next year." Layla despairs. She is at a standstill in the mud of society and the dust of tradition. She has reached the deadlock in a system which is rooted in centuries-old traditions and which paralyzes half the population. The Ministry of Education is a half-hour bus ride away, an impossible half-hour. Layla is not used to fighting for something. On the contrary, she is used to giving up. But there must be a way out. She just has to find it. The everlasting boredom of the detention homework is threatening to overwhelm Fazil. He wants to leap up and howl, but restrains himself as an 11-year-old should who has been punished for not knowing his homework. He writes in small letters so as not to take up too much room. Exercise books are expensive. The light from the gas lamp throws a reddish glow over the paper, like writing on flames, he thinks. In the corner, his grandmother sits glaring at him with one eye. The other one was lost when she fell into an oven on the floor. His mother, Mariam, is breastfeeding 2-year-old Osip. Fazil is exhausted, and his writing frenzied. He must finish. He can't bear the shame of the blow over the knuckles from the teacher's ruler. He must write 10 times what God is. God is the Creator. God is eternal. God is almighty. God is good. God is truth. God is life. God sees all. God hears all. God is omniscient. God is omnipotent. God rules all. God. The reason for the detention work was his inability to answer correctly during the lesson on Islam.
I never answer properly, he moans to his mother, because when I see the teacher I get so nervous I forget. He's always angry, and even if you only make a tiny mistake, he hates you.
From start to finish, everything had gone wrong when Fazil was asked to come up to the blackboard and answer questions about God. He had done his lessons, but when he got to the blackboard, he remembered nothing. The Islam teacher, the man with the long beard, had turned on him with his black, piercing eyes and asked, "Can God die?"
No.
Fazil trembled beneath his gaze. "Why not?" Fazil is tongue-tied. Why can't God die? Can no knives pierce him? Can no bullets injure him? Thoughts rush through his head. "Well," the teacher says. Fazil blushes and stutters, but utters not a word. Another boy is allowed to answer.
Because he is eternal,
he says promptly. "Right. Can God talk?" the teacher continues.
No, says Fazil. Or rather, yes.
"If you think he can talk, how does he talk?" the teacher asks. Fazil is speechless yet again. "Well, you say he can talk. Does he have a tongue?" the teacher asks. Does God have a tongue? Fazil tries hard to imagine what the correct answer might be. He does not think God has a tongue, but dares say nothing. Again, another boy is allowed to answer.
"He talks through the Quran," he says. "The Quran is his tongue."
"Correct. Can God see?" Fazil realizes the teacher is hitting the palm of his hand gently with the ruler, as if practicing the blows that will any moment rain over Fazil's knuckles.
"Yes,"
says Fazil. "How does he see? Does he have eyes?" Fazil hesitates before saying,
I've never seen God. How do I know?"
The blows rained down over Fazil until the tears flowed. He must surely be the stupidest boy in the class. The pain was nothing compared to the shame of standing there. Then he was given detention homework. "If you cannot learn this, you cannot continue in the class." Having written what God is 10 times, Fazil must learn it. He repeats it aloud to his mother. Finally, it sticks. The grandmother pities her grandchild. She has no education and thinks the homework is too difficult for the little boy. She slurps from her glass of tea.
"When the Prophet Muhammad drank, he never made a sound," Fazil says sternly. "Every time he took a sip, he removed the glass from his lips 3 times and thanked God." The one-eyed grandmother steals a glance at him. "Really? You don't say." The next part of the homework is about the life of the Prophet. He has reached the chapter which deals with his habits, and he reads aloud, his finger tracing the letters. "The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, always squatted on the ground. There was no furniture in his house. A man's life ought to be like that of a traveller, resting in the shade, then continuing on his way. A house must be nothing more than a place to rest, a protection against cold and heat, against wild animals, and a place where privacy is preserved. Muhammad, peace be upon him, was in the habit of resting on his left arm. When he meditated, he liked to dig in the earth with a shovel or a stick, or he sat on the ground with his arms around his legs. When he slept on his right side, and the palm of his right hand lay under his face. Sometimes he slept lying on his back. Sometimes he crossed one leg over the other, always making sure that each part of the body was covered up. He hated lying face down and forbade others to do so. He did not like sleeping in a dark room or on a rooftop. He always washed before going to bed and recited prayers until he fell asleep. When he slept, he snored quietly. If he woke at night to urinate, he washed his hands and his face when he had finished. He wore a loincloth in bed, but usually took off his shirt. As houses were without latrines in those days, the Prophet might walk several miles out of town in order to be out of sight, and he chose soft ground to avoid being sprayed. He made sure he was out of sight behind a stone or a rise. He bathed behind a blanket or in a loincloth when bathing in the rain. When he blew his nose, he always used a rag. Fazil continues to read aloud about the Prophet's feeding habits. He liked dates, preferably mixed with milk or butter. He preferred the neck and side of an animal, but never ate onions or garlic because he disliked bad breath. Before sitting down to a meal, he took his shoes off and washed his hands. He used his right hand when he ate, and ate only from his side of the bowl, never reaching his hand into the middle of the bowl. He never used cutlery and used but 3 fingers when he ate. Every time a morsel entered his mouth, he thanked God. And he drank without making a sound. He closes the book. Go to bed, Fazil. Mariam has made his bed up in the room where they were eating. 3 siblings are already snoring away, but Fazil still has to mug up prayers in Arabic. He swots up on the incomprehensible words from the Quran and then collapses onto his mat, fully clothed. He must be at school at 7 next morning. He shudders. First lesson is Islam. He falls asleep, exhausted. When Fazil is woken at 5:30 the next morning, the sun is sending its first rays over the heights surrounding Kabul. He washes in the water his mother has put out, drinks tea and eats breakfast before running off. He is cross and crabby and thinks his mother is not quick enough when he asks for something. His only thought is the Islam lesson. Mariam spoils her oldest son. He gets the best food and the most care. She worries about not giving him food adequate for his brain. They have to make do with Hazim's salary as a customs officer, but when, on rare occasions, she has money to spare, it is he who gets a new piece of clothing. She has great hopes for him. She remembers how content she was 11 years ago.
She remembers the joy of birthing a boy. A big feast was held, and she and her son received wonderful gifts. There were visits and much rejoicing. 2 years later, she gave birth to a girl. No feasting or presents. But Fazil, he is going to study and become famous, she hopes. Initially, she thought he might work in her brother's bookshop, an enterprising environment. Sultan had taken on the responsibility of feeding him, and Fazil had eaten better there than at home. She cried the entire day Sultan sent Fazil home. She worried he had misbehaved, but she knew Sultan's moods and realized that he no longer needed a crate carrier. Then her younger brother Yunus said he would try and get Fazil into Istiklal, one of Kabul's best schools. Fazil was lucky. Everything had worked out for the best, Mariam realized. She thought about Aymal, Sultan's son, who hardly ever saw daylight, but worked from early morning till late at night in one of Sultan's shops. She strokes Fazil's hair as he runs out of the house. He crosses the village to the bus stop. He gets on the front of the bus where the men sit and bumps along into Kabul. He is one of the first into the classroom. One by one, the boys enter. Most are thin and shabbily dressed. Some wear clothes that are far too big, probably passed down from older brothers. There is a blissful mixture of style. Some still wear the Taliban stipulated dress for men and boys. The trouser bottoms have been added to with pieces of cloth sewn on as the boys grow. Others have produced 70s trousers and jerseys from basements and lofts, clothes used by their big brothers before the Taliban came to power. One boy has a pair of jeans. They look like a balloon tied tightly round the waist. Others wear bell-bottoms. One boy's outer clothes are too tight, and he has pulled his underpants up over the short jersey. A few boys have forgotten to zip up their flies. Having worn long tunics since childhood, it is easy for them to forget this new, unfamiliar mechanism. Some wear the same tatty cotton shirts as worn in Russian orphanages, and they have the same hungry, slightly untamed look. The boys play and shout and throw things around the room. When the bell goes and the teacher enters, all 50 are at their desks. They sit on high wooden benches fastened to the tables. The benches are designed for 2, but to accommodate them all, sometimes 3 have to share. When the teacher enters, the pupils rise quick as a flash and greet him. Salam alaikum. The peace of God be with you. The teacher walks slowly down the row of seats, making sure the boys all have the correct books and have done their homework. He inspects nails, clothes, shoes. If they are not completely clean, at least they are not dirty. That would mean dismissal. Then the teacher tests them, and this morning they all know their homework. Then we'll continue. Haram, he says in a loud voice and writes the unfamiliar word on the blackboard. Does anyone know what that means? A boy puts his hand up. Bad behavior is haram. He's right. Bad behavior, which is un-Muslim-like, is haram, the teacher says. For example, killing someone without a reason, or punishing someone without a reason. To drink alcohol is haram, to take drugs, to sin. To eat pork is haram. The infidel, the unbeliever, couldn't care less about haram. Much which is haram to the Muslim they look upon as good. That is bad. The teacher draws a diagram with the 3 ideas, haram, halal, mubah. Haram is whatever is bad and forbidden. Halal is whatever is good and permitted. Mubah is whatever is doubtful. Mubah is whatever is not good, but is not sinful either. For example, to eat pork rather than starve to death, or to kill in order to survive. The boys write and write. At the end, the teacher asks his customary questions to see whether they have understood. If a man considers haram a good thing, what is he then? No one answers. An infidel. The Islam teacher answers his own question. And is haram good or bad? Nearly all the hands fly in the air. Fazil is too frightened. He is terrified of giving the wrong answer. The teacher points to one of the boys, who stands up straight by his desk and answers, "Bad." That was what Fazil had wanted to answer. An infidel is bad. Aymal is Sultan's youngest son. He is 12 years old and works 12 hours a day. Every day, 7 days a week, he is woken at daybreak. He curls up again until Layla or his mother forces him to get up. He washes his pale face, dresses, eats a fried egg with bread, and drinks tea. At 8 in the morning, Aymal opens the door to a little booth in the dark lobby of one of Kabul's hotels. Here he sells chocolate, biscuits, soft drinks, and chewing gum. He counts money and is bored. He calls the shop the dreary room. His heart bleeds and his tummy churns every time he opens the door. This is where he must sit until he is fetched at 8 in the evening, when it is already dark. He goes straight home to supper and bed. Outside his booth door are 3 tubs. The receptionist tries desperately to collect all the water dripping from the ceiling. Regardless of how many tubs he puts out, there are always large puddles outside Aymal's door, and people avoid them and the shop. The lobby is often blacked out. During the day, the heavy curtains are pulled away from the windows, but the daylight cannot penetrate to the dark corners. In the evenings, if there is no electricity, there are large kerosene lamps on the reception counter. When the hotel was built in the 1960s, it was the most up-to-date in Kabul. The foyer was bustling with men in elegant suits and women in short skirts and modern hairdos. Alcohol was served and Western music played. The building contained bars and nightclubs. Even the king came here to participate in meetings and to eat dinner. The 60s and 70s were characterized by Kabul's most liberal regimes. First the reign of man about town Zaire Shah, then that of his cousin Daoud, who cut down on political freedom and filled the prisons with political prisoners, but who at a superficial level allowed Western modern ways. When the country started to slide, so did the hotel. During the Civil War, it was destroyed. The rooms facing town were riddled by bullets, grenades landed on the balconies, and rockets tore down the roof. After the Civil War, when the Taliban took over, the renovation work dragged on. There were few guests, and so no need for the wrecked rooms. The reigning mullahs didn't care about tourism. On the contrary, they wanted the smallest possible number of foreigners in the country. The roof fell in, and the corridors buckled. Now that yet another regime wants to stamp its authority on Kabul, refurbishment has begun. Aymal often watches the repair work or follows keenly the electrician's furious battles with the generator, when electricity is needed to supply important meetings with microphones and loudspeakers. The lobby is Aymal's playground. He slides on the water, wanders around. But that, on the whole, is that. Completely boring, completely lonely. Sometimes he talks to people in this gloomy hall, the men who sweep and wash, the receptionists, the doorman, the security people, a guest or two, and the other stall keepers. They rarely have customers. One man sells traditional Afghan jewelry. He too is bored all day. The demand amongst hotel customers for jewellery is not great. Someone else sells souvenirs at a price that means no one buys anything. Many shop windows are covered in dust or by curtains or cardboard. Ariana Airlines is written on a broken pane. Once upon a time, Afghanistan's national airline owned many aircraft. Classy air hostesses served the passengers. Whiskey and brandy were on the menu. Many planes were destroyed during the Civil War. The remainder were bombed to bits by the Americans in their hunt for Osama bin Laden and Mullah Omar. One plane alone escaped. It was standing at New Delhi Airport on September the 11th. This plane still flies Kabul to New Delhi return, but one plane is not enough to reopen the hotel's Ariana office. At one end of the foyer lies the restaurant, which serves Kabul's worst food. In the centre of the lobby is a small enclosure, a couple of square metres of green carpet. Guests, ministers, caretakers and waiters are constantly seen side by side, squatting on small rugs that lie on top of the green carpet. In prayer, all are equal. There is also a larger prayer room in the basement, but most people make do with a few minutes on the carpet. All day long, a TV, towering on a rickety table, broadcasts noisy programs. It is right outside Aymal's chocolate stall, but he rarely stops to watch. Kabul TV, the only Afghan channel, has nothing interesting to report. There are religious programs, long discussions, a few news bulletins, and lots of traditional music against a backdrop of stills of Afghan scenery. The channel employs female newsreaders, but no singers or dancers. People are not ready yet, say the management. Sometimes Polish or Czech cartoons are shown, and Aymal rushes out, but is often disappointed. He has seen them before. Aymal's days consist of restless wanderings between the shop, the restaurant, and the shabby furniture. He is conscientious and keeps an eye on the shop in case someone should come. Once, when the Taliban fled town, the corridors were heaving with journalists. They had been living for months with the soldiers of the Northern Alliance, existing on rotten rice and green tea, and now they stuffed themselves with Aymal's Snickers and Bounty bars smuggled in from Pakistan. They bought water at the equivalent of £3 a bottle and little round cream cheeses at £9 a box. The journalists didn't mind about the prices. They had conquered Kabul and beaten the Taliban. They were dirty and bearded like guerrilla soldiers. The women were dressed like men and wore dirty boots. Many of them had yellow hair and pale pink skin. Sometimes Aymal stole up to the roof where reporters were talking into large microphones in front of cameras. They no longer looked like guerrilla soldiers, but had washed and combed their hair. The hall was full of funny types who joked and chatted with him. Aymal had learnt some English in Pakistan, where he had lived as a refugee most of his life. No one had asked him why he was not at school. None of the schools were operating. He counted dollars, used the calculator, and dreamt of becoming a big businessman. Fazil was with him then, and the two boys watched intently, wide-eyed, the extraordinary world that had invaded the hotel while they raked in the money. But after a few weeks, the journalists left the hotel. The war was over, a leader had been installed, and Afghanistan was no longer interesting. When the journalists left, the newly elected Afghan ministers, their secretaries and aides moved in. Dark Pashtun from Kandahar, returned expatriates in tailor-made suits, and freshly shaven warlords from the steppes filled the sofas in the lobby. The hotel had become home to those who now ruled the country, but who had no place to live in Kabul. None of them took any notice of Aymal or bought anything from his shop, They had never tasted a bounty, and they drank water from the tap. They would not dream of throwing away their money on Aymal's imported goods. Once in a while some journalist or other would find himself in Afghanistan, in the hotel and the shop. "Are you still here? Why aren't you at school?" they would ask. "I go in the afternoon," Aymal would say if they came in the morning. "I go in the morning," he would say if they came in the afternoon. He did not dare admit that he, like any other street urchin, did not go to school. Because Aymal is a rich little boy. His father is a rich bookseller, a father who is passionate about words and history, a father who has big dreams and big plans for his book emporium. But he is a father who trusts no one but his sons to run the shops, a father who did not bother to register his sons when the schools in Kabul opened again. Aymal begged and pleaded, but Sultan impressed on him. "You are going to be a businessman. The best place to learn that is in the shop." Aymal became increasingly unwell and unhappy. His face turned pale and his skin sallow. His young body stooped and lost its resilience. They called him the sad boy. When he returned home, he fought and bickered with his brothers, the only way to use pent-up energy. He regarded his cousin Fazil with envy. He had got into Istiklal, a school supported by the French government. "The fatherless poor Fazil can go to school," Aymal complained to Mansour, his older brother. "But I who have a father who has read all the books in the world, I have to work 12 hours a day. I should be playing football, have friends round," he complained. Mansour agreed. He did not like Aymal standing in the dark shop all day. He too begged Sultan to send his youngest to school. "Later," said the father, "later. Now we must pull together. This is when we lay the foundations of our emporium." What can Aymal do? Run away? Very rarely something would break the monotony, and the lobby would fill with people. Like the time the Minister for Aviation, Abdur Rahman, was killed. The drama took place when thousands of Haji, white-gowned pilgrims on their way to Mecca, were left standing at Kabul airport, having been cheated by a tour operator. It had sold tickets for a non-existent plane. Ariana had chartered a shuttle plane to Mecca, but there was not nearly room enough for everyone. The pilgrims suddenly spotted an Ariana plane taxiing along the runway, and they stormed it. But the plane was not going to Mecca. It was carrying the Minister of Aviation to New Delhi. The Haji were refused entry. In a raging mood, they knocked the pilot down and rushed into the plane, where they found the minister, who had made himself comfortable with some of his aides. The pilgrims pulled him into the aisle and beat him to death. Mansour runs panting into his father's shop, carrying a little parcel. 200 postcards, he puffs, perspiration pouring off his face. He tried to steal 200 postcards. Who? Asks his father. He places his calculator on the counter, enters a figure into the accounts book, and looks at his son. The carpenter! The carpenter? Sultan asks, astounded. Are you sure? Haughtily, as though he has saved his father from a dangerous mafia gang, the son hands over the brown envelope. 200 postcards, he repeats. When he was about to leave, I spotted something in his waistcoat pocket. What's that? I said. Something I brought with me, he said. Show me, I said. He refused. In the end, I pulled the packet out of his pocket, and here it is. He tried to steal postcards from us, but I was keeping an eye on him. Mansour is yearning for his father's approval, but Sultan continues to leaf slowly through the cards and says, Where is he now? I sent him home, but told him he would not get off lightly." Sultan is silent. He remembers when the carpenter approached him in the shop. They were from the same village. Jalaluddin had not changed since those days. He was still thin as a rake, with large, frightened, protruding eyes. He was possibly even thinner than before, and although he was only 40, he was already stooped. His family was poor, but well regarded. His father had also been a carpenter, but his sight failed, and he could no longer work. Sultan was happy to give Jalaluddin work. He was clever, and Sultan needed new shelves. Up until now, the bookshelves in his shop had been of the normal variety, where the books stand straight up with the title legible on the spine. The shelves covered the walls, and in addition there were freestanding bookcases on the floor. But Sultan wanted sloping shelves, with a thin bar across, in order that the whole front cover of the book could be seen, like a Western shop. They agreed on a fee of $3 per day, and Jalaluddin returned with hammer, saw, ruler, nails, and planks. The storage room at the back of the shop was turned into a carpenter's workshop. Jalaluddin had worked all day, surrounded by shelves and postcards. The cards were an important source of income to Sultan. He printed them in Pakistan for next to nothing and sold them at a large profit, without crediting the photographer or painter. The best customers were soldiers from the International Peacekeeping Force. They bought postcards of women in burqas, children playing on tanks, queens from bygone days in daring dresses, the Bamyan Buddhas before and after they were blown up by the Taliban, Buzkashi horses, children in national costume, wild scenery, Kabul, then and now. The soldiers often left the shop with a dozen postcards each. Jalaluddin's daily wage was worth exactly 9 postcards. In the back room they were stacked up, hundreds of each image. 200, you say? Sultan said thoughtfully. Do you think this is the first time? I don't know. He said he was going to pay for them, but he had forgotten. Yes, he can try and make us believe that. Someone must have asked him to steal them, Mansour stated. He's not smart enough to sell the cards on. Sultan swore. He had no time for this. In 2 days he was off to Iran for the first time in several years. There were many things to do, but he would have to handle this first. No one, but no one, was going to steal from him and get away with it. Keep the shop and I'll go to his house. We must get to the bottom of this, said Sultan. He took Rasul with him. He knew the carpenter well. They drove out to the village de Hudaydat. Remember, no one needs to know about this. It is not necessary for the whole family to have the shame hanging over them, Sultan said to Rasul. At the village store, where the path led to Jalaluddin's house, stood a group of men, amongst them Jalaluddin's father, Fayaz. He squeezed Sultan's hand and embraced him. Come in and have a cup of tea, he said cordially. He obviously knew nothing about the postcards. The other men also wanted a few words with Sultan. After all, he had pulled himself up and achieved something in life. We only wanted to see your son, said Sultan. Can you fetch him? The old man went off. He returned with his son following 2 steps behind. Jalaluddin looked at Sultan. He was shaking. We need you in the shop. Could you come back with us for a moment? Sultan said. Jalaluddin nodded. You'll have to come for tea another day, the father called after them. You know what this is about, Sultan observes dryly when they are sitting in the back of the car being driven by Rasul. They are on their way to Wakil's brother, Mirjan, who is a policeman.
I only wanted to look at them. I was going to give them back. I only wanted to show my children. They are so beautiful." The carpenter cowers in the corner, shoulders sagging. When he talks, he looks quickly and nervously at Sultan and resembles a frightened and dishevelled chicken. Sultan leans back in the seat and questions him quietly. "I need to know how many postcards you took." "Only the ones you saw." "I don't believe you." "It's true." "If you won't admit that you took more, I'll report you to the police." The carpenter snatches Sultan's hand and showers it with kisses. Sultan snatches it back. "Stop that nonsense! Don't behave like an idiot!" "In the name of Allah, upon my honor, I didn't take any more. Don't throw me into jail, please. I'll pay you back. I'm an honorable man. Forgive me. I was stupid. Forgive me. I have 7 little children. 2 of my girls have polio. My wife is pregnant again, and we have nothing to eat. My children are fading away. My wife cries every day because I don't make enough to feed us all. We eat potatoes and boiled vegetables. We can't even afford rice. My mother begs leftovers from hospitals and restaurants. These last days we haven't even had bread. And I also feed my sister's 5 children. Her husband is out of work. And I also live with my old mother and father and grandmother." "The choice is yours. Admit that you have taken more, and you'll be spared jail," says Sultan. The conversation goes round in circles. The carpenter bemoans his poverty, and Sultan wants him to admit to a larger theft. He also wants to know to whom he has sold the cards. They have travelled through Kabul and are out in the country again. Rasul drives them through muddy roads past people hurrying to reach home before nightfall. Children run around barefoot. A burqa-clad woman balances on the crossbar of her husband's bicycle. An old man is fighting a cart full of oranges. His feet sink into the deep ruts caused by the recent day's downpour. The hard mud road has been turned into an artery of shit, garbage and animal waste, forced into the road from alleyways and verges by torrential rain. Rasul halts in front of a gate. Sultan asks him to go and knock on the door. Mirjan comes out, greets them all, and invites them in. When the men stomp up the stairs, they hear the quiet hiss of skirts. The women of the house hide. Outside the family, no men must see them. The older boys serve the tea the sisters and mother have prepared in the kitchen. "Well," says Mirjan. He sits cross-legged wearing the traditional tunic with balloon trousers, the dress forced on all men by the Taliban. Mirjan loves it. He is small and podgy and feels comfortable in the loose-fitting clothes. Sultan quickly explains their business. Mirjan lets them talk in turn, as though they were being cross-examined. Sultan sits at his side, Jalaluddin across from him. He nods understandingly and keeps a light, easy manner. Sultan and Jalaluddin are offered tea and cream toffees and talk over each other. "For your own sake, it is best that we sort it all out here, instead of going to the real police," says Mirjan. Jalaluddin looks down, wrings his hands, and stutters out a confession, not to Sultan, but to Mirjan. "I might have taken 500, but they're all at home. I'll give them back. I haven't touched them." "Well, I never," says the policeman. But that is not enough for Sultan. "I'm sure you've taken many more. Come on, who have you sold them to?" "It is to your advantage to admit everything now," says Mirjan. "If it comes to a police interrogation, it won't be like this, and there won't be any tea and cream toffees," he tells Jalaluddin. "But it's absolutely true. I have not sold them. In the name of Allah, I promise," he says, and looks from one to the other.
Sultan insists. The words are repeated. It is time to go home. Anyone around after curfew is arrested. People have even been killed because the soldiers felt threatened by passing cars. They get into the car in silence. When they reach the carpenter's house, Rasul goes in to fetch the postcards. He returns quickly with a small bundle. 480 postcards. Iqbal and Aymal sit on the mats counting. Sultan is trying to assess how many the carpenter might have taken. If the whole package has gone, it will be difficult to assess. But if only about a dozen are missing from several of the packages, it is possible he has just opened a few packages and taken a few cards from each one. Sultan reasons. We'll have to count tomorrow. The next morning, as they are counting, the carpenter appears at the door. He looks more stooped than ever. Suddenly he rushes over to Sultan and starts kissing his feet. Sultan drags him off the floor and hisses, "Pull yourself together, man. I don't want your prayers."
Forgive me, forgive me. I'll pay you back, I'll pay you back. I have hungry children at home, says the carpenter.
I'll say the same as yesterday. I don't need your money, but I want to know who you have sold them to. How many did you take? Jalaluddin's old father Faiz is there too. He too tries to get down and kiss Sultan's feet, but Sultan catches him before he gets down on the floor. He doesn't like anyone kissing his shoes, especially not an elderly neighbour.
You must know I've beaten him all night. I am so ashamed. I've brought him up to be an honest worker, and now my son's a thief, Faiz says, and scowls at his son, who is cowering in the corner. The stooped carpenter looks like a little child who has stolen and lied and is about to be spanked. Sultan calmly tells the father what has happened, that Jalaluddin took postcards home with him, and now they want to know how many he took and who he sold them to. Give me 1 day, and I'll make him admit to everything, if there is more to admit, begs Faiz. The seams in his shoes have come undone. He is not wearing socks, and his trousers are held up with a piece of string. The jacket sleeves are shiny. He looks like his son, just a bit darker and smaller, and caved in. They are both thin and frail. The father stands in front of Sultan, passive. Sultan does not know what to do either. He feels embarrassed by the old man's presence, a man who could have been his own father. At last, Faiz moves. He walks resolutely over to where his son is standing. Like a flash, his arm whips out, and there, in the shop, he thrashes his son. "You scoundrel! You cad! You are a disgrace to your family! You should never have been born! You're a loser! A crook!" his father cries whilst kicking and hitting him. He rams his knee into his son's stomach, his foot into his crotch, beats him over the back. Jalaluddin just stands there, stooped, protecting his chest with his arms while the father lays into him. Then he suddenly breaks loose and runs out of the shop and disappears down the street. Faiz's lambskin hat lies on the floor. It fell off in the heat of the battle. He picks it up, straightens it out, and puts it back on his head. He bids Sultan farewell and walks out. Through the window, Sultan sees how he totters onto his old bicycle and cycles stiffly and quietly back to his village. When the dust has settled after the embarrassing scene, Sultan continues to count. He is unruffled. He worked here for 40 days. Let's say he took 200 cards every day. That makes 8,000 cards. I'm sure he's stolen at least 8,000 cards, he says, and looks at Mansour, who shrugs his shoulders. It had been agony to watch the poor carpenter being beaten by his father.
Mansour couldn't give a shit about the postcards. He thinks they should forget the whole damn thing now that they have got them back. He hasn't got the nous to sell them on, forget it, he begs. It might have been done to order. You know all those stall holders who have bought postcards from us. Some of them haven't been for some time. I thought they might have bought enough, but look, they've bought cheap postcards from the carpenter. What do you think? Mansour shrugs again. He knows his father, and knows that he wants to get to the bottom of it all. He also knows that he will be given the task. His father is off to Iran, and will be away for a month. What if you and Mirjan make some inquiries while I am away? Truth will out. No one steals from Sultan, he says, staring fixedly at Mansour. He could have ruined my entire business. Mansour is cross and irritated that he has been given yet another task to complete in his father's absence. In addition to having to register all the books, to fetch new crates of books sent from the printers in Pakistan, to sort out the red tape, which is the consequence of owning a bookshop in Kabul, and to act as chauffeur and run his own bookshop, he now also has to take on the role of police inspector. Don't be too soft. Don't be too soft, are Sultan's last words before he gets on the evening plane to Tehran. But when his father has gone, Mansour forgets the whole thing. His sanctimonious period following the pilgrimage to Mazar is well and truly over. It lasted exactly 1 week. Nothing was improved by his praying 5 times a day. The beard got itchy, and everyone told him he looked scruffy. He didn't like the look of himself in the loose tunic. If I can't think permitted thoughts, I might as well forget the whole thing, he said to himself, and gave up the piety just as quickly as he had started. The pilgrimage was nothing more than an outing. No one can sleep in Jalaluddin's house. The children lie on the floor and cry quietly. The last 24 hours have been the worst in their experience, to see their kind father being beaten by their grandfather and called a thief. In the courtyard, Jalaluddin's father walks around in circles. How could I have had a son like that, bringing shame upon the whole family? What have I done wrong? The oldest son, the crook, sits on a mat in the one and only room. He can't lie down because his back is full of bloody streaks after having been beaten by his father with a thick branch. The father had continued where he left off in the shop, and the son had not resisted. The family had watched in horror. The women had tried to get the children away, but there was no place to go. The house was built round a courtyard. Along 2 of the walls were platforms, behind which rooms with big windows covered in oilcloth faced the courtyard. A room for the carpenter, his wife and 7 children, a room for the father, mother and grandmother, a room for his sister, her husband and their 5 children, a dining room and a kitchen with an earthen kiln, a primus and a few shelves. The carpenter's children slept on mats made up of a hodgepodge of rags and scraps of fabric. Some areas were covered in cardboard, others in plastic or sacking. The 2 girls with polio wore splints on one foot and used crutches. 2 other children suffered from a virulent type of eczema. They were constantly scratching the scabs, which bled. When Mansour woke the first morning after his father had left, an intoxicating feeling overwhelmed him. He was free. He donned the sunglasses from Mazar and tore off at 100 kilometers per hour down Kabul's streets, past laden donkeys and dirty goats, beggars and disciplined German soldiers. He stuck a finger in the air at the Germans while he bumped over the endless holes in the tarmac. He swore and cursed, and pedestrians jumped out of the way. From now on, Rasool can hump cases and deliver messages. Mansour is going to enjoy himself until his father returns. Apart from the lift the shops every morning so his brothers won't grass on him, he's not going to do a damn thing. Mansour's aim is to get to know girls. That is not easy in Kabul, where most families guard their daughters like treasure. He has a brainwave and starts an English course for beginners. Mansour's English is good as a result of his Pakistani schooling, but he reasons that he will find the youngest and prettiest girls in the beginners class. He's not wrong. After only one class he has spotted his favourite. Carefully, he tries to talk to her. Once she even allows him to drive her some of the way home. He asks her to come to the shop, but she never does. One day the girl stops coming to the English course. Mansour misses her, but feels sorry for her sake that she stopped coming. She wanted so much to learn the language. The English student is quickly forgotten. Nothing is real and nothing is eternal in Mansour's life this spring. Then one day Sultan sends a message. He will be home the next day. Mansour snaps out of his intoxication immediately. He has done none of the things his father asked him to do. The matter of the carpenter and the investigations he has not even given a thought. When Sultan returns the next day, Mansour is so nervous he avoids his sharp eyes, but he need not be so worried because Sultan is mostly preoccupied with Sunya. Only the following day in the shop does he ask his son if he has done all he asked him to do. Before Mansour has had time to answer, the father is already issuing new instructions. Sultan's trip to Iran was very successful. He is linked up again with his old business associate, and soon crate upon crate of Persian books will arrive in Kabul. But one thing he has not forgotten: the carpenter. "Have you discovered nothing?" Sultan regards his son in astonishment. "Are you undermining my work? Tomorrow you go to the police and report him. His father was going to give me the confession within a day, and now a month has gone by. If he's not locked up by the time I return from Pakistan, you are not my son," he threatens. As a witness, Mansour sits on a stool by the chief constable's table in Dehudaidat police station. 7 men listen to the chief's interrogation. There are not enough chairs, and 2 of them have to share one. The carpenter is squatting on the floor. They are a mixed bunch. Some of the police wear thick grey winter uniforms, some traditional clothes, others green MP uniforms. Nothing much happens at this station, so the postcard theft is an important matter. "You must tell us who you sold them to, otherwise you'll end up in the central prison," the chief constable says. The words central prison send a chill around the room. Central prison, that's where the real criminals go. The carpenter sags on the floor and looks hopeless. After a while they send him away to the tiny metre-square cell, a cell where he cannot stand up but only crouch, squat, or lie doubled up. Jalaluddin's fate is in the hands of Mansour's family. They can withdraw the complaint. If they choose to uphold the complaint, he will be passed on along the system and it will be too late to acquit him. "We can hold him for 72 hours, then you'll have to make up your minds," says the chief constable. He is of the opinion that Jalaluddin must be punished. Poverty is no reason for stealing. "Many people are poor. If we do not punish crime, society will become completely immoral. It is important to set an example when the rules have been broken." The loud-spoken chief constable argues with Mansour, who has begun to question the whole affair. When he realizes that Jalaluddin might be sent down for 6 years for the postcard theft, Mansour starts thinking about his children, the hungry looks, the poor clothes. He thinks of his own life. In one day, he can spend as much money as the carpenter's family does in 1 month. "Don't forget, under the Taliban he would have had his hand cut off," the chief constable emphasizes. "What is the punishment for drinking?" Mansour asks. He knows that according to Sharia law, drinking is a gross sin and severely punished. The Quran recommends 80 lashes. "To be honest, I normally close my eyes to such things. When there is a wedding, I tell them that this is a holiday, but that everything should be in moderation and kept within the family," says the chief constable. "What about infidelity?" "If they are married, they will be killed by stoning. If they are unmarried, the punishment is 100 lashes, and they must marry. If one of them is married, and it is the man, and the woman is unmarried, he must take her for his second wife. If she is married, and he is unmarried, the woman will be killed, and the man whipped and put in prison," the constable says. "But I sometimes look through my fingers with that too. It might be widows who need the money. Then I try to help them, get them on an even keel again." "Yes, you're talking about prostitutes, but what about normal people?" "Once we surprised a couple in a car. We, or rather the parents, forced them to marry," he says. "That was fair, don't you think? After all, we're not the Taliban. We must try to avoid stoning people. The Afghans have suffered enough." Mansour leaves the police station deep in thought. The chief constable has given him a 3-day deadline. He can still pardon the sinner, but if it goes further, it'll be too late. Mansour is not in a mood to return to the shop. He goes home for lunch, a very rare occurrence. He throws himself down on a mat, and thank God, for the sake of peace, food is ready. "Take your shoes off," his mother says. "Go to hell," Mansour answers. "Mansour, you must obey your mother," Sharifa continues. Mansour keeps his shoes on. His mother pinches her mouth tight. "We must decide what to do with the carpenter," Mansour says. He lights a cigarette, and his mother starts to cry. Mansour would never, ever light up in front of his father. But as soon as his father is out of the house, he not only takes pleasure in smoking, but also in irritating his mother by smoking before, during, and after the meal. The little room is thick with smoke. Bibi Gul has been complaining for a long time how impolite he is to his mother. But this time desire takes over. She stretches out her hand and whispers, "Can I have one?" "Mummy!" Layla cries and tears the cigarette out of her hand. Mansour gives her another one, and Layla leaves the room in protest. Bibi Gul sits happily puffing away, laughing quietly. "Release him," she says after having enjoyed the cigarette. "He's had his punishment, his father's beating, the shame, and anyhow he gave the postcards back." "Did you see his children? How are they going to manage without their father's income?" Sharifa supports her. "We might be responsible for his children's death," says Layla, who is returned once her mother has stubbed out the cigarette. "What if they die of starvation, and the carpenter might die in prison? Many never make it through the 6 years. It's riddled with infection, tuberculosis, and lots of other illnesses." "Show mercy," says Bibi Gul. Mansour phones Sultan in Pakistan on his newly acquired mobile phone. He asks for permission to release the carpenter. Everyone is listening. They hear Sultan's voice shouting from Pakistan. "He wants to ruin my business, undermine prices. I paid him well. There was no need to steal. He's a crook. He's guilty and the truth will have to be beaten out of him. No one, but no one will get away with destroying my business.
He might get 6 years. His children might be dead when he gets out.
Mansour shouts back. If he gets 60 years, I couldn't care less. He is going to suffer until he tells me who he has sold the cards to.
That's something you can say because your tummy's full,
Mansour yells.
I cry when I think of those scraggy children of his. His family are finished.
How dare you contradict your father? Sultan screams down the line. Everyone in the room knows his voice and knows that his face is puce with anger and his whole body shaking. What sort of a son are you? You are to obey me in everything, everything. What's wrong with you? Why are you rude to your father? Mansour's face shows the inner battle he is fighting. He has never done anything but what his father demands of him. That is, of the things his father knows about. He has never faced him in open confrontation. He does not dare incite his father's wrath. All right, he says, and puts the phone down.
He has a heart of stone,
Sharifa sighs. Sunya is silent. Every morning and every evening the carpenter's family arrives. Sometimes the grandmother, other times the mother, the aunt, or the wife. 1 or 2 of the children are always with them. They get the same answer each time. Sultan decides. When he gets home, all will sort itself out. But they know Sultan has already passed his verdict. In the end, they can take it no longer. They do not open the door, but sit quietly, pretending they are not at home. Mansour goes to the local police station. The chief constable cannot wait any longer. Once again they ask the carpenter to admit that he took more postcards and to tell them whom he sold them to, but he refuses. Jalaluddin is handcuffed and led out of the little mud hut. As the local police station has no car, it falls on Mansour to drive the carpenter to the central police station in Kabul. During the Taliban era, this was one of the most hated buildings in Kabul. Here, at the Department for the Promotion of Virtue and Extermination of Sin, better known as the Ministry of Morality, the religious police had their headquarters. Men were brought here whose beards or trousers were too short, women who had walked down a street with men other than their relatives, women who had walked alone, women who wore makeup under the burqa. The men were beaten naked. Women could drape a sheet around themselves when being tortured. Before the Taliban, first the brutal Soviet intelligence service, then the chaotic police force of the Mujahideen had occupied the building. The carpenter mounts the massive steps. He looks pleadingly at Mansour. The beseeching eyes seem to bulge out of his head.
Forgive me, forgive me. I'll work for you for nothing for the rest of my life. Forgive me.
Mansour looks straight ahead. He must not buckle now. He cannot contradict Sultan. He might be disinherited, thrown out of the house. He feels already that his brother has become Sultan's favourite. Iqbal can learn computing. Iqbal has been promised a bicycle. If Mansour opposes him now, Sultan might sever all ties with him. However much he feels for the carpenter, he cannot risk that. They wait for the interrogation and registration of the report. The system is that the person reported is imprisoned until innocence or guilt has been proved. Anyone can report anybody and have the person in question imprisoned. Mansour puts his case to the interrogator. The carpenter squats on the floor. His waistcoat and jumper hang in shreds down his back. The interrogator behind the table carefully writes down the 2 declarations. He writes elegantly and uses carbon paper for a copy. "Tell me now whom you have sold the postcards to," The policeman asks.
I only took 200, and Rasul gave me some.
The carpenter starts tentatively. Rasul never gave you any postcards. That's a lie, says Mansour. You will remember this room as a place where you had the chance to tell the truth, says the policeman. Jalaluddin swallows and cracks his knuckles. Suddenly the interrogator squats beside him. I know that you have hungry children, and I know that you are not a criminal. I am giving you a last chance. Take it. If you tell me to whom you sold the cards, I will let you go. If you don't tell me, I'll give you several years in prison. Mansour is losing interest. This is the 100th time the carpenter has been asked to admit who he sold the cards to. Mansour looks at his watch and yawns. Suddenly a name escapes Jalaluddin's lips. Mansour leaps up. The man whose name Jalaluddin muttered owns a kiosk in the market where he sells calendars, pens and cards. He had always bought his postcards from Sultan's bookshop, but he hadn't been there for some time. Mansour remembers him because he always complained about the prices. It's as if a cork has been unstopped, but Jalaluddin still trembles as he talks.
Mahmud came over to me one afternoon when I was leaving work. We talked, and he asked me if I needed money. Of course I did. Then he asked me if I could fetch him some postcards. At first I refused, but then he told me about the money I would get for it. I thought about my children at home. I'm not able to feed the children on a carpenter's salary. I thought about my wife, who was starting to lose her teeth. She's only 30. I thought of all the reproachful looks I get at home because I'm not able to earn enough. I thought of the clothes and the shoes I could not afford to buy my children, the doctor we cannot afford, the awful food we have to eat. So I thought if only I took a few, as long as I was working in the bookshop, I could solve some of my problems. Sultan won't notice. He has so many postcards and so much money. And then I took some cards. For several days now, Layla has been receiving letters. Letters that have caused her to freeze with fear, her heart to beat faster and her mind to forget everything else. After having read them, she tears them into bits and throws them in the stove. The letters cause her to dream about another life. They give her a quivering excitement that is new to Layla. Suddenly there is a world inside her head she never knew existed. "I want to fly! I want to escape!" she shouts one day while sweeping the floor. "Out!" she cries and swings the broom around the room. "What did you say?"
Sunya asks, and looks up from the floor where she is sitting gazing into space and moving her fingers over the pattern in the carpet. "Nothing," answers Layla. She's in the kitchen when the boys return. She hears Aymal cluck behind her, and her heart beats faster. She has asked him not to bring any more letters, but Aymal pushes a letter on her, and a package. She hides both under her dress and rushes to her casket and locks it all up. While the others eat, she sneaks into the room where her treasures are kept. With trembling hands, she unlocks the casket and unfolds the piece of paper. "Dear Elle, you must answer me now. My heart burns for you. You are so beautiful. Do you want to remove my sorrow, or must I live in darkness forever? My life is in your hands. Please send me a token. I want to meet you. Answer me. I want to share my life with you. With love, from Kay." The package contains a watch with blue glass and a silver strap. She puts it on but quickly takes it off again. She can never wear it. She blushes. What if the brothers get to know about it? Or her mother? Fear, loathing, shame. Sultan and Yunus would condemn her. By accepting the letters, she commits an immoral act. "Do you feel the same as me?" he had asked. She doesn't really feel anything. She is desperate. A new reality has been forced on her. For the first time in her life, someone wants to know what she feels, what she thinks. But she feels nothing. She is not used to feeling anything. She knows she must feel nothing. Feelings, Layla has been taught, are a disgrace. Karim feels. Karim has seen her once when she and Sunya delivered lunch to the boys in the hotel. Karim had caught only a quick glimpse of her, but there was something about her which made him realize that she was the right one for him. The round, pale face, the beautiful skin, her eyes. Karim lives alone in one room and works for a Japanese TV company. He is lonely. His mother was killed during the Civil War. His father quickly took a new wife whom Karim could not get on with. She didn't care for the children from the first marriage and beat them when the father was not around. Karim never complained. His father had chosen her, not them. After he'd finished school, he worked with his father in his pharmacy in Jalalabad, but in the end, he couldn't bear living with his new family. His younger sister was married off to a man in Kabul, and Karim followed them and lived with them. He studied at the university, and when the Taliban fled and hordes of journalists filled Kabul's hotels and guest houses, Karim turned up and offered his English skills to the highest bidder. He was lucky and procured a job with a company who established an office in Kabul and gave Karim a long contract with a good salary. They paid for his room in the hotel. There Karim got to know Mansour and the rest of the Khan family. He liked the family, their bookshop, their knowledge, their level-headedness. A good family, he thought. When Karim caught sight of Layla, he was smitten. But Layla never returned to the hotel. In fact, she had loathed being there. Not a good place for a young woman, she thought. Karim could not divulge his obsession to anyone. Mansour would laugh and ruin it all. Nothing was sacred to Mansour, and he wasn't particularly fond of his aunt. Only Aymal knew. Aymal was Karim's go-between. If he could get closer to Aymal, Karim thought, he might get to know the family through him. He was lucky. One day Mansour invited him home to dinner. It is normal to introduce friends to the family, and Karim was one of Mansour's most respected friends. Karim did his utmost to be well received. He was charming, a good listener, and showered the food with compliments. It was especially important that the grandmother liked him because she had the last say where Layla was concerned. But the one he came to see, Layla, never showed up. She was in the kitchen cooking. Sharifa or Bulbula carried the food in. A young man outside the family very rarely gets to see the unmarried women. When the food was eaten, the tea drunk, and they were about to go to bed, he caught another glimpse of her. Owing to the curfew, dinner guests often stayed overnight, and Layla was making the dining room into a bedroom. He thought she was done and went in to pray before the others went to bed. She was there still, bent over the mattress, her long hair braided and covered by a simple shawl. He turned in the doorway, surprised and excited. Layla didn't even notice him. All night Karim cherished the memory of her bent over the mattress. The next morning he didn't see her, although she had prepared water for him to wash in, fried his egg and made his tea. She had even polished his shoes while he was sleeping. The next day he dispatched his sister to the women of the Khan family. When someone finds new friends, it is not only he who is presented to the family, but his relatives also, and the sister is Karim's closest relative. When she returned home, she told Karim what he already knew.
Layla is clever and a good worker. She is pretty and healthy. The family is quiet and decent. She is a good match. As Karim no longer had a mother, the younger sister was obliged to take on the role of suitor for him. But it was still too early. First, she would need to get to know the family better, as there was no kinship between them. Without kinship, they were bound to say no the first time. After the sister had visited, everyone in the family started pulling Layla's leg about Karim. Layla pretended not to notice when they teased her. She pretended not to care, although she burnt inside. They must not get to know about the letters. She was angry because Karim had put her in danger. She crushed the watch with a stone and threw it away. First of all, she was terrified that Yunus would find out. Of all the family, Yunus was the one who most lived up to the strictest Muslim way of life, although not even he followed it completely. He was also the one she loved most. She worried that he would think badly of her if he got to know she had received letters. When she was offered a part-time job on the strength of her knowledge of English, he forbade her to take it. He could not accept that she would work in an office alongside men. Layla remembers the conversation they had had about Jamila. Sharifa had told her about the young girl's death by suffocation. "What about her?" Yunus exclaimed. "You mean the girl who died when an electric fan short-circuited?" Yunus did not know that part was a lie, that Jamila was killed because a lover had visited her at night. Layla revealed the full story. "Awful, awful," he says. Layla nods. "How could she?" he adds. "She!" Layla exclaims. She had misunderstood the look on his face and thought it was shock, anger and sorrow over the fact that Jamila had been suffocated by her own brothers. But it was shock and anger that she could have taken a lover. "Her husband was rich and good-looking," he says, still shaking with indignation after the revelation. "What a disgrace," he says, "and with a Pakistani. This makes me more determined than ever to wed a young girl, young and untouched, and I'll have to keep her on a short rein," he says firmly. "But what about the murder?" Layla asks. "Her crime came first." Layla, too, wants to be young and untouched. She is terrified of being found out. She does not perceive the difference between being unfaithful to your husband and receiving letters from a boy. Both are forbidden, both are equally bad, a disgrace if found out. Now she is beginning to see Karim as a saviour, as a way of escaping from the family. She is frightened Yunus won't support her if he should propose. On her part, there was no talk of being in love. She had hardly seen him, only peeped at him from behind a curtain, seen him from the window when he came with Mansour. What little she had seen was more or less passable. "He's so young," she said to Sunya. "He's small and thin and rather childish-looking." But he was educated, he seemed kind, and he was without a family. Therefore he was her saviour, because he might get her away from the life that was otherwise hers. The best of all was that he had no large family, so she would not risk becoming a servant girl. He would let her study or take a job. It would be just the two of them. Maybe they could go away, maybe abroad. It was not that Layla had no suitors. She already had 3. All were relatives she did not want. One was the son of an aunt, illiterate and jobless, lazy and useless. The second was Wakil's big lout of a son. He was unemployed, but big sister Shakila pushed for this marriage. She wanted to have Layla around her in the backyard. But Layla knew that she would continue to be a servant with 20 people's washing, not just 13 like now. Shakila would be the respected lady of the house. Layla would remain the servant girl.
The third suitor was Khaled. Khaled was her cousin, a nice, quiet young man, a boy with whom she'd grown up and who, on the whole, she liked. He was kind and his eyes were warm and beautiful. But his family, he had an awful family of about 30 people. And Khaled's father, a strict old man, was known for his unruly temperament. Moreover, he had 2 wives who were continually quarrelling. Now he was thinking of getting a third wife.
"They are getting too old for me. I must have someone who can keep me young,"
the 70-year-old had said. Layla could not bear the thought of joining this chaotic family. But now destiny had generously bestowed Karim on her. His attentions give her the lift she needs and reason for hope. She looks for opportunities to get to the Ministry of Education and register as a teacher. When it is clear that none of the men in the family is prepared to help, Sharifa takes pity on her. She promises to go with Layla to the ministry, but time passes and they never go. Layla loses heart, but then suddenly things look up in an extraordinary way. Karim's sister had told him about the problems Layla was having registering as a teacher. After many weeks' exertion, and because he knows the Minister of Education's right-hand man, he arranges a meeting between Layla and the new Minister of Education, Rasul Amin. Layla's mother allows her to go. Luckily, Sultan is abroad, and even Yunus doesn't put a spanner in the works. Everything is going her way. Layla tries on and rejects all her clothes. Layla has few clothes in the range between old, worn sweaters and blouses glittering with imitation gold. She possesses nothing that is normal. When, very rarely, she buys clothes, it is usually for a wedding or engagement party, and then she always chooses the glitziest she can find. She ends up with one of Sunia's white blouses and a big black skirt. It doesn't actually matter that much, as she throws a long shawl over herself, which covers her head and her body to well below the hips. But she leaves her face uncovered. Layla has given up the burqa. She had promised herself that when the king returned, she would take off the veil. Afghanistan would then be a modern country. The April morning when ex-King Seierstad set foot on Afghan soil after 30 years in exile, she hung up her burqa for good and told herself she would never again use the stinking thing. Sunia and Sharifa followed suit. It was easy for Sharifa. She had lived most of her adult life with her face uncovered. It was worse for Sunia. She had lived under the burqa all her life, and she hung back. In the end, it was Sultan who forbade her to use it. "I don't want a prehistoric wife. You are the wife of a liberal man, not a fundamentalist." In many ways, Sultan was a liberal. When he was in Iran, he had bought Sunia Western clothes. He often referred to the burqa as an oppressive cage, and he was pleased that the new government included female ministers. In his heart, he wanted Afghanistan to be a modern country, and he talked warmly about the emancipation of women. But within the family, he remained the authoritarian patriarch. When it came to ruling his family, Sultan had only one model, his own father. When Karim arrives, Sharifa walks out in front. Layla is nervous and her head is bowed. Sharifa sits in front, Layla behind. She greets him quickly. She is still anxious, but some of the nervousness is going. He seems harmless, looks kind and rather funny. Karim talks to Sharifa about her sons, the job, the weather. She asks about his family, his work. Sharifa would also like to take up her old job as a teacher. In contrast to Layla, her papers are in order and she only needs to re-register. Layla has a multicolored collection of papers, some from the school in Pakistan, some from English classes she has attended. She has no teacher training and did not even complete high school. But there are no other candidates. If Layla doesn't go and teach, the school will have no English teacher. Once at the ministry, they have to wait for several hours for their moment with the minister. Around them are numerous women, with burqas, without burqas. They queue up in front of the many counters, forms are thrown at them, and they throw them back, completed. Employees hit them when they don't move fast enough. They scream at people behind the counters, and they are screamed at in turn from behind the counters. A sort of equal rights reigns. Men bawl at men, and women yell at women. Some men, obviously employed by the ministry, run around with piles of papers. It looks as though they are running in circles. Everyone shouts. Karim uses the waiting period to his advantage. At one stage, when Sharifa disappears to inquire about something at a counter with a long queue, he even catches Layla alone. "What is your answer?" he asks. "You know I cannot answer you," she says. "But what do you want?" "You know I cannot have a desire." "But do you like me?" "You know I cannot answer that." "Will you say yes when I propose?" "You know it is not me who answers." "Will you meet me again?" "I can't." "Why can't you be a bit nicer? Don't you like me?" "My family will decide whether I like you or not." Layla is irritated that he dares ask about these things. Anyhow, it is Sultan or her mother who decides. But of course she likes him. She likes him because he is her saviour. But she has no feelings towards him. How can she answer Karim's questions? They wait for hours. At last they are called in. The minister sits behind a curtain. He greets them briefly. He affixes his signature to the 7 pieces of paper Layla hands him without even glancing at them. Then they are hustled away. That is how Afghan society functions. You must know someone to get on in life, a paralyzing system. Nothing happens without the correct signatures and sanctions. Layla got to the minister. Someone else must make do with the signature of a less prominent person. But because the ministers spend large parts of the day signing the papers of people who have bribed their way in, their signatures become progressively less valuable. Layla thinks that having procured the minister's signature, the road to the world of teaching will be child's play. But she must visit a host of new offices, counters, and booths. Why should it be so difficult to register as a teacher when Afghanistan is crying out for teachers? When Layla reaches the office where new teachers are examined, her papers are all crumpled. They have been handled by so many. It is an oral examination to test her suitability as a teacher. In a room, 2 men and 2 women sit behind a counter. When name, age, and education have been recorded, questions are asked. "Do you know the Islam creed?" "There is no God but God, and Muhammad is his prophet," Layla rattles off. "How many times a day must a Muslim pray?" 5. "Isn't it 6? The woman behind the counter asks, but Layla doesn't allow herself to be knocked off her perch. "It might be for you, but for me it is 5. "And how many times do you pray?" 5 times a day, Layla lies. Then there are mathematical questions, which she solves, then a physics formula she has never heard of. "Aren't you going to test my English?" They shake their heads. "You can say whatever you want." They laugh sarcastically. None of them can speak English. Layla feels that they would rather neither she nor any of the other candidate teachers got a job. The exam is over, and after long discussions between themselves, they realize that one piece of paper is missing. "Come back when you've got that paper," they say. Having spent 8 hours in the ministry, they return home, despondent. Confronted with such bureaucrats, not even the minister's signature was enough. "I give up. Maybe I don't really want to be a teacher," says Layla. "I'll help you," Karim smiles. "Now that I've started, I'm going to complete it," he promises. Layla's heart softens a tiny bit. The next day, Karim goes to Jalalabad to confer with his family. He tells them about Layla, what sort of family she comes from, and that he wants to propose to her. They agree, and now all that remains is to dispatch his sister. It drags on. Karim is frightened of being rejected, and he needs a lot of money for the wedding, for furniture, for a house. Besides, his relationship with Mansour starts to cool. Mansour has ignored him the last few days and greets him curtly with a toss of his head when they meet. One day, Karim asks him if he has done something wrong. "I must tell you something about Layla," Mansour answers. "What?" Karim asks. "No, I can't say anything after all," says Mansour. "Sorry." "What is it?" Karim remains standing, open-mouthed. "Is she sick? Is there something wrong with her?" "I can't say what it is, but if you knew you'd never want to marry her," Mansour says. "I have to go now." Every day Karim pesters Mansour about what is wrong with Layla. Mansour only draws away. Karim begs and implores. He's angry, he's sour, but Mansour never answers. Aymal had told Mansour about the letters. In reality, he would not have minded Karim marrying Layla. On the contrary, but Wakil too had got wind of Karim's courtship. He asked Mansour to keep Karim away from Layla. Mansour had to do what his aunt's husband asked. Wakil was family. Karim was not. Wakil even threatened Karim. "I have chosen her for my son," he said. "Layla belongs to our family, and my wife wants her to marry my son. I want that too, and Sultan and her mother will approve. For your own sake, keep away." Karim could say little to the older Wakil. His only chance would be if Layla fought to get him. But was there something wrong with Layla? Was it true, what Mansour said? Karim started to doubt the whole courtship. In the meantime, Wakil and Shakila visit Mikrorayon. Layla disappears into the kitchen to make food. After the couple have gone, Bibi Gul says, "They have asked for you for Saeed." Layla remains standing, paralyzed. "I said it was okay by me, but I would ask you," says Bibi Gul. Layla has always done what her mother wanted. Now she says nothing. Wakil's son. With him her life will be exactly as it is now, only with more work and for more people. In addition, she will acquire a husband who has never opened a book. Bibi Gul dips, takes a bone from Shakila's plate and sucks up the marrow whilst regarding her daughter. Layla feels how life, her youth, hope leave her, without being able to save herself. She feels her heart heavy and lonely like a stone, condemned to be crushed forever. Layla turns, takes 3 paces to the door, goes out and closes it quietly behind her. Her crushed heart she leaves behind. Soon it blends with the dust which blows in through the window, the dust that lives in the carpets. That evening she will sweep it up and throw it out into the backyard. A few weeks after I left Kabul, the family split up. An argument resulted in a fight, and the words that fell between Sultan and the two wives on one side and Layla and Bibigul on the other were so irreconcilable that it would have been difficult to continue living together. When Yunus came home after the quarrel, Sultan took him aside and said that he, the sisters and mother were duty-bound to show him the respect he deserved, because Sultan was the oldest and they ate at his table. The following day, before daylight, Bibigul, Yunus, Layla and Bulbula left the apartment, taking only what they were wearing. None of them has been back since. They moved in with Farid, Sultan's other ostracized brother, his 9 months pregnant wife and 3 children.
Afghan brothers are not nice to each other,
Sultan concludes on the telephone from Kabul.
It is time we lived independent lives. When they live in my house, they should respect me, shouldn't they? He asks. If the families don't have rules, how can we form a society that respects rules and laws and not just guns and rockets? This is a society in chaos. It is a lawless society, right out of a civil war. If the families are not guided by authority, we can expect an even worse chaos to follow.
Layla has heard no more from Karim. When his relationship with Mansour cooled, it was difficult for Karim to contact the family. Besides, he became uncertain of what he really wanted. He was awarded a scholarship from Egypt to study Islam at the Al-Azhar University in Cairo.
He's going to be a mullah,
Mansour guffaws from Kabul on a crackly telephone line. The carpenter went to jail for 3 years. Sultan was merciless.
Scoundrels cannot be let loose on society. I am sure he stole at least 7,000 postcards. What he said about his poor family is all lies. I've calculated that he must have made pots of money, but he's hidden it.
Sultan's huge textbook contract fell through. Oxford University drew the longest straw. Sultan didn't really care.
It would have sapped all my strength. The order was simply too large.
Otherwise, the bookshops are flourishing. Sultan has been awarded gilt-edged contracts in Iran. He also sells books to the Western Embassy's libraries. He is trying to buy one of the unused cinemas in Kabul to set up a center with bookshop, lecture room and library, a place where researchers can have access to his vast collection. Next year, he promises to send Mansour on a business trip to India.
He needs to learn responsibility. That will be character building, he says. Maybe I'll send the other boys to school.
In addition, Sultan has granted his 3 sons a holiday on Fridays to do with what they like. The political situation worries Sultan.
Dangerous. The Northern Alliance was given too much power by lawyer Jirga. There is no balance. Karzai is too weak. He is unable to rule the country. The best thing would be to have a government consisting of technocrats appointed by the Europeans. When we Afghans try to appoint leaders, everything goes wrong. Without cooperation, the people suffer. And besides, our intellectuals have not returned. There is an empty space where they should have been.
Mansour has forbidden his mother to work as a teacher. Not good, is all he says. Sultan did not mind her working again, but as long as Mansour, her oldest son, forbade it, nothing came of it. Nor has anything come of Layla's second attempt to register as a teacher. Bulbula got her Rasul in the end. Sultan chose to stay at home and forbade his wives and sons to attend the wedding. Mariam, who was so terrified of giving birth to a daughter, had Allah on her side and produced a son. Sunya and Sharifa are the only women left in Sultan's house. When Sultan and the sons are at work, the women are alone in the apartment, sometimes as mother and daughter, sometimes as rivals. In a few months, Sunya will give birth. She prays to Allah that it will be a son. She asked me if I could pray for her too.
What if it's another girl?
Another little catastrophe in the Khan family.